choose at least one question. So I'll be dealing preferably with the first section, which is source-based questions, whereby you have question 1, 2, and 3. So the first question is the Cold War and the origins of the Cold War. Then the second question is independent Africa, which is actually a case study. Then the third question will be civil society protests from 1950s to the 1970s and the civil rights movement. So whenever you're dealing with source-based questions, you need to start by going through your sources. So we would switch on to the addendum where you would come across the key question. So our key question reads, how did Berlin become a focal point of the Cold War tension between the Soviet Union, USSR, and the United States of America in 1948? So we are going to look at source 1A, which is actually an extract from a book titled The Berlin War, How It Rose and How It Fell. It highlights the disagreements that were reached by the victorious powers regarding the administration of Germany after the Second World War. I think you know that Berlin became a focal point in the Cold War, which broke out between the USSR and the USA. So here is source A. That is source A. So as candidates, you're encouraged to read your sources in detail. You're supposed to go through them in detail before you attempt any questions. So we assume that you have gone through the source. Then now let's quickly switch on to the questions. So if you look at the questions, the key question, I will read it again. How did Berlin become a focal point of the Cold War tension between the Soviet Union, USSR, and the United States of America in 1948? So the first question, 1.1.1, it says refer to source 1A. Identify in the source. So our keyword then is in the source. Our answers are going to be extracted from the source. So let's underline the keyword which says in the source. So what are we looking for? We are actually looking for 3 countries that made up the European Advisory Commission. So if you refer back to the source, I'm going to quickly switch on to the source. In the first paragraph, you come across 3 countries which actually which belonged to the European Advisory Commission. So the key countries are the United States of America. That would be the first country which belonged to the European Advisory Commission. So I'm going to highlight the 3 countries which the answer, where we are going to get the answers from. So it's actually United States of America. Then we also have Britain and the Soviet Union. Then, so on our question paper, I'm going to write the 3 countries. That's the USA. So the 3 countries that made up the European Advisory Commission, the United States of America. So we start by writing the United States of America, USA. Then we also have Britain. Then lastly, we have the Soviet Union. So these are the 3 answers. So our question actually requires 3 responses. So we have the United States of America, we also have Britain, then we also have the Soviet Union. Those are the 3 countries which made up the European Advisory Commission. Now let's move on to the next question. Why, according to the source, was it decided at Yalta in 1945 to also create a zone for France in Germany? Why was it agreed at the Yalta Conference to create a zone for France in Germany? So we refer back to the source. We go back to our source, then we look for the answer in our source. So if you look at the source, at the time it was decided that Germany would be divided into 3 zones for each country except for for France. So the reason why France was left out is simply because France was a victim of the German invasion. It was actually a victim of the German invasion. So I'm going to write the required answer there. France was actually a victim. France was a victim of German invasion. France was actually a victim of German invasion. So that's why it was decided to create a zone for France in Germany. She was actually a victim. So they wanted to protect the interest of France against future invasion. Then 1.13 says, explain why, according to the occupying countries, why you think the occupying countries to ensure that Germans were not able to build up a military force again. So we are going to take our answer from the extract or from the source. If you go back to the source, there is actually mention of how they would prevent Germany from being able to build a military force again. So the first thing is that they agreed on a border to the west. So I'm going to highlight where we are going to extract the answer from. So they agreed on a border in the west. Then secondly, a temporary line for the east was to be Oder and the nearest rivers. Each occupying country had to ensure that the Germans were not going to build up a military force again. So let's go back to our question paper where we are going to write these possible answers. So the Allies, the first thing is that the Allies, they agreed on a border to the west. So you can actually say that a border to the west was agreed upon. To the west was set up. Border to the west was set up. Then secondly, another line to the east. A line to the east was set up again. There was also a line to the east. So explain why you think to ensure that all right. The reason why they did this, they agreed on a border to the west so that they can ensure that to avoid future German aggression. To avoid future German aggression. So explain why you think the occupying countries had to ensure that the Germans were not able to build up a military force again. So they wanted to avoid future German aggression, or you can also say that they wanted to protect France. They wanted to protect France, which was a victim of the invasion during the Second World War. Now let's go on to the next question, which says, comment on the implications of having a seat of Berlin in the Soviet Union in the context of Cold War tensions between the USSR and the USA. So when you look at such a question, it needs your own opinion. It actually needs your own comment. So we would highlight the keyword which says comment. Then we also highlight the implications of having Berlin city of having the city of Berlin in the Soviet Union in the context of Cold War. All right. So if you look at such a question, the Berlin Wall, which the Soviets set up, was actually going to prevent the West from accessing, from having further influence. So you can say that the Berlin Wall the Berlin Wall, which was set up by the Soviet Union, would prevent Western influence. It would prevent Western influence in Berlin, or you can say in Germany. So it would prevent Western influence in Berlin. You can also say that it would result, it would symbolize the defeat of the West. It would, the Berlin Wall would prevent Western influence in Berlin, and it would also symbolize the defeat of the Western interests in Berlin. So these are the implications of having a city under Soviet Union. If the Soviets were going to control the whole of Berlin, it simply means that the West would not have influence in Berlin, and it would symbolize the defeat of the West by the Soviet Union. Now let's go to source 1b. So when you deal with source 1b, you'd also want to go through source 1b. So for this purpose, we would just get through source 1b, then we would highlight the key points. So the source below is an extract from the Berlin Crisis. So it's actually an extract from a Berlin Crisis, a report on Moscow discussions, 1948, by the US Department of State. So this caption, we also need to highlight the key words on this particular caption. It is actually an extract from the report by the US Department of State delivered to the representative of the USSR. So you should bear in mind that such a source, simply because it is coming from the Americans, it will be written from the point of view of the Americans. Now let's get back to the question and address the demands of the question. Define the term blockade in your own words. Such a type of a question does not require you to refer to the source, but it requires your own knowledge. So a simple definition of a blockade, it is actually an act It is an act of war. It is an act of war whereby one party blocks access to another part. Or you can say, or out of another part of the country. You can say the country or territory. So blockade can be defined as an act of war whereby one party blocks access to another part or out of another part of the territory. So it is when one party which is involved in a war, it actually blocks access to one part of a territory or one part of a country. So it means that movement is actually restricted when they say blockade. People cannot move in or they cannot move out. So that is what happened during the Berlin blockade. The Russians or the Soviet Union actually blocked movement into and out of Berlin. All right, now let's move on to the next question, which is question 1.23. Quote 3 reasons from the source why the USA was determined to remain as a power in Berlin. So the USA was determined to remain as a power simply because of quite a number of reasons. Explain why the USA regarded the Berlin blockade as a clear violation of the existing agreements concerning the administration of Berlin? All right, let's start with question 2.2, to which the answers are going to be written below. Explain why you think the USA regarded the Berlin blockade as a clear violation of the existing agreements concerning the administration of Berlin. So, the first thing which we need to indicate is that the first thing which we need to indicate is the reasons why the USA considered the blockade or the Berlin blockade as a violation. All right, the USA had quite a number of reasons for doing that. They had quite a number of reasons for doing that. So the reasons are stated in the following paragraphs, which I would highlight. So the first is that the blockade itself, it went against what the superpowers or what the powers had agreed upon. So it did not go according to the formal agreements of the principal allies. Then another consideration was that they needed to protect the interests of hundreds of thousands of women and children which were in the two territories. So they felt concerned because they needed to protect the interests of the children who were occupying the zones in question. Then let's go back to the question itself. Explain why you think the USA regarded the Berlin blockade as a clear violation. Yes. So the first reason, you can say that the blockade was actually the opposite of what they agreed upon. The blockade was actually against what the powers had agreed upon. The blockade went against what the powers had initially agreed upon. Then secondly, you can also see that the blockade limited the movement of people. The movement of people from one point to another. Of goods and people. Therefore, that's why it was considered to be a violation of the existing agreements. Now, let's go to the next one, 1.2.3. Quote 3 reasons from the source why the USA was determined to remain as a power in Berlin. We know very well that the Berlin crisis is one of the most important incidents of the Cold War. So one of the reasons why the USA was involved in the Cold War, it was trying to maintain the balance of power. So you can say to maintain the balance of power. The balance of power. In other words, we are saying that the USA did not want the USSR to expand further so that they can maintain a balance of power between the two superpowers who were contesting in the Cold War. Then you can also say that for its own safety, for the USA safety, another reason was for the United States of America to be safe, so that they can be safe from any form of attack from the Soviet Union. In addition to that, you can add another point, a third point, that they wanted to contain the spread of communism. To contain the spread of communism. That is another reason why they had to remain as a power in Berlin. Then let's go to the next question, 1.2.4. State one specific obligation. So we need to highlight this keyword obligation. What does the term obligation mean? When we talk about an obligation, we are talking about an responsibility. So the United States of America, according to them, they had a specific obligation, which we find in the source. So if we refer back to source B, if we go to paragraph it's paragraph number 4, you would find where it is written that including hundreds of thousands of children obliged, or it actually forced the United States of America to insist that in accordance with the existing agreements, in the movement of freight passenger traffic between the western zones and Berlin may be fully restored. So one of the obligations of the United States of America was to maintain the flow of goods, or the flow of goods and services from one area to another. So you can actually say the USA was obliged had an obligation to maintain the flow of essential goods. The flow of essential goods and also the freedom of movement. So these are the two suggested answers for that particular question. Those are the two suggested answers. Now let's move on to the next source, which is source 1C. Source 1C, we need to refer to the source itself. So we look at, firstly, we look at the source itself, source 1C. All right, source 1C, we need to look at where it was extracted from. So the source below is dated 14 July 1948, is a Soviet Union response. So we need to highlight the fact that it's coming from the Soviet Union side. We have seen earlier on that we are looking at a source which comes from the United States of America's side. So it was actually a note sent to the Soviet Union on the 6th of July 1948. It outlines the steps the Soviet command would take to protect its control of Britain. Now let's refer back to the question. All right. Give two reasons, according to the source, why the Soviet Union opposed the introduction of a special currency to be used in the western part of Berlin. So they had specific reasons of not allowing them currency to be introduced in Berlin, which I'm going to outline. So the first would extract it from the source itself. So there was a special currency which was introduced, which could only be used in the eastern side of Berlin, but it could not be used in the other part of Berlin. So it actually undermines the economy of East Berlin. So that's the first reason. You can say that it resulted in inflation. It resulted in inflation. Then the second reason is that it undermined the economy of Berlin. So in other words, we are actually saying that West Berlin became much more economically prosperous, but Eastern Berlin became actually poorer and poorer. So these are the reasons why the Soviet Union opposed the introduction of a special currency to be used in the western part only. It resulted in inflation. Then it also undermined the economy of Western Berlin. Now let's go to 1.3.2. Explain the concept of monetary reform in the context of the Berlin zones in 1948. Such a type of equation does not need you to consult from the source because it requires you to explain your own understanding of a historical concept. So the concept of monetary reform, it was actually a concept whereby the Western powers introduced the Deutschmark, which was a new currency which replaced the old currency called the Reichsmark. So monetary reform in the context of the Berlin zone simply means or refers to an action whereby the Western powers introduced the Deutschmark, which was a new currency, which actually replaced the old currency, which was called the Reichsmark. Then let's move on to the next question, 1.3.3. Why, according to the source, did the Soviet command believe that the danger of disruption of economic activities of the Soviet zone and of Berlin was not eliminated? So such a type of a question would want you to refer to the source. You need to refer to the source again. So it is written in paragraph number 1 that moreover the carrying out of separate monetary, financial, or highlight where we are extracting our answer from, the carrying out of separate monetary reform in the Western zone has replaced the whole Soviet zone of occupation in a situation in which the entire mass currency of notes which were cancelled in the Western zone threatened to pour into the Berlin and the Soviet zone of occupation. So we can actually simplify this into simpler words. Let's go back to the question. Why, according to the source, did the Soviet Union believe that the danger of disruption of economic activities of the Soviet Union was not eliminated? All right, the danger remained there because the introduction of the currency of the new currency made the old currency worthless. The introduction of the new currency made the old currency to become worthless. In other words, it actually lost its original value. Then you can also add that it undermined the economic prosperity of Eastern Berlin. We can call it the economic standing of East Berlin. All right. Those are the two suggested answers for that particular question. Now on 1.3.4, it reads, comment on the limitations of this source to a historian researching on the division of Berlin. So whenever you're analyzing the limitations of a source, you need to first look at where the source was taken from. So if you go back to source 1C, this source dated below, dated 14 July 1948 is a Soviet Union response. So where is it coming from? It's actually coming from the Soviets. So the fact that it's coming from the Soviet Union, it simply means that it is biased or it is actually in favor of the Soviets. So our limitation, I'll write the answer a little bit below. All right. Comment on the limitations. So you can actually say that it is written from a Soviet perspective. It is written from a Soviet point of view. So we cannot trust such a source because it's not written from a neutral point of view. It is leaning towards the Soviets. So it is biased towards the Soviet Union. It is biased towards the Soviets. That is the suggested answer. Then that is only one. So if you write one answer, you only get 1 mark. So what we can do, you can suggest another answer. It is biased towards the Soviets. Then in addition to that, you can say that the source is written. The source is written from a Soviet point of view. Point of view. Therefore, it can be considered as propaganda. Can be propaganda. So you can actually say it is an unreliable source. So this will be the response for question 1.34. Now let's go to question 1.5.1. Now, if you look at 1.5.1, it is actually a visual source. There is a cartoon which appears there on 1.1.4. It is actually a visual source. This source is actually entitled Under the Lane, which translates in English as Under the Linden Trees by Sir S.J. Ray, published in the U.S. Kansas City newspaper on 2 December 1948. It actually depicts Stalin cutting the city of Berlin into 2 parts. So you can actually see the 2 figures there. Stalin is depicted as the gentleman who is actually on his feet and who is cutting the Berlin tree. Then on the other hand, we have Britain. Then we also have the United States of America on the opposite side. They are watching as Stalin is cutting up Berlin into 2 pieces. Then we also have France also involved in that particular scenario. Now let's go back to the question for that particular source. All right, consult sources 1B and C and comment on how 1B differs from source 1C. That is question 1.4. All right, so if you look at source 1B, I would write the answers for question 1.4 below. All right, if you look at source 1B, it regards the blockade as a violation. Is written from an American perspective. It is actually written from or let's call it a Western perspective rather, not American. It is written from a Western perspective. It is written from a Western perspective. It is written from a Western perspective. In addition to that, it views the blockade. It views the blockade as a violation of the agreement. So according to source 1B, the Soviets actually violated the agreement which took place in 1948. Then on the other hand, if you look at source 1C, it has a different view. It actually has a different view of the same events. So source 1C criticizes source 1C criticizes the West for introducing a currency reform in Berlin. Reform in Berlin. So that is the difference between the sources. If you look at source 1B, it is written from a Western perspective. It views the blockade as a violation of the agreement. But if you look at source 1C, it actually criticizes the West for introducing the currency reform in Berlin. So at the end of the day, you can see that the two sources contradict each other. The two sources contradict with one another. They do not agree. They have different views about the same thing. The two sources contradict each other in as far as the Berlin conference or the Berlin blockade is concerned. So there is no agreement on these two sources. They actually contradict each other. They do not agree with one another. So that is what you can actually say when it comes to that. Consult sources 1 and B, comment on how they differ regarding the reasons given by the USA and the Soviet Union for remaining as occupying powers. All right, so let's go to the next one. The next question will be 1.5.1. Explain the symbolic representation of these three powers seated next to each other. All right, the symbolic, it's the three powers actually had common interest. They represented the same interests in during the Cold War. So you can write your answer below. The three powers shared common interest. They actually shared common interest in as far as Berlin was concerned. Then let's go to the next one, 1.5.2. Why did Stalin want to have a final say in the administration of what? Of Berlin? For this particular question, you can say that Stalin wanted to control, to represent rather, the interest of Berlin, the interests of the USSR. Soviet Union. Stalin was interested in securing the interest of the Soviet Union. He was actually scared that once the Westerns encroach into Berlin, the Soviet Union will be weakened. It will no longer have power in the context of the what? Of the Cold War. So those are the suggested answers from those particular questions. Now, let's move on to the next question, which is 1.6. When you look at 1.6, it actually says using the information in the relevant sources and your own knowledge. Write the paragraph of 8 lines, about 80 words, explaining how Berlin became a focal point of Cold War tension between the Soviet Union, USSR, and the USSR in 1948. So if you look at the Soviet Union, or if you look at the USSR, you can actually see that the way their interests are stated in the sources, they are actually different. Another thing which I would want to draw your attention to is you are actually supposed to use information in the relevant sources. So you choose information in the relevant sources. Then you are also supposed to stick to the length of 8 lines. Then writing in paragraph format. Then also include your own knowledge about what was taking place during the Cold War or during the Berlin blockade. So our paragraph, I'm going to write it below in red. It will be 1.6. To actually be paragraph 1.6. So when it comes to this paragraph, The first statement is that you can start by saying that the city of Berlin the city of Berlin became a focal point in the Cold War. In addition to this, you can say that according to source, now we are including information from the sources. According to source A, the European Advisory Commission divided Germany into 3 zones. Divided Germany into 3 zones of occupation. Source B discusses how the Soviets set up a blockade in Berlin, and how this violated the agreement. Then in source C, the Soviet Union expresses its displeasure of the introduction of currency reforms the introduction of currency reforms by the West, by Western powers. Then in addition to that, source D illustrates, remember it's a visual source, it illustrates how Stalin divided Germany, or Berlin rather, into 2 zones So this is the difference between these sources. So if you look at our paragraph, it's made up of roughly about 8 lines. So the first statement is that the city of Berlin became a focal point in the Cold War. According to source A, the European Advisory Commission divided Germany into 3 zones of occupation. Then source B discusses how the Soviets set up a blockade in Berlin. Then in doing so, they actually violated the agreement which they had as the Advisory Commission. Then in source C, the Soviet Union expresses its displeasure of the introduction of the currency reforms by Western powers. Then source B also illustrates how Stalin divided the Berlin into 2 different zones. So this all shows that Berlin was a center, or it was actually a ground of contention between or amongst them superpower during the Cold War. It was actually a center or a ground for contention. Now let's move on to the second question. Remember, when you're answering a history paper, you have a choice of choosing 2 questions from the source-based question, and you choose 1 from the essays. Or you can actually choose 2 essay questions, then you can choose 1 source-based question. So we are going to attempt another source-based question based on question 2. What factors led to the 3 nationalist movements, MPLA, FNLA, and UNITA, becoming involved in the Angolan Civil War? So this is the key question. So there are some things which we need to highlight, some key words which we need to highlight as we discuss this particular question. So what factors led to the 3 nationalist movements? So which are the 3 nationalist movements? We have MPLA, FNLA, and UNITA. How did they become involved in the Angolan wars? Then we are also going to investigate the factors that led to their involvement in that particular war. So the question says study sources 2A, B, C, and D and answer the questions that follow. So let's quickly look at source A, 2A, source 2A. All right, source 2A, it actually outlines how Agostina Neto, under the Popular Movement for Liberation of Angola, took control of Angola after the country achieved full independence from Portugal on 11 November 1975. Remember, the country achieved independence in 1975. Immediately after that, we had a liberation movement led by one known as Agostina Neto, who was representing the party or the movement known as MPLA. So we want to find out how he ended up getting into power. So the key terms there is Agostina Neto. Then which political party did he represent? Is the MPLA. Now back to the questions. If you go back to the question, the first question, it says define the term revolution in your own words. Such a type of a question does not need you to, it doesn't need you to refer to the source simply because it is emphasizing in your own words. We actually need to highlight the term or the phrase in your own words to emphasize what the question actually requires, to actually emphasize what the question requires. So it says in your own words. So when a question says in your own words, you don't need to refer to the what? To the source. You only attempt it in your own words. So a revolution can be described in the following way. You can actually describe the revolution or define a revolution as a revolution is a complete change change in the areas of politics, or it can be in the area of the economy, or it can, or in society. So a revolution can be defined as a complete change. So the answer for 2.1 is written above there. It is a complete change in the areas of politics, economy, or in society. It is when a country a country moves from one place to another, or when there's a complete change in politics, economy, or even in the way people live, which we refer to as society. Then immediately after that, let's go on to the next question, which I would write below them. Identify the three nationalist movements. Our three nationalist movements are stated explicitly in the source. If you go back to the source, there are three nationalist movements which are mentioned there. So the first one, I'm going to highlight it. It was known as the Popular Movement of the Liberation of Angola, which is here. One of the three was the Popular Movement. I'm going to highlight it again. Okay. It was the Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola, which is abbreviated as the MPLA, led by one known as Agostinho Neto. Then in addition to that, there was another one which was known as the National Front for the Liberation of Angola, which is also known as the FNLA. That is the next one. Then the third one was known as the National Union of the Total Independence of Angola, which is also known as the UNITA. So those are the three liberation movements. I'm going to transfer them, then I'm also going to write them on the question paper. So the first one, we are saying it was MPLA. We are going to abbreviate them so that they can fit. Then the second one, it's UNITA and FNLA. These are the three nationalist movements which existed in Angola at the time of independence, that is in 1975. So immediately after that, we also look at the next question, which is actually name two communist countries in the source which NATO formed close links with. If you go back to the source, you'll find that Agostinho Neto, he had close links with some communist states. Some, if you go to this line, he established a one-party state, and his government developed close links with the Soviet Union. So our first communist state would be the Soviet Union. We know very well that the Soviet Union was actually a communist state. Then also we have Cuba. So our two answers, we get them from them, then we transfer them to our question paper. So name two communist countries which NATO had close links with. So the first one is the Soviet Union. Then the second one is actually Cuba. So those are the two countries which were related to MPLA under the leadership of Agostinho Neto. Then if you go to 2.1.4, what does the execution of Nito Alves followers suggest about NATO's leadership? If we go back to the source, I think you can recall the part when he violently, where it is written, he violently repressed a movement later called fractionism. So in which a 1977 attempted coup d'etat overthrowing an existing government inspired by Agostinho dos these people who attempted to overthrow NATO's government were actually they were actually killed. They were actually executed. So now, to address the demands of the question says, what does the execution of Nito Alves followers suggest about NATO's leadership? Here, there are so many words which you can use to describe the leadership of NATO. You can actually say that he was actually a ruthless leader. It actually shows that he did not show mercy. He was a ruthless leader. He was actually a ruthless leader who did not show mercy. You can actually say that he was a ruthless leader. In addition to that, you can also say that he was a tyrant. Then you can also say that he was bloodthirsty. All right, so those are the three descriptions which you can use to describe NATO's leadership. He was a tyranny, he was a ruthless leader, he was also bloodthirsty. So moving on, let's refer to source 2b. If you look at source 2b, you can actually see that source 2b is more of a visual source. It's actually a photograph. So this photograph was titled Angola's Brutal History. It is written there, and the MPLA's role in it. So it actually appeared in a newspaper known as the Guardian newspaper on 5 May 2014. It was taken in December 1976. So it depicts soldiers of the MPAL who fought in the Angolan civil war. I think you can also look at it. If you look at this type of image closely, you can actually see the type of weapons which these people were carrying. Then you can also see even their eagerness to. Okay, now moving on to question 2.2.1. It is based on a visual source. Let's have a look at the visual source. So the visual source actually shows the popular movement for the liberation of Angola, or the MPLA fighters, as they are in combat, or as they are engaging in an act of war. So the first question, okay, it actually reads, why do you think the photograph was taken in 1975? Why do you think this photograph was taken in 1975? So such a type of a question, it requires your own opinion. As long as it is justified by logic, it can be a correct answer. So in this case, you can actually say that the photo was actually a symbol of the cruel nature of the Angolan war. It seeks to demonstrate the cruel nature of the Angolan civil war. So I'm going to write the suggested answer right below. The image is a symbol of the cruelty of the civil war. All right. The mark allocation, it actually says that there is need for you to provide two responses is 2 times 2. So another suggestion is that it also shows, demonstrates the participants of the war. The symbol, it actually demonstrates the participants of the war who was involved. So in that particular instance, you can actually see the MPLA fighters. Then comment on the implication of the title of the photograph. Let's go back to the title of the photograph. The title of the photograph is actually Angola's Brutal History, and the MPL's role in it. So, all right, the title of the photograph implies the MPLA was to a larger extent brutal in the war. All right, that is the implication of the title. Then the next question, explain the term civil war in the context of the contestation of power in Angola. But before we attempt that one, there is yet another question, which is question 2.3.1. Why, according to the source, did the transition from Portuguese rule turn into a disaster? So if you go back to the source, it actually says that when the transition, when the Portuguese withdrew, when the Portuguese withdrew from Angola, there was no preparation. There was no preparation for transition of power. There was no preparation for transition of power, so it resulted in 3 different liberation struggles fighting against one another. The liberation struggle, actually, it involved 3 parties, namely the MPLA, and it also included UNITA and also the FNLA. So that's why, according to the source, the transition from Portuguese in rule, it actually turned into a disaster. Now, the next question, it requires a definition of terms. Explain the term civil war. A civil war is a war fought by people from the same country. A civil war is a war fought by people from the same country. People from the same country. For example, in Angola, we had 3 different liberation movements fighting against one another. We had the MPLA on one side, then we also had the FNLA on the other side. Then there was also UNITA on the other side. So those 3 liberation movements were fighting against one another. So such a state of affairs is actually referred to as a civil war. So a civil war is a war fought by people from the same country. Then going on to 2.3.3, comment on the meaning of the statement, but both were determined for reasons of their own prestige in the context of the involvement of the Angolan civil war. The 2 who are being referred to here are the 2 superpowers, namely the USA and the USSR. So their involvement in Angola was for their own selfish reasons. So why were they involved? we are going to comment on the meaning of that particular statement. So the first thing, they used Angola to fight their proxy war, a proxy war. A proxy war, it is a war which is fought by representatives of two parties which are not actually actively involved. So the USSR and the USA, they used Angola to fight a proxy war. In addition to that, they were determined to spread communism and capitalism. They were determined to spread their ideologies. So their respective ideologies, on one side, USA, we are referring to capitalism. They wanted to spread capitalism. Then on the other side, we have the USSR wanted to spread communism. So that's why they became involved in this war. So the first point, they used Angola to fight a proxy war. Then secondly, they were determined to spread their ideologies, which are capitalism and communism. Now 2.3.4, it is a question which requires you to examine the useful of a source. To a historian who is studying history on the Angolan war. So we need to look back at our source. We need to look back at our source and have a look at it. If we look at source C, we first look at where it is coming from. This is a book by historian M. Meredith. It's titled The First Dance of Freedom. It is actually entitled The First Break of Freedom. All right, when you look at it, it outlines the crisis created by Portugal during the transition of power. So its usefulness, it actually narrates the events which happened in November 1975, which is actually a useful feature. Then it also discusses the different parties which were involved. We are going to underline that as well. Then it also mentions names of participants during the time when Portugal got independence. So all that that is actually useful. So going back to our question, now we need to answer the question. Explain the usefulness. So you can actually say that the source is useful to a greater extent. The source is useful to a greater extent. Actually useful to a greater extent because it mentions the dates, the events, dates, names of the commissioner, and the liberation movement. So you can actually say that to a large extent, it's a very, very useful source. It is useful to a greater extent because it mentions the names, dates, then the names of the commissioner in the liberation movement. And one other thing is that it actually narrates, it gives a first-hand account of what actually happened during that time when there was a transition of power from the Portuguese to the liberation movements such as the MPLA. Now moving on to the next question, 2.4. 2.4, When we move on to 2.4, it requires us to study source D. All right, source D. Let's have a look at source D. Source D, it is actually a source below titled Africa since 1940. That is the first thing, the past and the present. It was written by a historian called F. Cooper. It explains ideological differences amongst the three nationalist movements in Angola and how they were shaped by ethnic differences as well as support from foreign powers. So going back to the question now, the first question, it actually says, quote the evidence from the source. Quote the evidence, we are actually going to quote from the source. So let me underline the keyword quote evidence. I'm going to circle it there. Quote the key evidence. Okay, let's highlight what the question requires from us. So it says, quote, evidence from the source, which suggests that MPLA was leaning towards nationalism and socialism. So if you go back to the source, you'll find evidence of the first statement. It actually says the Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola, which is the MPLA, it was actually led by Agostinho Neto. It looked upon politics from a nationalistic. So we start highlighting from nationalistic. We highlight from a nationalistic. Okay, the words, they've looked upon politics from a nationalistic and socialist senses. So that is where we get our answer, nationalistic and socialistic lenses. Now let's transfer that answer to our question paper. They viewed politics, the NPLA viewed politics from nationalistic and socialist lenses. They actually viewed politics from nationalist and socialist lenses. So that answers the first question. Now moving on to the next question, which is question 2.2.4. Explain what you think is implied by the following in the context of the Angolan War. Conflict became ethnicized. So in this case, we need to highlight the word ethnicized so that we can address fully the demands of the question. All right, conflict became fully ethnicized. When we look at ethnicity, we are looking at people's culture. So it actually means that war was now based on ethnical differences. So the war became was based on cultural differences. It was now based on cultural differences. You would have people from one culture fighting from people from the other culture. For example, the UNITA came from the southern part. They spoke a different language. Then the other one came from the other part. So now war was based on cultural differences. Then the next question reads, why, according to the source, did the Central Intelligence Agency which is the CIA, support the FNLA. So the CIO, which is an American organization. So the fact that it's an American organization, it shows that they did not like communism. So the FNLA, if you go back to the source where we get the answer, you can highlight where we get the answer in the second paragraph, where it says the FNLA was supported by Zaire and the Central Intelligence Agency, which saw it as the least Marxist. I think you know that Marxism and communism, they go hand in hand. So Marxism and communism, these are two similar ideologies or two related ideologies. So the CIA felt that the FNLA was the least Marxist or the least communist, if you can put it that way. It simply means the same thing, was the least communist or Marxist. So remember, the CIA is an American organization. So they tend to support organizations which are more capitalist than communist or Marxist. So that is the reason. Now moving on to 2.4.4, using the information in the source and your own knowledge, comment on why you think South Africa decided to support UNITA. You know very well of the case between Namibia and South Africa. So the first reason was that South Africa wanted to create a buffer state, a buffer space actually, to create a buffer zone South Africa wanted to create a buffer zone between Angola and Namibia. Remember, the apartheid government did not like communist ideologies coming into Namibia or coming into South Africa. So they wanted to create a buffer state, a buffer zone whereby it was not a buffer zone which does not support communism. So in other words, they wanted to prevent the spread of communism, prevent the spread of communism to South Africa or to apartheid South Africa. They also opposed communism. So simply because they supported UNITA. UNITA itself, it was a less communist liberation movement. So that's why they got involved. That's why apartheid government got involved. Now going on to 2.4.5, quote two pieces of evidence from the source that suggest the MPLA did not improve the lives of the Angolan people. So there is evidence in the source which shows that the MPLA was actually doing things for its own benefit, but it did not benefit the ordinary Angolan people. So we are going to quote that text from our source. So if you go back to the last paragraph, we want to go to where it is written, education and health services languished. It means they actually suffered. Then in addition to that, you can also say that the MPLA combined the features of a Soviet party and the African gate scarcity. Its real source of power was oil revenue coming from militarized enclaves, and after gestures at revolutionizing agriculture, it did little in the countryside. we are getting another point then. The MPLA did little in the countryside. In addition to that, education and health actually suffered under their watch. So let's go back to where we would indicate the answers. All right, so the first point, the MPLA did little to improve education and health. In addition to that, you can also say that they were more, they did little to improve education and health. Let's go back to our source again and quote another. Then they did little in rural areas. They did little in rural areas. They only recruited soldiers. They only recruited soldiers. So instead of developing the rural communities, they were more focused on recruiting soldiers. Then it's also indicated that education and health actually suffered under the watch of the NPLA. So now moving on to the next question, which is 2.5. Question 2.5, which requires us to look at sources 2C and 2D. Explain how the evidence in source 2C supports the evidence in source 2D regarding the approach followed by three nationalistic movements. So if you look at these sources, you can actually say, let's refer back to them. We look at source, the first source is source 2B. Then we are going to look at its similarity. All right. The first source, which is 2B, actually we can see soldiers who are ready for war or for combat. All right. But this one requires us to look at 2C rather. 2C. All right, 2C. Then we also look at 2D. All right. So both sources okay, in source 2C, source 2C. Source 2C, it's more of look at it. Let's look at it. Source 2C describes how the transition of power from the Portuguese to the MPLA how the transition of power from the Portuguese to the MPLA, how the transition from the MPLA, from the Portuguese to the MPLA was disastrous for the country. Source 2C again also discusses the differences between the liberation movement amongst the three movements. The three movements, which are UNITA, MPA, MP, MPLA, and the FNLA. On the other hand, if you look at source D, it also, source D also supports source C or 2C by demonstrating how the superpowers were drawn into the Angolan conflict. Supporting different liberation movements. So that's where you see that these two sources, they complement each other. So you can actually say the two sources are complementary. They are complementary, they support each other. Now, going on to the next question, which is a paragraph question. Using the information in the relevant sources and your own knowledge, write a paragraph of 8 lines explaining the factors that led to the three nationalistic organizations, MPLA, becoming involved in this Angolan civil war. All right, this question, it is actually a paragraph question which needs much more ample space. So we are going to create space on the addenda to show how those two three political movements or political formations, how they ended up fighting against one another. So back to the question. So it's using the information and the relevant sources and your own knowledge. Write a paragraph of 8 lines explaining the factors that led to the three nationalistic movement, MPLA, FNLA, and UNITA becoming involved in the Angolan conflict. So we can start by saying, we can indicate the question which we are answering, which is question 2.6. 2.6, that's the paragraph name. So we can start by indicating that the change from Portuguese to nationalist rule was not a smooth away. It was not a smooth affair, which means that it did not go on well. So the first thing is, according to source A, there were three liberation movements. There were three liberation movements, namely MP, LA, UNITA, and the FNLA. In addition to this, we can also indicate that the MPLA emerged as the victorious power, and the leader NATO ruled in a ruthless fashion. The leader of the MPLA, that's Agostino Neto, he actually ruled in a ruthless manner. He suppressed opponents using violence. Source 2B complements source A. Source C and D also discuss the ideological differences between amongst the three movements. All right. Source D also explains how the superpowers also contributed to the differences. Or conflicts amongst the three liberation movements. Ethnicity was also another factor which led to the conflict. All right, so we have quite a number of factors here. So the change from the Portuguese to nationalist rule itself, it wasn't a smooth affair. Then we are told that the Portuguese simply left overnight without preparation of who was going to be in charge. Then in addition to that, there were three political movements which were competing for power. We have the MPLA, the UNITA, and also the FNLA. Then the MPLA emerged as the victorious power. The leader, Neto, instead of uniting the three political movements, he actually suppressed his opponents using violence. Then we also have source 2C and 2B. They also complement source A. They actually say that they also discuss the ideological differences amongst the three movements. You find that the other movement was Marxist, the other one was aligned towards the Chinese, the other one was aligned towards the Soviets. Then another one was aligned towards the CIA. Then source D also explains how the superpowers contributed to the differences or conflict amongst the three liberation movements. Then ethnicity was also another crucial factor which led to the conflict. So all those are the factors which led to the conflicts, or which led to the three nationalistic movement becoming involved in the Angolan Civil War of 1975. So that is a question. That is actually question 2. That is the end of question 2. So now we are going to the last of our source-based question, which is question 3. Question 3, it is based on the American Civil Rights Movement. So it starts with the key. What challenges were encountered by the civil rights protesters who participated in the freedom rides in the United States of America? So this topic is basically the CRM, the Civil Rights Movement. So it is a question which investigates the nature of the challenges which they faced in their quest to get civil rights. So here is the first source, which is 3A. The source below was taken from the book Freedom Riders 1961 and The Struggle for Racial Justice, written by Ara Esnault, a civil rights activist and a militant student leader. It highlights the commitment of the Freedom Riders during the 1960s. So let's go back to the question itself. How, according to the source, did the Freedom Riders set out to challenge racial discrimination? So if you go back to the source, it clearly spells us how, according to the source. So the Freedom Riders set out to change the world. They did so simply by boarding a bus, not as blacks or whites, restricted by an outmoded system of racial discrimination, but as free and full citizens. Yes. So this is where we get our answer, so we need to highlight it. So they simply did it by boarding a bus, not as black or whites, restricted by an outdated mode of racial discrimination, but as free and full citizens. All right. So you can say, okay, the Freedom Riders boarded a bus not as black and white, they boarded a bus not as black or white, but they did so as a method of protest. They did so as a method of protest, but they did so as a method of protest. Not as black and white, but as free citizens. So you can actually say that by doing so, they were challenging segregation laws were challenging racial segregation. By so doing, they did it as a collective, both black and white. They rode a bus as free citizens, not as not within their racial differences or boundaries. Now let's go to the next one, 3.1.2. Define the term constitution in your own words. So constitution, simply in simple terms, you can say the supreme law of the land. Of the land. The constitution is the supreme law of the land, or you can say it is a document which spells out the supreme law. The supreme law. It is a document which spells out the supreme laws. That is the document on which all the other laws are based on. Then 3.1.3, comment on what is meant by the statement. They also knew that they might be injured or even killed for trying to exercise their rights. So we need the on comment. So what is the meaning of this statement? The Freedom Riders were aware fully aware of them of repression. Repression is when you're expressing yourself, then someone opposes you. They were fully aware of repression or of their opponents. They were fully aware of repression of their opponents. Using the information in the source below and your own knowledge, explain why President J.F. Kennedy took immediate action of desegregating the United States of America. All right, so in this one, we need to find reasons why he took immediate action. So you can actually say it was as a result of the effectiveness of the nonviolent resistance. That is one reason. You can go back to the source and find another reason again. All right. The second reason is that they used passive resistance to oppose segregation. So you can actually use indicate that the use of passive resistance caused him to give in. All right, the effective use of passive resistance actually forced him to give in to the demands of the Freedom Riders. Moving on to the next question. Which is 3.2.1, which requires us to look at source B. All right, source B is actually a visual source, which is a newspaper article published by the New York Amsterdam News on the 20th of May, 1961. All right, it actually reads inhuman. Then there are images of a bus which is on fire. Then there is a caption which says the flames of hatred. So the question reads, explain why you think the newspaper article made front page headline news. Explain the reasons why you think this newspaper article made front page headline news. So a suggested answer for that question is that the incident was of national importance. The incident was of national importance. Then you can also say that to grab the attention of citizens. Then the second thing is that why do you think the article was titled Inhuman? The article seeks to portray the brutality of segregation. Seeks to portray the brutality of segregation. Then to attract sympathy. Sympathy from the audience. Another reason is to attract sympathy from the audience, because you can see that these are emotive words which have been used, the flames of hatred and also the words inhuman. So they seek to attract the sympathy of from the audience. Then if you go to source C, it is actually an interview between Stanley Nelson, a writer and a filmmaker, who interviewed James Swag. So if you look at this interview, it is actually a first-hand source of information. Then now let's refer to the questions. What, according to the source, motivated Swag and his colleagues to get involved in the freedom rides? So if you go back to it, we need to quote the words of Swag. You got involved in freedom rides, where we got a word from the Congress of Racial Equality Corps, Freedom Ride. We knew that journalists was going to be involved in it. Okay, so they actually joined in solidarity. All right, they joined in solidarity with members of CORE. They did it as a sign of solidarity to show oneness with members of them, CORE, C-O-R-E. So that is one of the reasons why they joined. Then give two options stated by Swag that his FT fist would take if they were jailed for participating in the freedom ride. So we refer back to the source. We identify other reasons why two options stated. One of the things we agreed upon is that if you were jailed, you go on hunger strike. Then, because in our minds we were jailed illegally, you don't cop or opt for a plea, you don't pay bail, you don't jump. So these are the two options. Let's go back to the questions. To go on hunger strike, to go on hunger strike, not to pay bail. These are the two options which they chose. All right, going on to 3.3.3. Why would a historian consider this source reliable when researching in the 1961 riots in the USA? So if you look at this, the source contains first-hand information from a participant and an eyewitness. That is the first thing. Then also let's go back to it and see what else might be useful. All right, then we also have names of places are mentioned, names of organizations are also mentioned, which makes it useful. All right, it contains useful names, names of organizations, events, and even dates. That's when the events happened. So that is what makes this source useful. Going on to 3.4.1, study source D. Look at source D. It is actually part of an interview conducted. It appeared in the book My Soul is Rested. Then it focuses on the treatment of injured freedom fighters experienced in Alabama. All right, so if we go back to the question, the first question reads, give 3 reasons in the source why protesters were taken to hospital. So the first reason is because of smoke inhalation. They inhaled smoke. Then in addition to that, they were cut by glass since it was an accident. Then they also needed to be treated for what? For trauma. Because there's a part which is indicated that they were actually confused, which means that they were traumatized by the events. Then comment on what is implied by the government Patterson statement regarding the freedom status. Any rioters in this state will not receive political protection. So, in other words, the governor did not support the cause of the freedom riders. Then he actually referred to them as rioters instead of freedom riders. So he referred to them in a way which shows contempt. Contempt or hatred. Court evidence from the source which indicates that the hospital did not administer or assist injured patients. Court evidence. We go back there. If we go back to evidence, you can actually see that there is a part, the people at the hospital did not do anything for us. These words would not do anything for us. The people at the hospital people at the hospital did not do anything for us. The people at the hospital did not do anything for us. That is the evidence which shows that they were not assisted at the hospital. Explain the term segregationist in the context of the state of Alabama. Okay, it means separation between people of different races. Simply means separation of people of different races, or you can say discrimination based on race. It was actually discrimination based on race. Give two pieces of evidence from the source which indicate that Governor Patterson was militant and segregationist. The first thing, he asked the governor was associated with the Ku Klux Klan. We know very well that the Ku Klux Klan opposed the civil rights movement. The governor was associated with the Ku Klux Klan. That is the first thing which shows that he was a militant segregationist. In addition to that, we can also indicate the fact that he actually promised to use violence violence. Then the next question is 3.5. Source consult on sources 3C and 3D. Explain the evidence in source C that is supported by evidence in source 3D regarding from the treatment of freedom riders. So the first thing, we indicate what is in source 3C. Source 3C is a first-hand account by the participant. Narrating the reasons why they became involved. Then source D also complements source 3D complements source C. It also complements source 2C in demonstrating the brutal nature of the American government during that time. So that is how the two sources complement each other. They actually say the same thing. They actually support the fact that blacks or the freedom riders, they actually faced resistance from the government, and they were also treated in a very, very cruel manner. They were actually treated with contempt. So this is how these sources complement each other. So using the information in the relevant sources and your own knowledge, write a paragraph of about 8 lines or 8 words explaining the challenges that were faced by the Freedom Riders. So the first thing is that you can indicate that the Freedom Riders, they stood in solidarity. They went beyond their racial differences. Then they cooperated and participated in freedom rides. Freedom rides are instances whereby they went on a bus to show their displeasure in the separation of the modes of transport used by different racial groups. So as they were doing so, some of them, they became victims of the system. Some of them were attacked and some of them were injured in a bus which was actually attacked by opponents of the civil rights movement. Then in addition to that, you can also indicate that even the police was not on their side. When they went to the hospitals, also the hospital staff were not on their side. Instead of treating them, they actually watched them, and the police authorities also threatened to put them into prison. However, they remained determined in their struggle. They even used other non-violent methods such as refusing to pay bail or also going on hunger strike. So this is a summary of how or what the civil rights movement organizers, especially the Freedom Riders, went through. Okay, which brings us to the end of the source-based questions. Thank you.
All right, we are continuing with our discussion on the essay question, question number 4 on the extension of Cold War, which is a case study of Vietnam. All right, in this meantime, let's shift our attention and look at the strategies that the USA tried to use, which were counteracted and made ineffective by the tactics that the Viet Cong guerrillas implemented during the Vietnam War. Right. When you're looking at the US strategies, we need to analyze them and see how they were counteracted by the Viet Cong strategies and how they were made ineffective. Because at the end of the war, it is US which lost the war. So it meant that whatever strategy that the USA tried to use in the war was counteracted by the tactics of the Viet Cong and was made ineffective, leading to the loss of USA in the Vietnam War. So I will highlight on some particular strategies that the US used in the Vietnam War. I will start with the Operation Rolling Thunder. Right, the USA introduced the operation which was codenamed Rolling Thunder. That was in March 1965. What was the Rolling Thunder about? It was a strategy which involved the using of aircrafts to bomb the guerrillas, to go bomb the Viet Cong guerrillas. They were trying to identify the Viet Cong guerrillas and bomb them using aircrafts. That was apparently the Operation Rolling Thunder. And what was their target? Were using this strategy. When they implemented the Operation Rolling Thunder, their target was to eliminate the Viet Cong. They were targeting to eliminate all the guerrillas. They were thinking that with a bombing tactic, they would be able to ultimately eliminate all the Viet Cong guerrillas. But however, the strategy was ineffective. How was the strategy ineffective? Right. Remember, they could not distinguish who the guerrilla was, who the civilian was, because of the non-wearing of uniform by the guerrillas and the blending of the guerrillas with the environment, and also the mixing of the guerrillas with the civilians. So they would not identify who the guerrillas were. So it meant that for America, that strategy did not achieve desired results because of the fact that they could not identify who the guerrilla was. They were counteracted by the non-wearing of uniforms by the guerrillas, who were the Viet Cong guerrillas. So that strategy did not work. Apparently, it worked in the favor of the Viet Cong instead of in the favor of America, who devised the strategy. Because what happened was the Americans ended up bombing even innocent civilians. And that led to widespread criticism of America on a global scale. And America became very unpopular for killing civilians in a war, for massacre of civilians who are innocent in a war. So apparently America was forced to withdraw that strategy. because of its image, which was now being painted bad on the international community. Because of it losing popularity, it was forced to withdraw the bombing strategy. Therefore, it was the effectiveness of the non-wearing of uniforms by the guerrillas, which made the bombing strategy by America ineffective. They could not continue using such a strategy due to the fact that they were doing massacres of innocent civilians, because they would not identify who the guerrilla was and who a civilian was in the war. Then we also analyze the other strategy that was used by the American side. America tried to use what was called the safe village police. The safe village police, or what was called the hamlet police, or the villagization. Right, what was this strategy which was called the villagization? What they were doing, they were trying to separate, or they were trying to split in between the guerrillas and the civilians. So what they did was they tried to put civilians in villages, or they tried to put civilians in hamlets, so that they would identify that whoever is not in the village was out of was part of the guerrillas who were fighting them, and they would easily identify and attack them. But however, it did not work well, because the guerrillas, remember, the guerrillas were already in the villages by the time they were strategizing such, which will mean that they still could not identify and split the guerrillas from the civilians, due to the fact that the guerrillas were also operating in the villages. And remember, these Vietcong guerrillas, they were farmers during the day, and they would be guerrillas at night, which would mean that they would go around doing their ordinary business during the day. And during the night, they will strategize on how to do ambushes and attack the American troops. So it did not work, but rather it worked in the favor of the Viet Cong, because they were the ones who wanted to be targeted for attack. But however, the strategy worked in the disadvantage of American side. So they were forced to abandon that strategy. Right, continuing with our discussion, we are measuring on the sides of the US strategies that they tried to use in the Vietnam War. Right, we go on to look at another strategy that was employed by the American side. The Americans, they also used another strategy, which was called the search and destroy. The search and destroy policy. Search and destroy, meaning to say they were trying to identify where the guerrillas were so that they would destroy them. And it was also termed the My Lai massacre. The My Lai massacre. That was the other name which was used to refer to the guerrilla, the search and destroy police. We're talking of My Lai massacre. So what happened to that strategy of the My Lai massacre? Was it a success on the side of America? Did they manage to achieve the desired result using the My Lai massacre? Right, that was the strategy, My Lai massacre, right, which was also termed the search and destroy. But what happened with this one? They aimed to identify, they were aiming to identify the guerrillas where they were, so that they would target them for destruction. They wanted to identify where the guerrillas were, so that they would destroy their base camps. And also, what happened with the effort of identifying such camps for the guerrillas? Did they manage to identify where the guerrillas were? Right. In their attempt to identify such villages, they were confused by the guerrilla tactics. While they are on their way to try and identify where they would find the guerrillas' camps, they were still confused by the tactics that were employed by the guerrillas. Remember, the guerrillas were using several tactics that were non-conventional. So in an attempt to identify them, they were also matched with confusing factors. Like, for example, there was an effect of what was termed the boob traps. The boob traps, the guerrillas would set what they called the booby traps. Those booby traps were a deterrent to the movement of the American troops in an effort to try and identify the guerrillas. So those booby traps, they would be like a trap which would be set, which would trap and ultimately kill the American soldiers while they were roaming in the jungles trying to identify where to find the guerrillas. So it worked in favor of the guerrillas because they were fighting in absence. They were called the booby traps. So what the booby traps were doing, they were it was like the guerrillas were hidden in the forest fighting, while the booby traps would be working for them, also would be fighting on their behalf. The booby traps would trap the American soldiers unaware, and they would be killed by those traps. So in an effort to try and identify the base camps for the guerrillas, they were matched with equally confusing tactics of guerrilla warfare, which were used by the Viet Cong guerrillas. So this strategy here did not work because they failed to reap positive results because they could not identify their targets. They could not identify their targeted villages where they would find those guerrillas. So the search and destroy openly failed, and it failed to work in favor of the Americans because they would not identify where the guerrillas were. They failed to get through and get to identify the bases where the guerrillas would be hidden. So it did not work for the Americans. It worked apparently in favor of the Viet Cong. So that was how the strategy failed, which is a search and destroy. Then lastly, we can also look at another strategy which was used by, before we look at the last one, we also need to look at the strategy by America of sending young and inexperienced soldiers. The troops that were sent by America, they were mainly the young and inexperienced ones. They were sparing their experienced troops and decided to send the young soldiers to the war. They were young and inexperienced. Right. What was the motive of sending young and inexperienced soldiers to a war? Remember, a war is not a joking event, but you are seeing America sending inexperienced and very young soldiers to the war. Right. That strategy, they thought it was a walkover. They thought they had already won the war. Given the size and the military strength of Vietnam compared to America, America was a superpower and it had mighty military power compared to the Vietnam. The Vietnam was just a small nation of peasant farmers. So they thought it was a walkover war. They were definitely going to win that particular war. So that is why they were tempted to send, in the first instance, those young and inexperienced soldiers to the war. But what was the result now that they sent these young and inexperienced soldiers? Because of guerrilla tactics, the young and inexperienced soldiers were heavily defeated. They considered heavy defeats from the Viet Cong guerrillas. They were confused by guerrilla tactics. They didn't know how the enemy was attacking them, and they were also attacked by using those unconventional strategies like the booby traps. So at the end, those young and inexperienced soldiers, they lost confidence in the war, and they were acting out of fear wherever they were, because they would be attacked out of nowhere, out of surprise. So at the end of the day, we tend to find that those young soldiers, they lost confidence. And if we checked the death toll in the war, it rose sharply. The number of casualties, the number of soldiers who were dying in the war kept on rising because of the guerrilla tactics and because of the inexperience of the soldiers who were sent to wage a war against the guerrillas. So at the end, there was turmoil in the war, battlefield because of the rampant loss of life. Those surviving ones, they were scared now to keep continuing with the war, and they lost confidence, and they were now acting out of fear. This apparently demoralized them, and chances of America surviving or chances of their strategies winning the guerrillas became very slim because they were now acting out of fear and they were now acting without any confidence in the war. So that led to American strategies being made ineffective because of the tactics that the guerrillas are used against America. Then let's go to our last point. Though it's not the conclusive point, though it's not the least point, but we have to conclude by looking at what President Nixon did in 1973. Right. President Nixon was the then president of the US. In 1973, remember in America, there was an outcry. People were demonstrating. The American citizens were demonstrating against the government. They were holding anti-war demonstrations. They were frustrated by the government's involvement in Vietnam. And there were so many lives of Americans that were lost in the war. So they were not happy with the government's actions of involving itself in a foreign country to go and sacrifice the lives of American people for the sake of containing communism. What was it for? So people were so frustrated about the involvement of the government in Vietnam politics. So there was an outcry in America, anti-war demonstrations were held. America's reputation was being tainted bad. Also, America was becoming unpopular, was being criticized. So there was a lot of things happening around the war as it went through. So America, the president who was there by 1973, who was President Nixon, he came out with a policy of strategic withdrawal from Vietnam. He wanted to withdraw from Vietnam strategically. So the strategy of strategic withdrawal was also termed the WHAM, which is in full, it was termed the WHAM. WHAM, which is in full, winning the hearts and minds of the Vietnamese. Winning the hearts and minds of Vietnamese. He wanted to win the hearts now of the Vietnamese. After all these frustrations that the Vietnamese went through, he wanted to strategically now withdraw from the war because he had felt that the war has costed America so much and so many lives had been lost, and it has extended. They thought that the war would end in the shortest possible frame of time, but now the war had extended for long. So he thought of strategically withdrawing. And this withdrawal on its own, it's a signal that the Viet Cong tactics were successful, because there's no one who can withdraw from a war without conceding a defeat. It apparently shows that the American strategies were made ineffective by the Viet Cong tactics that they employed in the war. That becomes our last paragraph of the essay, or our last paragraph of our presentation on the essay. Then we go to the conclusion. Remember, a conclusion that you need to produce should be contextualized. You should produce a conclusion which is in context with your discussion. You should produce a conclusion which is in line with the side of your argument. You don't need to waver around and go to the other side of the argument. And also, you don't need to introduce new things in the conclusion. You just need to tie up your points. You just need to have a conclusive statement whereby you tie up conclusively all the points that you were discussing without repeating them as they are in the essay. So in this instance, I can conclude this essay by saying, conclusively, Viet Cong tactics, mainly the non-conventional guerrilla tactics, were undoubtedly very successful in making USA strategies ineffective during the war. USA had to withdraw from the war and considered one of the most embarrassing defeats in its history. I think that can qualify to be a very good conclusive paragraph for such an essay. We have tried to sum up our ideas. We have tried to come out with a conclusive version of the discussion without repeating what we said in the essay as it is, and without introducing a new term, without introducing a new idea. And also the conclusion is within the line of the discussion in the presentation. Right. I think basically that qualifies to be a good essay for this presentation on question number 4, the extension of Cold War. Right. Now let's move quickly to independent Africa, a case study for the Congo. Right. In this discussion, we are going to touch on the key elements which address the question. Given now that I have given you the presentation of the essay, what you are supposed to follow, what you are supposed to abide by. In this essay now, we're just going to focus on the content requirements for the essay, not the details of how you structure the presentation and how you are supposed to make it sound. Because now you know you're supposed to have an introduction, which has got elements that you now know, and you're supposed to have the background information, which you now know, and you're supposed to have the body, which you have got paragraphs in pure method, and you need to have a conclusion. Right. Now we want to focus on question number 5. Mobutu Sese Seko's political, economic, and cultural policies positively transformed a post-independent Congo in the 1960s. Do you agree with this statement? Use relevant evidence to support your line of argument. Right, we mentioned about the nature of the questioning of the essays. This essay is based on agree or disagree. Do you agree? For me, in this instance, given that I know the Congo situation, I tend to disagree with this statement. I will opt to disagree. That is where I have more points to support my argument. If I disagree that the policies that were put in place by Mobutu Sese Seko positively transformed, I would have a valid argument which I can sustain through the discussion. What you need to do here, you need to make a decisive decision before you choose a side to stand on, before you take a stance, or before you adopt a line of argument. Check your points. Check which side are you able to support through the discussion. Because if you choose the wrong side, you will not be able to support your line of argument. Remember, at the end of every point, you need to link it back to the line of argument, which means you will fail now to link or to relate it to the line of argument, because what you have argued in the presentation won't be agreeing to the fact that you have opted, or won't be agreeing to the stance that you have adopted in the introduction. So what you need to do here, for myself here in this discussion, I will take the negative side. I will disagree. So which will mean that I'm saying Mobutu Sese Seko's political and economic cultural policies did not transform or did not positively transform the post-independent Congo. So I'm in disagreement. That is my line of argument. I'm in disagreement with this statement. I'm not agreeing that the policies that he instituted transformed positively the post-independent Congo in the 1960s. Right. Why am I saying so? I will highlight some of the evidences that I'm going to use in the discussion. I will talk of maybe under political. I will highlight that Mobutu created an autocratic state. The creation of an autocratic state is my argument, which I will support, that it was not working in favor of the post-independent Congo. Then on economic, I can point out on kleptocracy as one of his policies that he implemented. He implemented kleptocracy policies. Then on cultural policies, I can mention the authenticide. Those are my arguments which I am going to use in the discussion, and I'm going to support them and show how they failed the transformation of post-independent Congo in my discussion. So in this instance, my introduction has got disagreement. I don't agree with the statement, and I've given historical evidences, and I'll elaborate. This essay will solely be based on the policies that were instituted by Mobutu when he got into power in post-independent Congo in the 1960s. That will be my introduction. Then I got the background information. I don't need to spend much on the background information because much of the background is a familiar background. Right, what you need to note here, we need to note the history of Congo. Congo was under the colonial rule of Belgium, under King Leopold. Right, it was a former colony of the European master, who is Belgium. Right, I think you can check the European countries, you know, there is Belgium, right? It's Belgium. That was the colonial master. That was the colonial master of Congo, which means before independence, the Congo was being ruled by Belgium and was being led by King Leopold. Right. Then what happened after independence? After the attainment of independence, because we are looking at post-independence in this instance, we are saying after Congo attained independence, it was Mobutu Sese Seko who was a ruler of Congo. How did he manage to transform the politics and the economics of then the social lives of the people in Congo? Was he successful? Did he manage to positively impact on the lives of people in the DRC? Right. We are saying in this instance, it was under the rule of the Belgian. It was the Belgian colony, and was under the leadership of King Leopold, and it got its independence on the 30th of June in 1960. That was when Congo got its sovereignty from the rule of the Belgians. Then what happened after attainment of independence? Who were the leaders? We know that after independence, it was Kasavumbu who was the president of the independent Congo. The guy was called Kasavumbu. And this was the president. And we also had, the government had a prime minister. The prime minister by then was Patrice Lumumba. This was the prime minister of the independent Congo. Then How then did Mobutu got to power? How did he got to rise to stardom to become the ultimate leader of the independent Congo? Right. We know well that Mobutu did not get power through a democratic election. He got into power through what is called a coup d'etat. Let me indicate how he got into power. Apparently, we are saying Mobutu seized the power. He took power forcibly from the ruling president through using military strength. He used the military strength to take over control of Congo. That is what we call a military coup or a coup d'etat. That happened in the year of 1965. That is when he took power from Akasavumbu and he became the head of state for the Congo people. Right. That is basically the brief background that you need to rely on. You just need to give a brief background of how the Congo politics was like. So now you are seeing the picture. A leader coming into power without a democratic election being held. Could we say, or would we qualify that leader as a legitimate leader for the people? Because he did not get to power out of the people's will. He chose to get into power through a military coup, which is a seizing of power. He used forceful means to get into power. That gives a picture which is blurred. That does give a clear picture of a leader who is democratic and a leader who is after doing people's will or after fulfilling the needs and demands of the people whom he's leading. But after he's only after his self-enrichment, because he forced himself into power. We know presidents should be democratically elected in a sovereign state. But however, he managed to get into power through a coup d'etat. Then let's go to our essay now, given that we have get the introduction and you have heard the background information. Now we want to proceed and look at the implications on the politics of Congo and the economics of Congo and the social life of people in Congo. Did he manage to positively impact? I have said in my line of argument, he did not. I disagreed. I disagreed with the fact that he transformed positively, which means whatever I'm going to say, I'm going to elaborate and say how bad it was to the politics of the country and to the economics of the country and to the social lives of people in the particular country, because I've disagreed with the statement which said he impacted positively. Right. Let me go to the politics of Congo. I'll start with the politics. Right. My first point, which I will describe here, or which I will try to create a paragraph based upon, is him getting into power. Mobutu got into power through a coup d'etat or through a military force or through seizure of power from the president. The fact that he got into power through a coup d'etat is a clear indication that he was not the people's choice. Therefore, whatever he was going to do was not after fulfilling the people's demands, but was after fulfilling his own demands, because he was not democratically elected. This gives an impression that whatever he was doing was not after transformation of the politics of Congo in a positive way and for the betterment of the people of the Congo, but after his own after his own benefit, or after his own fulfillment of his own needs and wants. So that on its own is a point which qualifies to discriminate the fact that Mobutu positively transformed the post-Congo. The fact that he got into power through a military coup, it gives an impression that he was not the people's choice. So how then would we say someone transformed positively the politics of a country when he got into power through his own means, through his unorthodox means, when he was supposed to get into power through the formal electorate, and through the democratic electorate of the will of the people in that particular country. So it's one valid point which qualifies to disqualify the statement which says the policies were positively transformed post-independent Congo. He did not positively transform because he got into power through a military coup, which is against the people's will. It was not a people's choice. People were supposed to democratically elect the leader whom they want. Then we got the next point. Right. Mobutu managed to create a one-party state within 5 years of him getting into power. What are we calling them one-party state? We are calling a state in which there are no opposition political parties. Mobutu Seko made his party the Popular Movement of the Revolution. He had his political party, which was called the Popular. The party was called the Popular. We are writing it, we're putting it in English, though they were using French. It's presented differently in French. Popular, in English, it's Popular Movement. popular movement of the revolution. Right. That's the name of the party in English. But if we are to put it in French, it was MPR in French. Because remember, the official language which was used, or which is still being used in the Democratic Republic of Congo, is the French language. So this was the political party which was legally recognized in Congo as the one and only political party for the whole politics of the whole country. People were supposed to obey and oblige themselves to the movement, popular movement of the revolution. That was the only legal political party which was allowed to exist during the time of Mobutu. Right. And what happened? We can further elaborate on this. He made it compulsory for all Congolese to join that political party. And he did not hesitate to punish any opposition. He would use different modes of punishment amongst the people who try to oppose the popular movement for the revolution. He would use means like torture. Mobutu was well known for torturing, was well known for executions. This clearly shows that Mobutu did not transform positively the politics of Congo. The fact that he banned other political parties. In a political spectrum, we should allow for democracy. We should allow people to affiliate themselves with the parties of their choice. But given that he has now banned all political parties, then whom are we going to affiliate to, or which leader are we going to choose in case we want to choose a different leader? Now that all the leaders have been made illegal, he has only made one political party to be legal in the whole country. That shows that Mobutu was not it did not positively impact on the post-independent Congo. Rather, he negatively impacted by disallowing or disrespecting the people's right to democracy, the people's right to participation in politics. No one would participate in politics because they were banned. And the only political party which was allowed to survive was his one and his only political party. Then we can also go on to highlight on his creation of an autocratic state. Autocratic state. We are saying here, Mobutu managed to create an autocratic state. Autocratic state. Right, when we're talking of autocracy, we are looking at centralization of power. Centralization of power. We are saying Mobutu had total control. He made his he gave himself the total authority over everything happening in the Republic of Congo, which meant that all decisions were centralized upon him. He was the one who had sole right to decide on everything happening, whether economical, political, social, whatever. He had the spectrum to control all the dimensions of people's lives, which is not good for the for the benefit of ordinary citizens. What if you become stupid and make wrong decisions? How are they going to impact on the ordinary citizen? In case you make wrong decisions, you are centralizing decision making. You don't allow for the contributory decision making. You don't allow for people contributing towards your decision making. You don't have people whom you consult in decision making. That creation of an autocratic state, we can actually criticize it as bad politics. We need democracy. We need contribution of ideas from different perspectives. We need different political parties to contribute towards the attainment of positive political goals in the economy and in the country at large. But he chose not to do that. He chose to be a central power. He chose to centralize all the authority upon himself, which indicates that whatever he was doing was not for the good of the people. What if he made wrong decisions? Were they going to be criticized? Who was going to criticize that? So we can argue that Mobutu failed by creating an autocratic state. It did not work in favor of the people of Congo. It did not work in the favor of the politics of Congo, but rather it did more evil than good for the people of Congo. Right. We can go to the next point, whereby we can say Mobutu created a cult, which was termed Mobutuism. Right. Let me indicate here. We are talking of a personal cult. He created a personal cult, which was termed Mobutuism. Right. Let me indicate here. Right. We are talking of the formation of, he created a cult, which was called Mobutuism. Right. What we call a cult here, we are looking at a situation whereby a leader tries to have an overall impression over the control of everything that happens in the country by giving people's impression that he has ultimate power or is the one who has been appointed or who has the total authority to decide over the lives of people in the country, and would make people believe in him in whichever dimension, and would want to make people think that he's the rightful person to have authority over them. That was the creation of a cult. He was created a cult of Mobutuism amongst the people of Congo. He wanted the people of Congo to praise him. People would praise him in song. People would praise him in poetry. People would praise him in all dimensions of their life. They would praise him in dance. They would praise him. So he made people believe in him in such a way that he was treated as a mini god of the people of Congo. He was treated as the earthly god of the people of Congo. Would we say that is good? If we are to check on that, people need to have liberty. People need to affiliate themselves with whoever they want, not to follow a cult, which was instilled upon them, which was tried to enforce upon them. So it did not work well for the politics of people, the politics of the people of Congo, because it denied them the right to diversity. They were rather supposed to oblige the cult which was upon them. They were supposed to worship Mobutu in whatever dimension, in whatever piece, or in whatever their dimension of life, whether social, whether economic, whether political, whether whichever, or even in their love life. They have to remember that there was Mobutu for them. There was Mobutu who was the main god who was placed on earth for them. So that being it on its own, you can clearly see the picture that it's not a good picture in the politics of an economy, in the politics of a country, to have someone being praised by all the people in the country, not out of their own will, but sometimes out of the fear of the power that is vested in him. Remember, he was a dictator for that matter. Right. Then we can talk of Mobutu being a dictator as another point. It's also a point which we can try to play around with. Mobutu became a dictator due to the fact that he banned other political parties and he did not allow for any opposition. He would not hesitate to punish any opposition. He became a totalitarian leader over the peoples of Congo, the people of Congo. He became a dictator. And you know, a dictator just makes decisions without consultation. And that is to the detriment of the good of the people in a particular country. Right? Basically, that's the picture of the politics of Congo and how you can criticize them. We are looking at the negative implication on the politics of Congo, which were put in place by the reign of Mobutu into the throne of the Congo country. Right. Then we can go to economic. Right. The economics of Congo, remember, the economy was controlled by the Belgians. But when they got independence, initially he left the economy in the hands of the whites and the foreigners. But later on, he chose to nationalize those businesses and those mines. Remember, Congo is very rich in minerals. The Katanga area is an area which is very rich in mineral resources. So initially, when he got independence, he left those resources in the hands of the whites and in the hands of foreign investors. But however, later, he chose to nationalize those resources. Right. Let's look at the policies that he implemented on the economic side of Congo. There was a policy which we are going to start with here. Though we might not exhaust all the points, I'll just try to highlight on the key points that I think maybe matter much. But it does not mean that we have exhausted everything. Right. There was what was called Zaireization. Right. Zaireization. Right. What kind of policy was this? The policy which was termed Zaireization. Right. What he did here with this policy, he tried to replace skilled people with locals. Skilled foreign people were replaced. And those skilled foreign people in strategic positions, like, for example, those who were leading companies, the directorship of companies were replaced. And he replaced them with the local people. He wanted to please his local people. Zaireization, the term Zaire is from the name which he gave to the republic after independence. So Zaireization, he wanted everything to be Zaired or whichever way. He wanted everything to be in the Zaire form, in the form of the indigenous people. So he wanted to try to please the local people by giving them positions. So what he did, he replaced the skilled people in industry, in commerce, in whichever field, in politics. He replaced them with the people who were local. And those people, mind you, they were not experienced to hold those positions. And as a result, There was a turmoil in running those institutions. You put someone to the directorship of a big organization and they don't even have a matric certificate. Would you think the organization will still be viable? Instead, they will employ tactics to embezzle funds. They will employ tactics to do corrupt acts, to feed their own pockets at the expense of the organization. So as a result of this organization, the economy of Congo went down. Production levels went down. Unemployment started to rise. Prices started to rise, which is to the detriment of the good of the economy. If prices are rising, it's an indicator that it's bad economics. If there is rise of unemployment, it's an indicator of bad economics. If GDP levels are falling, productivity is falling day by day, it's an indicator that the economy is failing. So Zaireization is a clear failure on the economy of Congo. It produced negative results on the people of Congo because prices started to rise, the GDP of the country that started to get lower, unemployment levels are started to increase, which is a clear indication that the economic policy which he instituted failed, did not realize any positive result. Then we can go on to some of his policies that he was implementing. We want to highlight on the policy of kleptocracy, right? Is one of the major policies that we need to discuss here, right? The policy was called kleptocracy, right? Let me indicate it here. Okay, kleptocracy. Right, what was this? This policy was a self-enriching strategy that he thought of. It was a policy of self-enrichment for himself and his immediate friends and immediate family members. What did he do? He put those immediate members, he gave them the most preferences, like in running organization, in controlling mines, in running prominent businesses, in taking state contracts. They were the ones who were given those privileges. Himself and his close members of the family and close friends were the ones who were getting those privileges through his kleptocracy measure. And as a result, kleptocracy created a very wide discrepancy in income distribution and wealth amongst the Congolese. There was a group of elite people who were himself and his immediate friends and immediate family members. They got so rich, but the general populace of the Congo people suffered. They did not benefit anything from the state resources because the resources were being channeled towards an elite group of his close friends and his close immediate family members. So that created a disparity in income distribution, which is not good for the economy. Remember, every economy seeks to achieve equitable income distribution. We tend to distribute income fairly amongst all citizens in the country. That is why the government is trying to tax the rich and try to give a part of the tax monies to the poor through the grants and the transfer payments and all those forms of payments which are given to the poor. We are trying to redistribute income by taking from the rich and giving to the poor. But Mobutu apparently did the opposite. He was taking from the poor and giving to the rich, such that he created a group of an elite there was a group of elite people who were very rich, which he created. And himself was also one of the people. He was worth billions of United States dollars because of the kleptocracy policy that he instituted. So we can say it was a self-enriching economic policy that he put in place. Then we can also talk of other negative implications like corruption and mismanagement. There was rampant corruption in Congo because of him centralizing authority. The people whom he gave authority to control businesses, to control mines, to take care of state resources, they were doing corruption. They were so corrupt. And there was also rampant mismanagement and theft. People were stealing state resources for their own benefit. They were externalizing state funds for the sake of their own benefit, such that at the end, there was wide disparity in income distribution and there was high levels of poverty amongst the Congolese people. The ordinary citizen suffered to the last extent because of corruption, nepotism, and the mismanagement. We can also talk of nepotism and elitism. Yes, they relate to that. Nepotism, we are saying he was giving preference to his close family members. Whatever was available, if it is a control of mine, he would give it to his immediate brother. What if it's there? If it's the control of a major business or taking of a state, or be it maybe a state offer, which a state tender, he would give it to his immediate family member. That is nepotism. So at the end, it was Mobutu here, Mobutu there, Mobutu there. This business is Mobutu, this one is Mobutu, this one is Mobutu. So that at the end of the day, you tend to find that it was only his family and his immediate family members who were so rich at the expense of the rest of the economy. So economically, if you are to look at it, you can see in the picture that Mobutu did more harm than good to the economy of Congo by him coming into power after attaining independence. Then we can conclude the economic part by looking at him. He was forced to reintroduce what we call retrocession. He was forced because of the economic situation. The inflation levels went as high as over 100%. Unemployment doubled. The situation was not good. So what he thought was like, these people, he now got a clear picture of what was wrong with the economy. He saw that the people whom he was giving preference were betraying him and were not working for the good of the economy, but for their own good. So he decided to call back the people who were previous owners of those businesses, the previous owners of the mines, the whites whom he chased away. Remember, he chased them without compensation. When he took over, when he nationalized the businesses, he chased them without compensation. So those guys were frustrated. They had worked for years for their businesses. They had worked for years establishing their mines, but they were chased without any compensation. So calling them back, it was a very difficult task. If someone is chased out of their original position without any compensation, they won't trust you in future. So the result was those guys, they refused the offers. They did not take those offers to come back, given that he wanted them to come back and reclaim their businesses and make them viable again. So most of them, they did not come. It was only a few who came, which meant that the economic situation persisted as bad as it was. It did not improve by him trying to call back, to reclaim, to apparently retrocise the investors who were previously the owners of the businesses and the mines. It failed, which meant the economy continued working as bad as it was. And as a result, the economy collapsed. And in the end, he was only dependent on foreign aid. He was depending on support from countries outside, was depending on support from multilateral international organizations like the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, those are multilateral, the United Nations, those multilateral international organizations. But if you can check the resources of Congo, Congo is blessed with resources, which meant that it was not supposed even at an extent to rely on foreign aid, given the resources that it has. So it's a clear indication that economically, whatever policy Mobutu tried to put was a failure. The economy went down, unemployment soared, levels of inflation went as high as above 100%. There was very extreme high levels of poverty. There was extreme income inequality. The GDP of the economy went to as low as the lowest possible expected. The exchange rate, they were not in favor of the Congo economy. Everything, resources were embezzled. Which gave the Congo economy have a persistent balance of payment problems. So we can highlight all those economic problems as an indicator that whatever policy Mobutu put in place did not work in favor of the economy of the Congo, but apparently against the economy of Congo. Right. Let's go to the cultural. On cultural here, I want to focus on just a few aspects. On cultural, we're looking at how the culture of people was transformed with him coming into power. The major component that we want to talk about here, I'm going to talk about the police that he instituted, which he called the authenticite. Right, authenticite, we are looking at a term which is derived from the word authentic. And authentic, we are looking at something which is genuine. Right, what is it which is genuine, which he wanted to put in place in the social lives of people? What is it, the authenticite that he was talking about? What is it which was not genuine, which he wanted to change to make it genuine for the social lives of people of Congo? Right, what Mobutu did when he got into power, he introduced what was called the authenticite. What kind of a policy was that? He felt like the Congo was affiliated more to the Western world, was affiliating more to the Western ideas. So he wanted to change the ideology of Congo and make them more African. He wanted to Africanize the ideology of Congo and the way of doing things in the Republic of Congo. So what he did, he tried to institute several moves to implement changes amongst the Congolese people, to try and change their way of thinking, to try and change their way of doing things so that they become more African. They become more African and they do not affiliate more to the West. So what he did now was he forced people to change their their religious names into authentic African names. The Congolese people, much of them were Christians. They had Christian names, the likes of Mary, the likes of Joseph, the likes of whoever. They had Christian names, which they had adopted because of their religion. So he made people change those names and adopt more authentic African names. That was one of the moves which falls under authenticide. And he himself acted as an example in that move. Remember, he was called Joseph Desire Mobutu. And he even renamed himself to give a testimony of him wanting to authenticize or to give a genuine feel of Congo being an African nation. He changed his name from Joseph Desire to Mobutu Sese Seko Kungu Ntegu Nazabangu. It's a very long name, which is even difficult to pronounce, but it's in the native language of the Congolese people. Mobutu Sese Seko Kungu Begu Nazabangu. That was his authentic name that he even gave to himself to show that he wanted people to be more African and not affiliate to the West. Then in the other move, he also changed names of cities and towns in the Republic of Congo. He wanted those names to be changed because remember, those names had acquired colonial names from the Belgians. Much of them, they had names of Belgian prominent figures. So he opted to change those names of the cities and towns. You can mention one example of the major cities, which was transformed from a colonial name to a more authentic African name. He changed the name of Leopoldville. Leopoldville, a city in the Republic of Congo, which was named Leopoldville in honor of King Leopold, who was the Belgian king, right? It was named Leopoldville, like Leopoldville, like that. It was authenticized to Kinshasa. That was the move that he made to change the name of the major city, the capital city of the country, from Leopoldville. We are worshiping the whites here. We are worshiping King Leopold, who's Belgian. We should make this authentic because it's not genuine. Let's make it Kinshasa, which is more authentic, which is more African. And also the name of the country itself. Remember, it was called Congo. He renamed it to Zaire, which is more authentic. That was his ideology. He wanted to identify himself as African, as more authentic, as more genuine, not as a fake one who is affiliating to the West. So he wanted to be more authentic. He changed the names of people. He forced people to change their Christian names to adopt more authentic names. He himself, he led by example by changing his name from Desire Mobutu Sese Seko to the longest name ever possible, which is more authentic according to his way of thinking. Then he also changed names of cities. Leopoldville was changed to Kinshasa. The Congo itself as a country was changed to Zaire. That was his authenticide policy. Would we say this is good? The criticism is this is against humanity. How would you force a person to change their identity? How would you force a person to change their name, which they had adopted because of their affiliation to their religion? You force them to adopt an authentic name. How authentic is authentic? That's the question. So these people were affiliating to their religion. They were identifying themselves with the Christianity religion, and they had given themselves their names, their religious names out of their own will. But someone comes and says, your names are not authentic. They're not genuine. We should change them. It's a clear indication that he was against humanity. That is against humanity. It's against the will of the people to forcibly change someone's names, and also to change names of cities. People were affiliating themselves with those cities using the old names, and apparently he made them changed. That was not good, again, for the sake of the people and their interaction with places and whatever. So we can criticize him for that authenticide using that argument. It's not a good move that he made for social lives of people in Congo, right? And also, we can talk of Mobutu maintaining French as the official language of instruction. Right, Mobutu maintained French language as the language of instruction. We are seeing him adopting authenticide. He was saying the local names are not authentic. They're not genuine. But why didn't he change the official language into the authentic language? He failed to do so, which is a criticism. He failed to change the official language, the official learning language of the country into a local language which is understandable and which can be effectively used by ordinary citizens. But rather, he kept on adopting the French language as the language of instruction. We are saying the language used in teaching and learning in schools. They still continued using French as the language of teaching in schools and institutions of learning. So which is a clear indication that he failed to transform the social lives of people. People need to use their own local languages so that they affiliate themselves with their and they also be familiar, or they also be able to communicate effectively. You know, mother language is more efficient when it comes to communication, but he failed to do so. He still maintained the colonial language of instruction, which is French. And also, let's check on education. What did he do to education? Right. Mobutu did not do much transformation to the education of Congo. He failed to transform the education of Congo. Right. What happened usually was the education favored the elite. The education was not for everyone. The education favored the elite. It was the rich people who had access to quality and good education. Education was for the elite. We are looking at the group of rich people, prominent rich people here, were the ones who were able to access education, and predominantly those who were in urban areas. It was mainly for those in urban areas who could afford, because also remember, the government failed to continue funding education. They failed to continue subsidizing education, and they made parents pay for their kids' education. And given the economic situation, people were in very extreme levels of poverty. They could not fund for their own kids' education. As a result, most of the kids, they withdrew from school. They could not keep on going to school because of the effect of them having to pay school fees. So it's an indication that he failed to transform the social lives of people because he failed to fund completely for the education of his own very people. And lastly, we are going to look at his thoughts of democracy. His ideology of democracy. Mobutu thought that democracy was something from the West. He did not think that democracy was to be upheld by Africans. He thought that democracy was a thing of the West. That is why we saw him, if you see the impression of him, he was wearing the traditional attire whenever he was doing his official political business. He wanted to affiliate himself with the African tradition, and he was believing that democracy was not part of the African beliefs. So it's a clear indication that if a leader is not after democracy, then is against the people. So to sum up, we can say Mobutu's social, economic, and political policies completely failed to give any positive transformation on the economy of Congo after attaining independence in 1960. Rather, he worsened the political situation. The political terrain was worsened by him being a dictator and disallowing opposition and torturing and using forms of physical violence amongst people who wanted to show opposition to his rulership. So that's the picture of the essay. If you were to argue in favor of the statement, I don't know how you're going to support, because when you are talking of Congo, the results were visibly negative. If you check the history of Congo, everything went into turmoil, everything went to its knees. The economy went to its knees because of Mobutu's economic policies. The political terrain was not in favor of opposition, which is also not good. The social lives of people were not transformed because of him getting into power. So overall, that's the impression of that particular essay. Right, I think for now I can conclude till we meet in other discussion. That's our Conrad Mupinguri. Thank you. Right. Good afternoon, students. This is Conrad Mupinguri. We are having a memo discussion on history paper 1. We will be based on the essay questions. I'm going to take you through the discussion for question number 4, the extension of Cold War, which is a case study of Vietnam. Right. The question, we have to analyze the question first before we go into the possible solutions to the question. Right. The question says, the tactics used by the Viet Cong were successful in making USA strategies ineffective during the Vietnam War between 1963 and 1975. Critically discuss this statement and use relevant historical evidence to support your line of argument. Right. What happens with this is a question. It's a question that requires you to critically discuss. Right. And before we go into that particular question, remember we have 3 types of questioning which are used for history essay questions. Right. One type of questioning which is used is that of, do you agree? You are given a historical statement. Then the question says, do you agree with the statement? Use relevant evidence to support your line of argument. What you need to do with that essay is you need to adopt a line of argument which is either you are agreeing to the given historical statement or you are in disagreement to the given historical statement. Then, as you go through your essay, you have to now support your line of argument. Support as to why you are agreeing to the statement, or indicate as to why you disagreed with the given historical statement. That is one type of question that is used. Then the other question that is used in assessing history questions, essay questions, is that of to what extent. What you need to do with that particular question, which is asking about the extent. You are given a historical expression, and to what extent did this contribute to this? You have to adopt a line of argument by indicating a greater extent to where it's inclined towards, where there are more facts, that's a greater extent, and to a lesser extent on the side which has got less historical facts. Then let's come to our question number 4. The question says, critically discuss this statement and use relevant historical evidence to support your line of argument. Right, what we need to do here, we need to critically discuss the fact that the tactics that were used by Viet Cong were successful in making USA strategies ineffective. So we know well from the results of the Vietnam War that America ultimately was forced to withdraw from that war. So it's clear that whatever strategy was used by Viet Cong was successful, because at the end of the war, it was Viet Cong that won that particular war. And on the side of America, it shows that whatever was used by America as a fighting strategy in the war was ineffective. And who made it ineffective were the Viet Cong tactics that they used. So in this instance, we have to agree, we have to approve, because with a critical discussion question, either you need to approve the historical statement given, or we need to disapprove the historical statement. So in this instance, when we are approving a historical statement, we are saying the statement given in the question, the leading statement given in the question, we are approving it, we are saying it's historically correct. If you are disapproving, we are saying that statement is historically wrong. It cannot be supported by historical facts. So in this instance, we are adopting a line of argument which is approving that particular statement. So we are in line with the fact that the tactics that were used by Viet Cong were successful in making USA strategies ineffective during the Vietnam War of 1963 to 1975. Right. Then remember, when you are introducing your essay has to have the components that are required in a history essay. You need to have a line of argument. You need to adopt a stance. Adopt a stance, show your side of the argument. So in this instance, our side of the argument, we have chosen to approve the statement. We are saying that statement is historically correct. And also, we need to give some reasons, or we need to highlight some historical evidence as to why we are saying that statement, we are approving it. Why did we choose to approve that? We need to give a highlight of evidence, of historical evidence. We need to highlight some sort of pieces of agreement to the fact that we are approving that historical statement. Then we need to orient the reader of the essay. Remember, an essay is a presentation. We are presenting some written historical facts to the reader. We need to orient them. They need to know the direction which the essay is going. What should they expect in the presentation? What is to be presented in the essay? So in this instance, a possible introduction, which can be used for this particular essay. I'm not limiting it to what I'm presenting here, but a possible presentation of an introduction of this essay could be something like: the tactics used by the Viet Cong were indeed successful in making USA strategies ineffective during the Vietnam War between 1963 and 1975. The Viet Cong made use of tactics such as the guerrilla warfare, the underground tunnels, the use of neighboring countries, the Tet Offensive, amongst other non-conventional strategies. This presentation will examine how Vietnam tactics weakened USA strategies during the war. I think we have addressed the basic components which are required in an introduction. We have adopted a line of argument. We have shown our side of the argument. We are approving the statement that the tactics that were used by Viet Cong were successful and they made USA strategies ineffective. And we have given a reason as to why we are saying that. We have given some pieces of historical evidence. We have highlighted some pieces of historical evidence on the tactics that were used by the Viet Cong. The tactics which we have mentioned here, we have mentioned the use of guerrilla warfare tactics, and we have also mentioned the use of underground tunnels. We've also mentioned the use of neighboring countries, and we have also mentioned the Viet Cong using the Tet Offensive as some of the tactics that were used or were employed in the Vietnam War. And we have actually given an orientation to the reader what they should expect in the essay, what the essay is solely based upon, what the essay is going to elaborate on. We have shown them that the essay will examine how Vietnam tactics weakened USA strategies during that particular war. Then that will be with the introduction. And remember, after the introduction, you are advised, or rather, you are mandated to give a brief background. Remember, in history, for one to understand the series of events, they need to have a brief background of what was happening before the event which we are to elaborate on. How was the situation like? What was the situation? What was the prevailing situation? And what were the prevailing conditions which led to the events which we want to elaborate on through history of time? So in this instance, our history is traced back to the Cold War, because this essay is solely based upon the extension of Cold War. So our background information is based upon the ideology of the Cold War. Right. I'm taking you back briefly to the ideas of Cold War. We all know that the world was divided via economic ideologies. And the economic ideologies were, one, the ideology of communism and the ideology of capitalism. Countries were grouped according to those two ideologies. So we tended to find that it created tension amongst countries. There was tension which was widespread, which was globally spread, based on the two economic ideologies of communism and capitalism. And that was also the situation in Vietnam. Our Vietnam as a nation, it was divided into two. The division being based on the economic ideologies of communism and the economic ideology of capitalism. That was the basis of the split of Vietnam into two, the North Vietnam and the South Vietnam. And also the history of Vietnam, we know that Vietnam was previously colonized by France. It was under the colonial rule of France, under the French colonial rule. And this war between, this war that we're talking about, it was fought between the communists and North. The Northern Vietnam division was following communist ideas. And the Southern Vietnam was following the capitalistic ideas. And we know well that basing on the ideology of Cold War, there were countries who were inclined to the communism ideology. And the notable leaders who were perpetrating the communist ideology were the Soviet Union, which is the USSR, the current Russia, and China. Those countries, they were backing the North Vietnam because it was a communist country. And the South was supported by the United States of America. The United States was following the ideology of capitalism. Right. So the North Vietnam had a communist government. And that communist government, what was its aim? It sought to unify the country under a single communist regime. They wanted communism to spread to the South. They did not want this division of North Vietnam and South Vietnam. They wanted their ideology to be spread and to go to the South. so that the South also gets incorporated into the ideology of communism. That was their ideology of the government in the North. And what was the ideology on the South? Right. The other side, which was the Southern side, was anti-communist. They were against communism ideas. They were rather inclined to the capitalistic ideology. They were inclined to the West, which was based on capitalistic ideas. So this government in the South Vietnam, they fought to keep this Southern Vietnam, more closely aligned to the West. They wanted to incline whatever they were doing to the West because they had the ideology of capitalism. So they were inclining themselves towards the West, and they inclined themselves with America. So given this situation that there was tension between the North and the South because of economic ideology of capitalism and communism, America got involved in this particular dispute between the North and the South. And what was the reason behind America getting involved in a foreign country's politics, in the affairs of a foreign nation? What was the rationale? What was the benefit of America getting involved in Vietnam, which is a foreign country? Why was it so interested in the politics of Vietnam? Right. The Americans, they were following an idea which is known as the domino theory. The domino theory. Right. What were the US leaders believing? Basing on the domino theory, their ideology that they were following, that they were believing in. They believed that if Vietnam becomes a communist country, it would lead to the fall of neighboring countries to the communists. That was the domino theory. They believed that if the whole of Vietnam becomes a communist country, then other neighboring countries will follow suit. They will also attract themselves to Vietnam ideology, and they will also be anti-capitalist. They will become communist countries. That was the domino theory. So America got interested for the sake of the ideology that if this North manages to influence the South, then the whole of Vietnam becomes a communist state. Then the result will be neighboring countries would also follow suit and become communist. And then remember, these were hostile camps. The camp of capitalism versus the camp of communism. So it was a matter of attracting countries towards your camp so that you gain more strength. You get more strength by attracting more participants into your camp. So America was so interested in attracting participants into its camp. So it wanted to avoid this influence of North Vietnam spreading communist ideas to South and apparently incorporating the South into its ideology of communism. So their proclamation, what they claimed, the Americans, they deemed that they wanted to save Vietnam from the evils of communism. They were regarding communism as an evil. So they apparently wanted to save the South from the evils of communism. They did not want communism to spread so that it keeps on adopting a capitalistic or an anti-communist ideology. That was the ideology behind. So basically, you can highlight or play around with that as the background information. We now have the rationale. We now know what was there in Vietnam, how the Vietnam's political situation was like, how the Vietnam economic ideologies which were adopted were looking like, and apparently the rationale of America getting involved in the war in Vietnam. In as much as we cannot exhaust everything, but I think that will qualify to be your background information. Remember, after the introduction, you are mandated to give a brief background. You just highlight some brief historical facts which happened and which will help the reader have a clear understanding of what you're going to elaborate in the essay as it goes. So in this instance, we are saying that is the brief background that we can highlight on this essay, question number 4, on the extension of Cold War in Vietnam. Right. Then when we are now doing our essays, remember our essay structure. When we are attacking the question, we're now answering the question, we should stick to the PEEL strategy of answering history questions. What is the PEEL? I think you are aware of it. The PEEL is an abbreviation with a P, E, E, and L. Right. The P, it means a point. What is a point? a point we are looking at a historical fact which is answering the given question. So when you are constructing your paragraphs in the essay, ensure that the opening statement of your paragraph has got a valid point which is answering the question. Ensure that in the very first opening statement of your paragraph, there is a point. There is an answer to the question. Then the E, which comes after the P in PIL, the E represents an explanation. What is an explanation? You are elaborating on the given point. You are giving further details on the given point. You are expanding the points and giving a clear understanding to the reader of what the point is all about. That is an explanation which comes after identifying the point. Then we have P.E. The second E in PIL, meaning that you should give evidence. Give historical evidence to substantiate your explanation. To make your explanation tangible, we need some pieces of historical evidence. What are you supposed to use as piece of historical evidence when you're elaborating in your essay? The piece of historical evidence come in different dimensions. Maybe, for example, you are talking about these strategies by these are tactics by Viet Cong. Maybe you're talking about a particular tactic that was used by the Viet Cong. You know the particular year when it was instituted, when they implemented that tactic. That qualifies to be a historical evidence. This tactic was implemented on the 1st of June, 1964. It's a historical evidence. Or if you have statistics of casualties in the war, or you have statistics of people who died in a particular event in the war, so many civilians were massacred by the bombing by America using the Rolling Thunder operation. That is historical evidence. You are substantiating your explanation by giving tangible evidence, which is historical, to support your explanation. That is the second P in PIL. Then the L, which is the last L letter of the PIL, at the end of your paragraph, in the description, in the ongoing of your presentation in your essay, ensure that there is a linking statement. A linking statement, we are referring back to our line of argument. You are trying to link whatever you have explained in that paragraph, and you are relating it back to the line of argument that you have adopted in the introduction. Like, for example, in this instance, we have said that the tactics that were used by Viet Cong were indeed successful. So after explaining a given tactic and after giving evidence, show us how that tactic was effective and how it made American strategies fail, how it made American strategies ineffective in the war. You are going back, or you are referring back to your line of argument, which means it's a supporting statement at the end of the paragraph. And you should ensure that you keep supporting your line of argument so that your argument doesn't waver around. You need to have a side when you are arguing. You need to have a stance. You need to have a standpoint from which you are arguing from. So for you to maintain the standpoint, ensure that at the end of every description, at the end of every explanation to a point, go back to your line of argument. Try to link back to the fact that we have approved the statement. In this instance, we have approved that the strategies by Viet Cong were very successful in limiting the strategies by USA. So we should go back to the statement and refer it back, link it back to your line of argument. Right. Let's do it by elaboration rather than just talking. Right. In this instance here, this essay is not limited only to the tactics used by Viet Cong, because this is a war. Remember, in a war, we have two sides. The winning of one side is the usefulness of its strategies or its tactics. And the losing of the other side is the weakness of its strategies. So in as much as we are praising the winner, we cannot also ignore the fallbacks of the loser, because it acted in favor of the winner. It's like in a match. If you win a match, it means you implemented successful strategies. But in as much as you have won, you were also utilizing the weakness of your opponent. So in this instance, we are saying in as much as Viet Cong tactics were successful, we should also look on the other side of America. How ineffective were American strategies? What they used in the war, it made them lose the war, which meant that it was ineffective. But we should also try to highlight how ineffective were the strategies of America. How were they made ineffective by the tactics that were used by the Viet Cong? So in this instance, what I advise you to do when you are attacking your essay question, I advise you to start with the historical evidence that you have highlighted in your introduction. Since you have highlighted some facts in the introduction, you can refer back to those highlighted facts or historical evidences that you have used as reasons to why you have adopted a line of argument in that direction. You can start by using those ones in constructing your paragraphs. Right. Let me give you a sample paragraph which talks about the Viet Cong using guerrilla warfare tactics. Right. The Viet Cong used guerrilla warfare tactics. This is an opening statement. It's a point for my paragraph. I have indicated that the Viet Cong used the guerrilla warfare tactics. Then I go on to explain what is it that we call guerrilla warfare? What is involved in this form of fighting? Guerrilla warfare is a form of fighting which is non-conventional. It involves hit and run tactics. Viet Cong guerrillas would attack from unknown angles and would disappear. This is, we are developing the guerrilla warfare tactic. We are trying to highlight what guerrilla warfare tactics are. We are trying to give more details or to shed more light as to what guerrilla warfare tactics are. We are explaining them as non-conventional warfare strategies. Remember, we have conventional and we have non-conventional tactics. What we call conventional is something which is common, something which is commonly used, something which is well known, something which is from the book. That is conventional. Which means when we're talking of conventional warfare, we are talking of using strategies which are known. You are fighting your opponent using strategies which are common, which are known. We are using fighting strategies and tactics which are known. Like, for example, we are using bombing. Bombing is a well-known fighting strategy. It's known in almost all warfares. We have prescribed bombs which are used in wars. We know that bombing is a tactic which is used. And also having a defined size of the troops. We know that each country has got a size of non-soldiers who fight using formal tactics which are conventional. That is conventional warfare. So in this war, America was using conventional warfare, was using tactics which are known and had a prescribed size of the army. He had known size of troops, he had a known number of troops, which is conventional. But for the side of the Viet Cong, they were using non-conventional strategy. They were tactics. They were using non-conventional tactics, which meant that whatever they were doing, it was not according to the book. They were using tactics which were unfamiliar to the Americans. They were employing new tactics and bushy tactics that were unknown. Like this guerrilla warfare involved ambushing. Ambushing, you attack your enemy from an unknown angle. You hide, then you attack them unprepared for a fight, or you hide and you attack them with an unknown methods of attacking and from an unknown angle. Then after that, you disappear. You don't have to face the enemy. You don't have to steer face-to-face confrontation with your enemy, but rather you attack them from unknown angles and you disappear. So this strategy here, as we are analyzing it, we are seeing that America was not familiar with the unconventional strategies of fighting. This non-conventional, which was employed by the Viet Cong, which is the guerrilla warfare. So the ultimate result is certain. Because of this guerrilla warfare, and because these Americans were unfamiliar with this form of fighting, They got so scared in the war because they didn't know when the enemy was going to attack them, when the enemy was coming from. And which meant whatever tactic, whatever strategy that they were going to use became ineffective because the soldier had lost confidence in the war. They didn't know when the enemy was going to attack them and where the enemy was coming from because they were ambushing and attacking them from unknown angles, which will also mean that it assisted in the fall of strategies by the US. And we have given an explanation to the guerrilla warfare. And when we are now linking our paragraph to the line of argument, we want to relate the guerrilla warfare to the fact that it was successful and it also contributed towards the ineffectiveness of American strategies. We can link it by a statement like, fear was instilled amongst the American troops since they didn't know when the enemy was to attack them and how the enemy was going to attack them. And as a result, they lost confidence in the war, resulting in the ineffectiveness of their strategies in the Vietnam War. You see how we are going back to our line of argument. We are giving a concluding statement in a paragraph which is linking back to the fact that the Viet Congo strategies were successful and they led to the ineffectiveness of strategies by the USA. So we need to maintain that presentation for every paragraph. Ensure that every paragraph abides by the PIL format. It has a point, you explain that particular point by shedding more light, you try to identify historical evidence, and you give a statement which refers back to your stance, to your line of argument, to your side of the argument of the story. Right, let's go to another strategy. We can talk of the Viet Cong using underground tunnels. Right, in this instance, in this paragraph, let me present my opening a statement for the paragraph. Underground tunnels were dug by the Viet Cong during the Vietnam War as an aid towards their fighting tactics. The tunnels that were dug, they had kitchens in within, they also had clinics, and they had built-in stores for arms and armaments. The tunnels ensured that the Viet Cong had adequate food supplies and medication, and also had adequate supply of weapons during the ongoing of the war. The tunnels that they dug, they were also narrow to fit the board sizes of the Viet Cong and not to accommodate the American soldier bodies. Tunnels as long as 250 kilometers were dug during the Vietnam War. The tunnels provided a safe hiding place, hence the USA could not easily attack them, and therefore their fighting strategies were ineffective. I think that is a typical complete paragraph which is explaining the usage of underground tunnels by the Viet Cong. We have seen that there is a point which is explaining the digging of tunnels. They were using a tactic of digging underground tunnels. And what were those tunnels for? The tunnels were used to hide. They would hide in those tunnels during the war. And what else was incorporated in the tunnels? The tunnels had got kitchens within them, which meant that they had constant supply of food during the war. They would go into the tunnels to feed and go out to fight. And also within the same tunnels, they were acting as clinics, which meant that those soldiers who were injured during the war, those wounded soldiers, would be taken to the tunnels for treatment and would recover and go back to war. And also, in addition to the clinics, the tunnels also were acting as armament stores. They would store their arms and armaments, their weapons in the tunnels, which will also mean that it was an advantage to the side of Viet Cong. That digging of tunnels was to their advantage because they would get adequate food supplies, which would energize them and make them keep stronger for the fight. And also they would get medicated in case of the soldiers, the guerrillas getting sick or the guerrillas getting wounded in the war or getting injured by any incidents in the war, they would go to the tunnels for medication and they would recover and still go back to the battlefield. And in addition, they would also use those tunnels to store their arms and armaments. They would store their fighting equipment in the tunnels, which meant that they would have constant supply of the arms and armaments to make them fit and keep fighting the American troops during the ongoing of the war. And we have further elaborated that the tunnels were not only for hiding, but they were made in a specific way. Remember, if you are hiding in a place which the enemy has seen, they can follow you there and still attack you. So how did they design the tunnels? They designed them strategically in such a way that the tunnels were narrow enough to allow only the Vietcong bodies of their soldiers to fit in. Remember, these two extreme countries, the Vietnam was a poor country. It was basically a poor country of peasant farmers. So the average bodies of the Vietcong guerrillas was below average. They were just small bodied. But the American soldiers were big. They were huge and they were heavily bodied. So which meant that they tried to restrict the size of the tunnel such that it would only allow the fitting of the Vietcong guerrillas and disallow the fitting of the American troops. So they were clever enough to design such such tunnels in such a way that it could only accommodate themselves and not the enemy. Then we are also giving historical evidence of the length of the typical tunnels that were dug. That is substantiating our explanation. And we are linking back to our line of argument. We are supporting that the tunnels, they were effective. They were so effective and they made the US strategies ineffective. Imagine if the US would opt to use bombing as a fighting strategy. You won't bomb someone who is underground, which means that the bombing would become ineffective because you're trying to bomb someone who is hidden from underground. So it meant that it weakened the side of American strategies. It made American strategies ineffective. Right. We go on to the next point. We are still measuring on the side of Vietcong strategies. We are still measuring on the side of the strategies that were used by the Vietcong guerrillas. Right. We can also add that the Vietcong did not wear uniforms during the war. It's a point. It's a standpoint on its own, which you can use for a paragraph. The Vietcong guerrillas did not wear uniforms during the Vietnam War. Then you go on to explain why the rationale for them not wearing uniforms. Is it that they did not afford the uniform? Or how was it beneficial for them? How did they get to know each other if given that they were not uniformed? Right. We go on to explain the Vietcong soldiers could not wear uniform so that they could not be easily identified by the enemy, and so that they would blend safely with the countryside. The American soldiers could not identify who the guerrillas were and who the civilians were during the Vietnam War. This gave them an upper hand when attacking the US troops. We are now referring to the non-wearing of uniforms. It gave the Vietcong an upper hand when attacking the US troops, since they could not be easily identified. The fact that they were not wearing uniform, it will mean that they would easily attack the enemy unknown, because the enemy could not, the US troops could not identify who the guerrillas were. Because remember, during the war, there are also civilians who are going around with their ordinary business. So you would never identify, you would never know who is your enemy and who is an innocent person amongst the people who are around you. So that was to the advantage of the Vietcong. They would easily attack because American soldiers were uniformed. They would actually see that this one is an American soldier, and they would easily attack. And they would even attack from a nearby angle, because they would have time to wedge closer to the enemy because they would be unidentified. The American troops would just assume that they are ordinary civilians because they are not uniformed. So it gave them an upper hand in the war. And also it weakened American strategies. Imagine how would you attack someone whom you are not sure is a guerrilla, which meant that no matter what rifles the American soldiers were holding, they could not use them like anyhow, because they didn't know who to shoot and who to attack because the guerrillas were ununiformed. So you explain that and you link it back to the fact that it worked in favor of the Viet Cong and it disadvantaged the Americans in the particular war. Right. Then we can also use, we can also go to another strategy, which is the Viet Cong used the neighboring countries as their support in the war. It's a very valid point, which you can also use in the war, in the presentation. Right. What are we talking about here? We're not talking of neighboring countries. Right. The Viet Cong were getting support from neighboring countries. And also they were seeking refugee in neighboring countries. They would go and hide from neighboring countries, strategizing how to attack the American soldiers. And those neighboring countries were very supportive of them. Which neighboring countries are we talking about? We can mention states like Cambodia. We can mention states like Laos. Those are the typical neighboring states to the South Vietnam. They were making use of those neighboring countries to reinforce their side, to gain more strength and keep fighting the Americans. So it worked in favor of the for the Viet Cong and to the disadvantage of the Americans. Then we can also talk of, besides those strategies by the Viet Cong, I think we've mentioned a number of strategies that were used by the Viet Cong. What we also need to do before we look at the American strategies, we can also use talk of the strategy that was used by the Viet Cong, the tactic that was used by Viet Cong, which also confused the Americans and which worked in favor of the Viet Cong and disadvantages the strategies by America. Right. We can talk of a strategy which was called the Tet Offensive. Tet Offensive. Right. What was the Tet Offensive? Right. The Tet Offensive was more or less similar to guerrilla tactics. But in this instance now, it was no more man-to-man. Now, the Viet Cong guerrillas were now attacking cities which were controlled by USA. They were targeting to attack the cities that were controlled by America during the war. And they were using unconventional strategies again. Remember, the Americans didn't know when a particular city was going to be attacked. It was just attacked out of surprise. So we are saying here in this instance, the Viet Cong, they used the Tet Offensive in the Vietnam War. What was the Tet Offensive? The Tet Offensive involved surprise attacks on American-controlled cities. They were targeting to attack American-controlled cities. How did they attack those cities? They ambushed USA-controlled cities and attacked them. By ambushing, you are attacking from a hidden angle. So they were ambushing, they would attack a city from a hidden angle and at unknown times using unknown strategies. That was the Tet Offensive. They were making surprise attacks. And we can give historical evidence. What historical evidence can we give? They attacked 100 cities that were controlled by the USA. It was an attack on 100 cities that were controlled by the USA. Right. When we are linking this Tet Offensive, we need to refer it back to the fact that it was effective and it led to the ineffectiveness of their strategies by Viet Cong. How can we link this Tet Offensive? Because we have explained it, we have given some historical evidence, and also we can also give historical evidence that the Tet Offensive was implemented in 1968. They used the Tet Offensive in 1968. That was when they targeted the US-controlled cities and attacked them, ambushed them, and attacked them. Right. When we are giving a linking statement to this, we can say the Tet Offensive made it very difficult for the USA troops to enforce effective counterattack measures. And hence, it made their strategies very ineffective. When someone is attacking you at an unknown date and using unknown tactics, coming from an unknown angle, it means no matter how much you want to prepare, you never know how to prepare for such. So we are saying, despite the mighty power of America, it was caught unprepared at any point in time because they were ambushed and were attacked out of surprise, which meant whatever strategy that they were going to use to make a counter attack would be ineffective because these guys would come prepared. They would attack in the shortest possible time and would disappear. So for the Americans to prepare a counter attack, it would be very expensive and time costly for them. So it meant that on the American side, their strategies were made ineffective due to the fact that the Vietcong were attacking from unknown angles using unknown strategies, and they were attacking the cities using ambush strategies, which is non-conventional. So we are referring back to a line of argument. We are substantiating our argument that the strategies and tactics that the Vietcong used were successful. Comparing sources, or we are supposed to be contrasting sources, dealing with information from different sources, trying to figure out how the sources support each other or how sources differ from each other, or where you are supposed to look at the reliability of sources. How reliable is this source to a historian studying a particular historical concept? And also that is where you are supposed to look at the usefulness of sources. How useful is a source to a historian studying this historical aspect? So you should be able to figure out how you should answer those particular questions depending on the level of difficulty of the question posed. And also the other thing that you should also keep in mind is the fact that you are supposed to pay attention to the mark allocation of the given questions, right? When you're looking at the mark allocation, you're supposed to pay attention to how the marks are allocated, right? We'll make a special mention of some sections where we are going to look at some different mark allocations and be able to figure out how the nature of the response should be like, right? It is the mark allocation that guides you to the nature of the response that you should give to a particular question. You cannot give the same response to different mark allocation for different questions. The mark allocation should guide you and determine the nature of response that you should give to that particular question, depending on how the marks are allocated for that particular question. Right. We are going to look at our first part, which is the first question. The first question is a question on the Cold War, which is the origins of the Cold War in Europe. Right, just a brief background of the Cold War as a historical aspect. I understand we know well that the Cold War, it was an ideological war that existed between the Western Europe and the Eastern Europe. And also it ended up extending into other global regions, like into Africa. The Cold War extended and ended up involving other countries out of Europe and other countries of the world. Right. What was it, the Cold War? It was an ideological war between communism and capitalism. We know those two different ideological economic systems. When we're talking of capitalism, we are looking at that form of economic system where they believe in private ownership of property and the means of production. They believe that people should be free to own resources and to control resources, and people should reap the benefits of their effort, which means if you are an entrepreneur, you are allowed to practice your entrepreneurial skills and you should reap the benefits of your entrepreneurial skills without anyone limiting you. That is the capitalistic ideology. And the capitalistic ideology was followed by the West. In the West, we are looking at Western Europe, encompassing Britain, France, and also we talk of America was part of the capitalistic world. Right. They were allies which were aligning to the capitalistic ideology. They wanted the economies to be managed the capitalistic way. And also they wanted other countries of the world to follow their economic system, what we call the spheres of influence. They were trying to influence other countries to adopt the capitalistic approach of economic resource management. That was the West. And we look at the East. The East, we had the communism world, which was led by the USSR, which is Russia, and its allies like Cuba and China. Right. It was also trying to influence countries in East Europe to follow the ideology of communism, and also trying to get spheres of influence across the world to try to influence other countries of the world to follow the communist ideology. Right. So if we check on the influence of Russia and its allies as part of the communist bloc, they were also trying to adopt an economic system that believes in collective ownership of property and the means of production. Under communism, we do not believe in private ownership of property, but rather it believes in collective ownership, which means the government should take charge of all the resources that are available in the economy. And the resources should be managed for the benefit of all the people in the society, and there should be equality. Remember, with capitalism, we're believing in private ownership, which means if you have got a means of production, you are going to make a living and you're going to get rich and wealthy and exploit other people out of your initiative. But in communism, we do not believe in differences according to the economic benefits. We believe in equitable distribution of the resources. We believe that every individual in the economy should benefit equally the same from the available resources. So that was the difference in ideology that existed between the East and the West. And that ended up involving Germany, because Germany was supposed to be punished for causing the World War. And Germany being the one which was supposed to be punished, these two countries decided to share they decided to split Germany amongst themselves, the East and the West, which was supposed to be divided according to their political and economic ideology. And the Eastern Germany was taken by Russia, and also the Western Germany was taken by America, Britain, and France and their allies, which were following capitalism. And that affected the people of Germany. Germany being divided into East and West. The East now was having some economic challenges because of the economic system which was adopted of communism. It was failing to work for the benefit of the people of East Germany. And because it was divided now into two, the East, which was now supposed to be under the communist control, and the West, which was supposed to be under the control of the capitalists. The capitalist bloc was flourishing. The Western Germany was fine. The economy was doing well because of the economic system of capitalism, which was being followed there. So it ended up creating disparities amongst the German people. People from the East were no longer comfortable staying on the East because the economy was not doing well. Life was not going well. They wanted now to go to the Western side, where the economy was flourishing and life was good. There was high unemployment in the East. Standard of living were very poor, and life was not comfortable for the people in East because of the communist ideology. So they were now fleeing, going to the West for a better life. That led to the Berlin Wall being constructed to try to block people from East Germany so that they do not go to West Germany. They do not seek refuge in West Germany because of the economic situation in the East. And also remember, communism was trying to portray itself in a good image to the world. They were trying to influence the world to believe that communism was good. So they did not want it to be exposed that people were running away from the evils of communism. That is why they had to block their people from not going to Western Germany. So they used that Berlin Wall to block the movement now of people from East going to the West. And that was the core focus of our question for question number 1. So we are going to look at our question number 1 and try to figure out the possible responses in as fast as is possible. Right. I think we know how to deal with sources. When we're dealing with extraction questions, we just have to go to the sources and find the relevant information. When we are interpreting sources, we just have to relate the knowledge that we have. What we have learned from the book, we have to relate it to the given question and in the context of the given source. Right. What we need to do here, let's go to our first question. Right. The question is talking about question number 1. What were the challenges faced by East Berliners while trying to escape to West Berlin because of the Berlin Wall in the 1960s. Right, after the split of Berlin into West and East, the East Berliners were now fleeing, going to the West. And there was a wall which was built to block the East Berliners not to escape into the West. And because of that, there were consequences of their effort to try to escape. They were facing some challenges along the way in an effort to try to escape from the communist world to go and join the capitalistic world in the West. So we are going to look at the first question. What is the question saying? The question is saying, who, according to the source, constructed the Berlin Wall? That is a one-mark question. A one-mark question, one by one, which means just is an extraction question. We do not need to struggle with that one. We get the answer directly from the source. Right, let's go to our source. If we go to source 1A, you are seeing that it says the Berlin Wall was a barrier that divided Germany from 1961 to 1989, constructed by the German Democratic Republic or East Germany. That is where we get our answer. Our answer is an extraction question. We get it from the source directly. So the Berlin Wall was constructed by the German Democratic Republic, the GDR, which was the East Germany. The communist Germany is the one that constructed the wall to try to block its people from escaping from East going to the West. Right, that is the response. We move on to the next question. Right, the next question is saying, what reason, according to the source, did the Eastern Bloc government give for the construction of the wall? We are looking at East Germany. What was the reason that they gave for the construction of that wall? Why were they building that wall? What was the rationale for constructing that wall, splitting East Berlin from West Berlin? Right. If we go to our responses, we find that in this very same first paragraph, we see that it's explaining that the barrier included guard towers placed along the large concrete walls, which are circumscribed or which restricted the area, and later known as the death strip, that contained anti-vehicle trenches, the Fekir beds, and other defenses. The Eastern Bloc claimed that the wall was erected to protect its population. The reason we are finding it here, the Eastern Bloc, we are looking at East Germany. What was their claim? What was their reason towards constructing that wall? It claimed that the wall was erected to protect its population from fascist elements conspiring to prevent the will of the people in building a socialist state in Germany. They were accusing the West. So they were saying they wanted to protect their population from a fascist element which was conspiring to prevent the will of the people in building a socialist state in East Germany. So they were accusing the West that they were trying to influence the people in the East not to achieve their will, because they were believing that communism was supporting the will of the people and capitalism was against the will of the people, was a fascist government, or was a fascist economic system or a political ideology. So they were trying to protect their people so that their will would be realized, and so that the building of a socialist state was going to be realized in East Germany. That is where we find our reason. So it's to protect its population from the fascist elements conspiring to prevent the will of the people in a socialist state in East Germany. That was the response. Right. We move on to the next question. Right. Our next question is saying, explain the concept fascist in your own words. This term fascist, yeah. We have to explain it in your own understanding. What is a fascist according to this description here? If we check here in the source, try to get the context of the term fascist as it is indicated in the source here, or fascist is here. It's saying the wall was erected to protect its population from fascist elements conspiring to prevent the will of the people in building a socialist state in East Germany. So fascist elements, we can figure out the idea of fascism from that description. They were trying to portray the West as bad, or they were trying to portray the West as against the will of the people, or they were trying to portray the West as against building socialist state. Remember, in socialism, we believe in equality. So that fascist element is an element of someone who is against the will of the people, as it is portrayed there. Someone who is anti-socialist, who does not want people to have a socialist society where they can be equality, where they can be a fair treatment of the people. So when we're describing fascists, according to this understanding now, we have to describe it, or we have to explain the concept in our own words. Right. So how can we define this fascist here? We can define it as a dictatorial leader. Dictatorial, we are saying, it's a leader who does not consider decisions from other people, or who does not take consultations from other people. Is a leader who decides by him or herself completely without anyone contributing towards the decision or challenging the decision. Or we can say someone who uses violence. A leader who is whose rule is based upon violence and violation of human rights. That is a fascist. Or we can also try to figure out from the description there, we can define it as a leader who uses militarism. By militarism, we are saying he uses a militant approach, uses a harsh approach towards own people. That is militarism. Or we can also talk of lawlessness. A leader who disrespects the right of the people, who follows a lawlessness rule, does not follow the rule of the state, or does not abide by the rule of the state, does not uphold human rights. That is fascism. So, or we can also say it's an abusive leader. So if you check all those terms, they are trying to give a bad image of the West, or they are trying to paint the West bad. They were trying to define the West as bad elements. That's why they were calling them fascists. They were dictatorial, they used violence, they used militarism, there was lawlessness, there was abuse of human rights in the West. That is how we can explain the concept of fascism or fascist in our own understanding. And also, if we check the context of how it is portrayed in the source, it was portrayed in that particular way because communism wanted to appear appealing to the people, while they also want to shun capitalism. They want people to believe that capitalism was bad at the expense of them gaining support from the very own people to whom they were spreading a propaganda of capitalism. Right, we move on to the next question, which is number 1.1.4. Right, the question is saying, comment on what is meant by the statement. Right, what is meant by the statement? The West Berlin city government sometimes referred to it as wall of shame in the context of the Berlin Wall. Right, the West were saying this wall here, which has been built between their territory in the West and the East territory, was a wall of shame. I think we understand what shame is. When you are ashamed, is some form of an embarrassment. They were saying this war is showing embarrassment of the East. They ended up constructing a wall because of the utter embarrassment that they are suffering. Their people are escaping away from them. Their people are trying to find a way of running away from their own government because of their mismanagement of the resources and their failure to uphold the running of the economy. So they are shameful. It's a wall of shame. They are trying to block people because they are now ashamed of their own people running away from them. That is why they were labeling them a shame, a wall of shame. Right. So in that context, if we are commenting on that, what can we say as a comment on that? That wall was ultimately showing, if we can to comment on that, we can say, why was it a wall of shame? Right. It was ultimately demonstrating the failure of communism. If we can check on it, on that particular aspect, it was portraying that communism had failed. Because if the communist ideology was functioning well for the benefit of the people, those people in the East were not supposed to be worried and were not supposed to be escaping to the West. So that wall was built because communism had failed. They had failed their very own people. The economy had failed their very own people. That was why the people were running away. And that was why they ended up blocking the people from escaping from East going to West. So it resembled the failure of communism. That can be a possible comment that we can put on that. Or we can also say the Soviet Union kept citizens against their will. The war kept people against their will. People against their will. They were now imprisoning people out of force and not according to the will of the people. People wanted to go to the West and they were now denied the right to travel freely. So it was a wall of shame because it was also acting against the citizens' will. People were not allowed to move to the West. They were now denying people to go to the West. And also it shows autocratic leadership. It also resembled autocracy of communism. They were saying the West were fascists. They were dictators. But now we are seeing that they are the ones who are dictators. They are the ones who are autocratic. Because why are they denying people a right to move freely, to go wherever they wanted to go? We know that people are free. They've got rights to travel. They've got rights to move to wherever they want. But now they were declining people their right to travel. So it also resembled the autocratic leadership of the communist bloc in the East. It was some form of autocracy where they were dictating on the people's will that they must stay in the East, despite them not being comfortable in staying in the East. So it was also an autocratic nature of communism, which was also portrayed. And also, we can talk of violation of human rights. It was a war which was violating human rights. Human rights were not upheld. People have got a right to move freely, but now they were denied that particular right of movement because now they were supposed to stay under the autocratic dictatorial leadership of the Eastern Bloc government that were denying them the opportunity to go to the West and find better economic opportunities. And some were even wanting to go to the West to go and reunite with their families. Because remember, this war splitted some of the people from their families. Their families were in the East, were in the West, while they were stuck in the East. And also their workplaces were in the West, but they were made now to stay in the East permanently and not access their workplaces. So people were very desperate to move across because that was a free movement space for them before the war. But now, given that the wall had been erected, there was no more free movement and people were now disadvantaged in different dimensions. Some could not access places of their work. Some were separated from their families because of that particular wall. Right, we move on to the next question, which is question number 1.15. Using the information in the source and your own knowledge, explain why the number of escapees from East Berlin increased even when the Berlin Wall was completed. Right, we see that even after the war was completed, people were still trying to escape, despite there being a solid concrete wall, which was very difficult for people to jump and go to the other side. But people were still finding ways and people were still sacrificing themselves to escape. What was the reason? Why was it like that? That people kept on trying to escape going to the East. Right. Without using the information in the source, let's use our own knowledge. Our own knowledge here, like what I've explained earlier on, the East's economy was not doing well, while the Western economy was doing well. So, based on that, we can say people wanted to access better life in the West. It was one of the reasons why people kept on escaping via that particular war. It was for better life. People wanted to access better life in the West. Life was well in the West. There were plenty of jobs which were available, while there was high unemployment in the East. Prices were fine in the West because they introduced a new currency, while inflation was very high in the East. So life was bad in the West. So people wanted to access better life. That is why they were making a struggle to go to the West. And also we can argue using economic opportunities. Opportunities were limited in the East. There were very limited opportunities. We can talk of job opportunities. There were scarce job opportunities in the West, in the East. But in the East, there were plenty of them. So people were trying to escape for the sake of economic opportunities. They wanted to go to the West so that they would find economic opportunities, and also they would find a way of life which was better for them. And also, we can talk of people having to rejoin with their families. Reunion with families. Some of the people were blocked in the East, while their families were in the East. So there was no way they would keep staying in the East while their families were in the West. So they would make all effort possible to try and escape so that they would reunite with their families on the other side of the wall. That was why we kept on having high numbers of people escaping via that wall to try to go to the West from the East. Right. We are done with source 1A. We move on to source 1B. Right, let's go and check. Right, source 1B is talking about here the context of the source. Right, let's look at source 1B. Source 1B, the source below is an extract from an article titled "The Cold War Was a Visual Conflict: Photographic Representations of the Berlin Wall, 1998, and was published by the Broly Journal of Social Sciences, which is Oxford, in 1998. It focuses on the escape of the East German border policeman, Konrad Schumann. Right. That is the basis of that source, or the context of the source. The source is based on one policeman from the East who was manning at the wall so that people would not escape. And he also opted himself to escape from the communist world going into the capitalistic world, despite him being a responsible authority to manage people and to ensure that people do not escape. He chose himself to escape also because he was not comfortable. He was ultimately desperate to go to the West. Right. So we cannot go through the source, but we'll just extract the information where relevant, and we try to attempt to address the basic questions that we want to answer at any given point in time. Right. When, according to the source, did Konrad Schumann jump over the rolls of barbed wire? That is an extraction question, a 1-mark question, which means the response we are supposed to just get it from the source. When it's an element of time here, and the question is saying when, this is a question of time. So if we go to our source, we check on our source here. Our source is saying, let's start from where it is starting. The border policeman, Konrad Schumann, was 19 years old when he jumped over the rolls of barbed wire at the corner of Benoit and Rupin Strasse on the afternoon of August 15, 1961. That is where we get our response. When did he cross there? When did he jump over the rolls of barbed wire? That was on August 15, 1961. This is our response to the first question. It was on August 15, 1961. Because the question is saying when, which means it's an element of time. That was the exact date when he jumped over the barbed wire rolls and went to the capitalistic West. Right? We can move on to the next one. Next question is saying, quote 2 pieces of evidence from the source, which indicates that Schumann planned his escape. We want evidence which shows that he planned his escape. Right, we go to the source and try to look for the evidence to show that he planned his escape. Right. It says here, Konrad Skuman made the decision to flee. This, it shows that he planned. He actually made that decision by himself. He was not forced to escape, but it was by his own will that he made the decision. He made a plan, made the decision to flee. It's one of the evidence that we can use that he planned that escape. And also, if we go in the second paragraph, we can also see that there is some other evidence that shows that he planned to escape. Right. It says, when no one was looking, he pressed down a bit on the barbed wire and gave photographers who were standing on the west side a signal. Right. This is also an evidence that he gave the photographers who were standing on the west Berlin side a signal. He was ultimately signaling, giving a sign to them that he is about to escape. He is about to jump over and escape. So it was also a plan, showing the photographers, giving them a symbol that I'm escaping. It was also evidence that he was planning to escape. And also, they recognized his plan to escape. It's also another piece of evidence. Them being able to recognize that he has a plan, it shows that he had planned for it. After giving a signal, those ones, the photographers, they saw that this guy is about to escape. He has given us a signal and is well prepared to escape. So it shows that he was not something which was accidental. It was something which was pre-planned. So that was the evidence that that is the evidence that we can use to substantiate that he had planned for the escape. And basically, that is some of the evidence that we can use to ultimately show that this guy had planned his escape. Right, move on to the next question. The next question says, explain the concept of refugee. Right, a refugee, how can we explain the concept refugee? Let's try to figure it out from the source where we can find a clue about the concept of a refugee. Right. It says, Skuman's escape caused a stir, a quiet stir. Representative in the Ministry of State for Security and the East German police first agreed to portray his escape as kidnapping, but given the broad press coverage in the West, it was hard to maintain this depiction. Konrad Skuman remained in the West Berlin as a refugee in Marienfeld Sender until the end of September 1961. So our concept of the refugee, we find it here. This guy, Konrad Skuman, when he escaped to the West, he stayed there as a refugee at a particular sender until the end of September 1961. From August, when he escaped, until September, he stayed there as a refugee. So we are seeing the concept here. Konrad Skuman was someone who was in the police force of the East, who was manning the wall, trying to prevent people from escaping. But he himself chose to escape and went to stay in the West. So we are seeing here, being a refugee, there's an element here of someone moving away from their place of origin, going to another place. And going there to another place, they are going there for safety reasons. And in that context, we are seeing that this guy did it because of the conditions that he was faced with in the East. That is why he chose to go to the West, because the conditions were not comfortable for him in the East. That is why he took the opportunity to go to the West. So if you are to explain this particular concept, because the question says, explain the concept in the context of that division of Berlin, right? So we can explain it as a refugee. In that context, we are referring to East Germans who secretly left East Berlin to stay in the West for political or economic reasons. The reasons was that the political system was not fine. They were living under dictatorial rule. The economy was not performing well. So when we are looking at a refugee, we are referring to those people from the East who found a way of escape into the West because they were not comfortable with the politics of the East and also because of the economy of the East. Refugees choose to move out of their country of origin because the politics of the country, they're not comfortable, or the economy of the particular economy, they are not doing well. So they have to find a way of going to other countries to make a living and also to stay under favorable political conditions. So in this context, we are looking at the East Berliners who chose to flee from the eastern side going to the west across the wall so that they would find better political environment and better economic conditions in the west. That is basically how we can define that in the context of that Berlin Wall. The politics of the East and the economy of the East were the major reasons as to why people were forced to move. Because with refugees, it's not willful movement. You are not moving willfully. It's some form of a driving force. There's some form of a push factor, which is pushing you away from a particular region. The economy is not doing well. You cannot stay under harsh economic conditions as a human being. You need to thrive and you need to find a way of life. So you are forced to leave your home for that circumstance, which is life-threatening. Or the politics is not good. You are forced to live under a dictatorial rule. You are not comfortable with the politics of the country, which is also life-threatening. If you try to challenge, you might risk losing your life. So you are forced to leave a particular region and go to another region to find safety. So you become a refugee. Like this guy, he was faced with a difficult political situation, being a police officer, enforcing a law to restrict people from movement, which was not good and which was against the will of the rights of humans. So he chose to flee secretly and go to the West as a refugee. So that is basically the basic concept of a refugee. Is someone who is forced to move away from their particular original region of origin to go to another region because of a life-threatening situation in their country of, or in their region of origin. Right, their country of origin rather. Right, we move on to the next question. The next question is saying number 1.2.4. Right. Comment on why East German state security personnel and police wanted to portray Konrad Schuman's escape from East Berlin as a kidnapping. Right, they were portraying it as a kidnapping. Like if we can check here in our source, it says, Schuman's escape caused quite a stir. Representatives in the Ministry of State Security and the East German police first agreed to portray his escape as a kidnapping. They were saying this guy was kidnapped by the West. The Western police, who were also by the war, they took him, kidnapped him out of his will and fled with him, drove at very high speed in their police car to West. That was the propaganda they were trying to spread across the world to try and defend their side, such that why was it like that? Why were they making it why were they wanting it to appear as a kidnap? They were saying their very own police officer was kidnapped by the West. Why were they doing that? Right. So from general reasoning, we can see that based according to the previous argument, the West was thriving, was doing very well, while the East was performing badly. So why were they trying to hide by portraying the escape of the police officer Schumann as a kidnapping? Right. They did not want to accept that East Berliners were resisting communism. That is one reason. They did not want to accept. Did not want to accept that the East Berliners resisted communism. They did not want people of the world to see that communism was failing and their very own people were resisting against their own economic ideology and political ideology. So they wanted to portray to the world that, no, this guy was just kidnapped. he was not fleeing from our economic system. Our economic system is fine, but this guy was just kidnapped. They did not want to accept that people of the East, they were no more interested in staying under communist ideology. That was one reason. Or they wanted to hide. They wanted to hide to the world that communism was unattractive. Hide that communism was unattractive. They wanted to hide the fact that communism was unattractive because they also wanted to influence other countries of the world to follow communism ideology. They were trying to hide and try to protect their ideology to the world so that people would still believe that communism was functional and was good. So they did not want to expose the flaws of their own economic system by showing that the guy was escaping, by showing that the police, even police officers were also escaping. It shows the gravity of the failure of communism. Ordinary people were escaping, and it ended up involving even the law enforcement agents also escaping from that very economic system. So it was going to paint them a failure in the global perspective of economic systems. And it would mean that people would stop supporting communism. So they were trying to hide and try to protect their own economic ideology. Or it was an attempt to discredit the West. Remember, it was an ideological war between the East and the West. The East were trying by all means to influence other global economies to follow their ideology of communism, while the West were also trying by all means to influence global economies to follow capitalism. So these ones, they took it as an advantage for them to discredit the West. They were now wanting the world to believe that the West is very bad. They are kidnapping our very own people. They are kidnapping even our very own law enforcement agencies. So they were trying to discredit capitalism to the world. They were trying to discredit the West, that these are kidnappers. They are taking our very own people from our territory. Why are they taking our law enforcement agents? They are bad people. They were trying also to discredit the West for that particular escape of that law enforcement agent who was a police officer. And we can argue in that direction. It shows how, or it supports how they were trying to ultimately lead to how they were trying to protect their own image and try to discredit the image of the other side. Right. I will move on to the next question. Right, that is number 1.2.4 based on source 1B. We move on to the next question, which is question number 1.3, which is based on source 1C. Right. Refer to source 1C. Let's look at the context of the source. What is the source based on? Or what is the source based, what content is presented in that particular source. Right. Source 1C is an photograph. It's an image. Right. It says the photograph below was taken by Peter Leibing, a 19-year-old West German photographer, on 15 August 1961. It was published on the front page of the German newspaper Bild on 16 August 1961. It depicts the East German border policeman, Konrad Schumann, jumping the barbed wire barricades between East and West Berlin. That's the context of the source. And I think you can see there's a photographer there, and there is this police officer who is running and jumping over that barbed wire, which is a boundary, which was the initial boundary before the war between the East and the West. Right. We go to our questions. Right. What are the questions saying? Our question is saying, explain why you think this photograph became iconic or famous or popular during the existence of the Berlin Wall. Why was that photograph a very famous photograph? Why did it become a a famous or an iconic photograph? Right. The reasons why it became a famous photograph, we can say it was used as by the West. It was used by the West as propaganda against the East. Right. What are we saying here? We are talking of propaganda. We are saying that is information that is spread for a cause. The West, they used that photograph to portray the bad side of communism and to show that capitalism was good. The photograph became very popular because it was used regularly by the West as a means of discrediting communism and a way of making capitalism more attractive. So it became popular for that reason. Because the West, they wanted people to ultimately know that communism was a failure and that capitalism was the only option to the problems that the economies were facing, or was the only problem to political situations which were difficult in the East. So it became popular. Right. And also, we can talk of that escape. Right. The escape showed oppression and lack of freedom in the East. It was common understanding that when we see a police officer, a law enforcement agent escaping from their own government, it shows that there was lack of freedom or there was oppression. So the photograph became very popular for that reason, that people were now interested in knowing that in the East, there was lack of freedom, there was extreme oppression, which was evidenced by the escape of law enforcement agencies. The people who are supposed to be protecting or maintaining the order of the government are the ones who are fleeing from their own very government. It shows that there was lack of freedom, and also there was extreme lack of there was extreme oppression in the East. Right. And also we can also argue that why it was also popular. We can argue that it highlighted that not all Germans supported the government's decision to close the border with the West Berlin. It was highlighting that people were not ultimately comfortable with the government's decision to close the boundary between the East and West. So people who were interested in the government removing that boundary were much making it more famous, so that it becomes clear to the world that what the government of the East Berlin did was not good for the people. People wanted their freedom to move freely, whether to the East or to the West. But now they were denying people the right to move freely across that border or that artificial boundary which has been put. So it ultimately became popular for some of those reasons, because of that perception of it being a restriction to human rights. It showed that not all Germans were comfortable. You saw it with the evidence of that police officer Schumann, who showed his dissatisfaction with the division of the previously united Germany into East and West, and West to put a wall between the two. So the photograph became very popular. for those reasons, and those reasons that we've tried to highlight in that description. Right. Then we can go on to the next question, number 132. In the context of the Cold War, comment on how the following countries would have reacted after viewing this photograph. We are looking at the USA. How were they going to react? There is a photograph which showing evidence that there is an East German police officer who is escaping from his own territory and is going to seek refuge in the West. How were they going to feel? Right. If you are to look at the East, the West, the USA, which was the capitalist, how were they going to feel? Definitely, they were going to be very happy. Why were they going to be happy? They were going to be happy to see that East Germans were unhappy with the rule of communism. The East was not happy with communism. They were going to be elated. They were going to be very happy because now there was evidence for them to celebrate that communism is going on the downfall. Even police officers are also escaping from their own government. So they were going to be thrilled, they were going to be happy, or they were going to be excited to prove to the world that people are not interested in communism, or to show the world that communism is a failure. They were going to be very happy because remember, they were competing against each other in terms of ideology. They were competing against communism. And then given that the rival has posed clear evidence to show that they are failing, the opposite side will be very happy. So the USA would be happy upon seeing that image, that photograph, which was clearly showing that communism is failing. So they will be thrilled or excited or will be very happy for that photograph being evidence enough to the world that communism is failing. And then we go to the other side. What was going to be the reaction of the USSR or Russia? How were they going to react to that? They were going to be angry. Why were they going to be angry? Or they were going to feel disappointed. It was not going to work well for them. They're going to be very angry, or they're going to be disappointed. Or we can say they would feel betrayed. Why would they have such a reaction? Right. They will feel that the soldiers who were supposed to protect their very own people from escaping were the ones who were fleeing. So it's a betrayal. You entrust someone to protect the border and to ensure that no one escapes. Then the very same person whom we have entrusted is the very same person who is fleeing. You want them to keep others intact in their very own territory, but the very same person whom we have trusted to keep that in place is the very same person escaping. So it was a betrayal to the USSR. They will feel betrayed by their very own law enforcement agencies. Or how would they become disappointed? They will be disappointed because it was evident enough that the East Berliners did not support communism. It's a disappointment. You want your people to support you, and all after that, there is clear evidence that the people are not loyal to whatever you want to do for them, whatever you are trying to do for them. So they would feel betrayed, and they also feel very disappointed by the fact that their very own people in the East are not supporting communism or are not showing loyalty to the communist ideology. That is the reaction of those two. So on the side of the USA, they will be very happy and excited to show the world that communism is failing. And on the USSR, they will feel betrayed by their very own people, or they will feel like their people are not loyal to their economic ideology, or they are not portraying a good image of what is happening in the East by escaping and having photographs taken of them escaping via the barbed wire. Right, we got number 1.4. Number 1.4 is refer to source 1B and source 1C. Explain how the information in source 1B supports the evidence in source 1C regarding challenges faced by East Berliners during the existence of the Berlin Wall. Right. We have to briefly explain how you answer this question. This question is a question on support. One source supporting the other. We are looking at two sources. Source 1B is a text source, and source 1C is a photograph. Right. When you are answering such a question, what you should be aware of is how to approach that question. You have to answer it in the prescribed historical way of attempting those questions, which is universal and which you should not override. When you're answering a question on supporting of sources, what is the question saying? The question is saying what is in this source, which is the same as what is in the other source. That is how the sources support each other. When you are supporting each other, it means you are having something to share in common. So we are saying, what is on the photograph? What is it on the photograph? Which is also the same as what is in the text in source 1B. That is how we are looking at those two sources supporting each other. So in your response, you say source 1B says this, says whatever was the text. You take what the source says. This is supported by source 1C. Remember, source 1C is a photograph. Source 1C, which shows this. That is how you answer that question. And remember, it's a 2-by-2 question, which means you should give two different supporting evidence. One evidence from source 1B and similar evidence in source 1C. You get 2 marks. You go again to source 1B, you find another different historical evidence, which is there in the source. You again say source 1B says this. And this is supported by source 1C, which shows this. And when you are supporting sources, remember you should support a particular element. You cannot compare two sources using different historical evidences. Like, let's say, for example, you are comparing between two people. One person is light in complexion and is tall. The other one is dark in complexion and is short. When you are comparing between those two people, when you are contrasting between those two people, you cannot contrast two different elements. Like you say, person number 1 is tall, while person number 2 is dark in complexion. That is not a contrast because those elements are not the same. If you are talking about the height, person 1 is tall, while person 2 is short. You go to complexion. Person 1 is light in complexion, while person 2 is dark in complexion. That is how you compare. So you should find a historical aspect in source 1B, which is equally the same as what is portrayed in the image or in the photograph. You cannot say source 1B is saying Conrad Schoolman jumped over the fence, which is supported by source 1C, which shows a cameraman with a camera. That is not supporting evidence. You have to find what is in source 1B and relate it directly to what is supported, how it is supported in the photograph, which is source 1C. That is how you answer those questions. And in most instances, learners fail to score marks on that particular question because they just give one comparison. If you give one comparison, that is maximum 2 marks. You cannot get 4 marks for writing one comparison. You would think you are going to get 2 marks for indicating what is in source 1B. Then you get 2 marks for indicating what is in source 1C. That is only 2 marks for both source 1B and source 1C. This is one response to give you 2 marks. Find another historical evidence from this source, first source, which is also supported by what is in the other source. That is how you get 4 marks for that particular question. So we go to our question. We've explained how you answer that question. Right. If you check, besides us going to the sources, I think for now, we have figured out the sources. We have been using them. We have seen that source 1B is explaining the escape by the police officer, Conrad Skuman, and how he planned his escape and the date of his escape, how he showed his plan to the cameraman, and how he jumped over the fence, how the West Berliners prepared for him to get into the car, and how they sped off from that incident, and how later on the East tried to portray it as kidnapping. We have that information. We have read the source, and we have used the source to answer the previous question. And we've also used the image or the photograph to answer this present question, where we are seeing there's a photographer, there is a Conrad Skuman who is jumping over the barbed wire. We have all that. So what we just need to do is to find evidence from first source 1B and also to figure out how it is supported in source 1C in that particular photograph of that police officer jumping over the fence. Right. So if you check, we can say source 1B explains that Conrad Skuman jumped over rows of barbed wire at the corner of Benoit and Rapina, Strassen for Freedom. We can go to that source. It's there. What you only need to do is, if you go to the source, you find something in this source. Right. It is explained here. Right. What is explained here? Right. We come here. He spontaneously decided to take advantage of the opportunity presented to him when no one was looking, pressed down. Right. Let's go to the next one. Right. It was about, he pressed it. We're starting from here. Pressed down a bit on the barbed wire and gave photographers who were standing by. And it was about 1600 hours when he jumped. This is explaining that this guy jumped over the barbed wire. He pressed the barbed wire and jumped over the barbed wire. It's evidence in source 1B. It's explaining how he escaped. Source 1B, and when you are explaining in your own understanding. You have read the source, you got the information, and you have gathered all the information relevant to answer that particular question. So what you need to do there, you don't need to waste time explaining or quoting what is in the source. You have heard the context of the question, and what you only need to do there is to explain it in your understanding, because you have read the source, you have understood how he escaped. So you are saying Conrad Skuman jumped over the rows of barbed wire, and the streets are shown there. They are given at the corner of this and this as evidence. How is it supported? This is supported by source 1C, which shows Conrad Skuman jumping the barbed wire barricade to escape from communism. It's one comparison. You get 2 marks for that. You have explained what is in source 1B. Conrad Skuman jumped over the fence, which is supported by source 1C, which is an image which portrays Conrad Skuman jumping over the barbed wire. You get 2 marks. You go again to the sources and try to identify some other evidence which is also supported in the image. Right. Right. If you can find other evidence, we can try also to go back to the sources. Right. If you check source 1B, it explains or it shows that Conrad Skuman risked his job or his life to get to the West. He risked his life because in the event that he had failed to jump effectively, he was going to get into the barbed wire, at which he was going to get injured or harmed, or he was even going to get shot by other policemen in the East. Because remember, they were ruthless for people who wanted to escape. So he risked his life by escaping to the west, which is also supported by source 1C. How is source 1C supporting that? Which is also portrayed by him jumping over the barbed wire. Jumping over a barbed wire is risking yourself, risking your life, because they had instructions that whoever attempted to escape was supposed to be shot dead. That was why we have so high death tolls across the world. So him escaping via the wall, he was risking his job in the first instance and also risking his life. It's supported by the image which shows him jumping over the barbed wire. Right. And also if you go to source 1B, it explains. How does it explain? Source 1B is explaining that there were border guards to end movement to east, to end movement to the east Beliners. Right. If you can check here, it says, right, posted street wire obstacle. He's going to jump to take advantage of the west, right? Press coverage to maintain this depiction. Right. If we check in this source, the source source 1B, it explains that the wall was ultimately manned, or was a wall which was protected. There were soldiers who were protecting the wall, and which is also there were soldiers and policemen who were protecting the wall. According to the deployment which we are told of here, he was while serving on duty. Right. It says when the measures to seal off the border, the unit was posted right in the sector boundary of this right. This is evidence. When measures to seal off the border began on August 13, 1961, his unit was posted right on the sector boundary at Abeno Strasse, which shows that there was deployment of the police officers and the army to seal off the boundary. What evidence is there in source 1B which shows that there were police officers who were deployed? Because this evidence here that we have, that his unit, we are saying his group in the police force, was the one that was deployed or posted on that sector of the boundary, which means they were deployed there to protect and to prevent people from escaping on that particular part where they were deployed, which is also evident. We are seeing him there on that particular part of the wall, him jumping as a police officer in uniform. It's also evident, which is supporting each other. So source 1B shows us, explains that the police officers were deployed on the boundary, which is supported by source 1C, which shows Conrad Schoeman in police uniform jumping over the wall. So that is basically how you can compare those two sources to show how the two sources support each other. And be mindful of the mark allocation so that you do not lose marks. You should always pay attention to the mark allocation and pay respect to the nature of the response that you're going to give to the particular question based on the demands of the question. Right, we move on to the next question. We are moving on to question number 1.5. Right, number 1.5, we are using source 1D. Let's briefly go to the source and look at the context of the source. Right, source 1D, it says, is the extract below is taken from a book by a German historian, Hans-Hermann Hartley, titled Berlin Wall, Monument of the Cold War. It focuses on how East Berliners kept escaping to the West Berlin, regardless of the dangers involved with the use of tunnels and other methods. So the context of the source is ultimately giving us information on continued escape of East Berliners into the West, despite the dangers that they were facing across along their way to cross to the West. So it ultimately explains how the East Berliners were continually trying to escape to the West via the tunnels and other methods of escape that they were using to try to forge their way to the West. Right. We cannot go through the source. We just try to figure out where we can get the responses to the given sections of the question. Right. Let's go to the first question, which is question number 1.51. The first question, it says, provide 4 pieces of evidence from the source suggesting that the East Berliners desperately wanted to escape to the West. There was desperation of the East Berliners wanting to go to the west. They were desperately wanting to go to the west. So we want to try to figure out evidence from the sources to figure out how desperate were those East Berliners for them to go to the west. Right. If we check in the source here, the first evidence that we have is actually in the context of the source here. It talks about the use of tunnels. If you see people sacrificing to dig tunnels so that they would find a way of escaping, they were digging tunnels under the wall to find a way of escaping. It shows that there was a desperation for them to go to the west. So if we check here, the first evidence, we can find it here. The first tunnel was built in September 1961. People building a tunnel of escape underneath the wall. It was some form of a desperation. Right. It shows that they were so desperate to go to the west. They wanted at all costs to go to the west. Then if you also check here, most tunnels were dug by Western escapee helpers who wanted to get their family and friends to west. It's also another evidence. There were people whose family members were trapped in the east, and those family members were very desperate to join their fellow family members in the west. So the people in the west were also assisting those in the east to escape. They were assisting them in digging the tunnels. So most of the tunnels were dug by Western escapee helpers. They were assistants. They were assisting people from the east to escape to the west, though they were fine themselves, but they were not happy that their other family members were not with them, or their other fellow workmates were not with them. Their other fellow friends had been trapped in the east. So they wanted to assist them to get to the west. So they also started digging the tunnels, which means the people in the east were very desperate. They were very desperate to join their family members, or they were desperate to go and join their other friends in the west. And also, if we can check here, right, other underground storage system, right, it's also another evidence. Others escaped through underground storage systems. Imagine a person sacrificing to get into a storage system. It's life-threatening. It's equally dangerous and equally life-threatening. You can die, and it's not even held for someone to use a storage system to escape. So it shows that they were very desperate. People trying to escape using storage systems. It shows that they were very desperate to escape to the west. Right. And also, if we come here, we can also find evidence, right? They forged passports and driving licenses from the West Berliners. Right. Forging a passport and a driving license from West Berliners. They were trying to forge passports so that they would find a way of escaping. They were trying to portray themselves as people from the West. You having a license from the West, it will give you an opportunity to be allowed to go to the West. Or you having a passport of the Western side, it would allow you to have access to go to the West. So them trying to forge documents, it was a way which portrayed so extreme desperation. Using forged documents so that you would get access or you'd be allowed to go to the West. It was also showing desperation. And also, if we check here, many people jumped into the Western sector from high windows, jumping from high-rise buildings which were above the wall. Remember, there were some buildings which were close to the wall, which were high-rise. So people would sacrifice their lives jumping over the windows from high-level elevations to go to the west across the wall from windows. It was a life-threatening event, and it was some form of desperation. It was some form of extreme desperation, which was shown by people from the west, from the east, in an attempt to escape to the west. So if you can check, that is a 4x1 question, which means you must be able to figure out 4 pieces of evidence from the source, which portray that people were very desperate. 4 by 1, it means 4 responses with 1 mark each. Right, let's go to the next question, number 1.5.1. 5.1.2, it says, comment on why films about the escapees were sold to the American radio station, the National Broadcasting Company. Right, there were photographers who were filming across the world, and they were taking photographs and they were taking videos, and those films were sent to the American radio station, the National Broadcasting Company. Why were they films about the escapee? Why were they sold there? Right. We can say those films because people had access to the radio station or to the broadcast. The reason, one of the reasons, which is obvious, it was to encourage more people to escape. Encourage more people to escape. If it was filmed on the national broadcasting, you would feel it is possible for me to escape also. If you see a video of people escaping, improvising ways of going across the wall, either through the tunnels or jumping from windows or through the sewerage pipes or forging documents, you see that evidence. You would also implement some of the strategies to escape. So it was meant to encourage more people to escape. Or why again to the American radio station? It was also used to gain support for capitalism. Remember, the US was the master of capitalism. So by broadcasting those films, it meant that it was trying to influence people across the world to support capitalism and decline their offer to communism. Because people escaping, it was portraying that communism was failing and capitalism was the ideal economic system. So they wanted it to appeal to be appealing to the people and to also to make people believe that communism was bad and capitalism was bad for them. And also they wanted to portray that there was restriction of freedom. By broadcasting that, they were showing the world that there is restriction of freedom, there is abuse of human rights in the communist bloc or in the East. So they were broadcasting it so that people would be aware of the human rights abuses which were happening in the Eastern Bloc or under communism. They wanted to use it as some form of propaganda. You can argue it that way. The American radio station was using those films as a form of propaganda to gain support on their side and to paint communism bad to the world. That was why basically they were broadcasting, they were selling those films to the American station, and apparently the American station broadcasting it to the whole world. Right, we move on to the next question, which is question number 1.5.3. Identify from the source the 2 escapee helpers injured by the GDR border guards. Right, that is extraction question. We want 2 names of the injured ones. Right, we just go to the source. This one is an extraction question. Our responses, we find them here. It says 2 border guards. Not this one. We go to one the ones who were injured. Right, 2 Western escapee helpers. Right, it's Hins Jika and Siegfried North were fatally injured. So these are our 2, Siegfried and Hins Jika. That is just extraction. We just get the response from the given source. We do not need to struggle answering that question. It's an extraction question, a level 1 question, which is just in the source. Why would a historian consider this source useful when researching how East Berliners escaped the Berlin Wall? Usefulness of a source. Let me explain briefly before we answer that question. Right. When we are looking at the usefulness of a source, we are looking at the substance matter of a source. What are we saying when we talk of substance matter? We are saying, what is it in the source that will make someone understand historical events better? Or what is it in the source which will make the source a credible and resource-rich historian source of information? We are looking at the matter in the source. We are looking at the information in the source. How is it useful, or what new information can someone get by using that source to study some historical events? What new information and what information of substance can someone get, which is substantiable for someone to understand historical events better? That is usefulness of a source. And be mindful, when I'm looking at usefulness, it's not the same as reliability. A source can be useful, but at the same time being unreliable. Because reliability, we are looking at the truthfulness of the source. Is this the actual of what happened? Is this the truth of what happened? Is this the reality of what happened? That is reliability. And you see the difference with usefulness. A source can be very useful, but at the same time being very unreliable. So reliability is not equally the same as usefulness. Then we go to limitations. We are saying the source does not provide enough evidence. It's limited. Right, let's go to the usefulness. Let's go to our question. So in this manner, we want to find the usefulness of the source. We want to look out at what is of substance, which is in that particular source, which will make a historian understand how the East Berliners escaped the Berlin Wall. Right. The basic are here. If we check the context of the source, it shows methods of escape. The context is saying how the East Berliners escaped using tunnels and other methods. That is the first usefulness. It outlines the methods that were used to escape. If the source was saying East Berliners were not happy with communism, they were escaping the war, without telling us the methods of escape, we know that the wall was guarded and it was not easy for one to escape the wall. Then the source would just say, so many East Berliners escaped the wall. Then it's not useful because it's not telling us how they escaped. But this one is useful because it's giving us the methods. It's telling us that they were escaping from high windows, they were escaping via deep sewage systems, they were escaping via the tunnels, they were forging passport and driver's license. That is useful information. When you are researching, you have now substance of how the people were escaping because it outlines the methods that were used by the East Berliners to escape. Right. And also, we can also say it explains that East Berliners used tunnels to live a safe life of freedom in the West. It is explained how they were using the tunnels. It's useful information. How did they get those tunnels? Were those tunnels there? You wonder, because you want more details about the tunnels. We are told that some escapee helpers were digging the tunnels from the West. It's useful information because a tunnel method was a method of escape. But how were those tunnels realized? How did they come to exist? Were they natural tunnels? They were human-made tunnels. They were tunnels which were dug by humans. And it gives us details about the tunnels. They dug their own tunnels to escape. And also, it shows that there were some escapee helpers from the West who were also assisting people to escape via the tunnels so that they would reunite with their family members. It's useful information. Right. And also, the source, when we are dealing with it, it provides the methods that were used by the West Berliners to support East Berliners. We are told of the support of the escapees. It's useful information. The escapee helpers, how they were also assisting, we are told of that information. It's useful information, which we can also use. And we can also argue that the source is useful because on the tunnels, it gives us a description of the tunnels. It tells us the length of the tunnels and the height of the tunnels. It's shown in the source. It's useful information. right? And also, it shows the dangers that were involved in trying to escape. The dangers that were involved in trying to escape. It's useful information. It was not just you would escape freely. It was with some form of sacrifice for you to escape. It gives us the dangers which were involved in the escape. And also the names of those who were fatally injured. They are indicated. It's useful information. It gives us the names of people who were fatally injured in the process of trying to escape. And the statistics. The source is useful because it gives us the actual statistics of the escapees. It gives us the figures of the people who escaped at a given time period. It's useful information. And also you can check. It also has the dates when the tunnels were dug. The first tunnel was dug at this particular date. That is useful information. That information, it is of substance. It helps the historian understand and have tangible information about that particular historical event of the escapee of the east to the west, Berlin. Right. We go to our last question. And remember, this is also a 2-by-2 question. You should give 2 different usefulness, which are fully explained. Explain that this source is useful because it explains the different methods that were used by East Berliners to escape to the West for freedom. It's 2 marks. And again, the source is useful because it gives details and statistics of the number of escapees at a particular time during the period of escape from the East to the West. Or this source gives detailed information about how the people in the West were assisting people from the East to escape by digging tunnels in assistance of their family and friends who were trapped in the East. That is useful information. You give a detailed explanation of the usefulness of that particular source. And be mindful, it's a 2-by-2. You should give 2 different responses, which will qualify you for 4 marks. Right, we got the last part of the question, which is part number 1. Question number 1.6, which is the paragraph question. Right. This question, we don't want to spend much time on it. I'll give you the clues of how to answer the question and the outline of how you attempt that question. Then we'll just highlight on how you're supposed to answer the question. Right. When you're answering a paragraph question, it says using the information in the relevant sources and your own knowledge. Write a paragraph of about 8 lines, which is 8 words, explaining the challenges faced by East Berliners while trying to escape to West Berlin during the existence of the Berlin Wall in the 1960s. Right. What you need to do here, you need to answer the question first. What are you supposed to do? The paragraph is answered in the same manner that you answer your paragraphs in the essay. The paragraph should be in a peel format. I understand everyone understands the peel method. The very same way you write paragraphs in the essay is the same way you should write or you should answer your paragraph question when you are answering a paragraph question here in peel format. P for point and E for explanation and E for evidence or examples, and L for a link. What are we saying here? You know peel, and for those who might not be familiar, let me just quickly explain. When you are opening up your paragraph, there should be a clear point, or there should be an answer to the question. For example, when you are answering the question on Vietnam, the question is saying, discuss America failed to defeat a small nation of peasants. Do you agree? And in the line of argument for your introduction, you said in agreement, America actually failed to defeat a small nation of peasants. And then refer to the strategies used by America, using reference or using evidence of the strategies and methods used by America and Viet Cong in the war, as an example. Whenever you're opening a paragraph, you should address the tactics and the strategies. That is the answer to the question. You are answering the question because the question is with reference to the strategies and tactics used in the war by America and Viet Cong. So your opening statement should prove a point, should answer the question. Answer to the question, or it should be a line of argument. Without this, your paragraph is meaningless. Because a paragraph without a point, you should prove what you want to explain in that paragraph by your opening statement. And it should make a clear statement of what you want to explain in that particular paragraph. That is the point. And you explain. When you are explaining, you do not take anything from the source. Use your own knowledge. That is why the question is saying, using relevant information and your own knowledge. This is where you use your own knowledge on the explanation. Explain how the East Berliners were trying to escape and why were they escaping from the East. You are just explaining, giving the details of the event, of the historical event in question. You explain in your own words, maybe 2-3 sentences, explaining in your own words. After you've answered the question, then you explain in your own understanding. You have learned about the historical event of the Berlin Wall. You have knowledge, you have read textbooks, you have used the internet to get information, and whatever you have learned, which is outside the context of the source, you explain it in your own understanding. Or even if you are extracting some ideas from the source, do not quote them as they are in the source. Explain them in your own understanding, because that is the part of your own knowledge when you are explaining. You can only use your source when you get here. Now use source evidence. And you are just quoting sources here as examples or as evidence. And remember, you quote the source and you put the source in bracket. Source 1A, if it is the referral source. You give another statement which is supporting what you have explaining. You say source 1B. This is just evidence. You quote another statement. If there's another evidence in source 1C, you quote source 1C. Is the statement first? This Conrad Schoolman decided to jump over the barbed wire, source 1B. East Berliners forged passports and forged driver's licenses as a way to find an escape route to the west, source 1C. You put the statement first and you put the source in brackets at the end of the evidence that you have extracted. And if you don't put that source, the marker will know that this evidence was extracted from this particular source. You don't know an individual called Conrad Schoolman. You haven't learned about him, maybe by coincidence. But in this instance, you have learned about him because he's in the source. Then if you don't quote that you have taken the information in the source, that is plagiarism. It's not your own knowledge. You explain here using your own knowledge. If you talk about Conrad Schoolman here, you are plagiarizing because you have got to know him from the source. You didn't know about him. So what you need to do here, you need to quote the sources so that you are not plagiarizing the sources, or it's not mere copying of sources. Credit the source where you got the information, because without that, it will be mere copying of sources, and that will be maximum level 1. You will get a maximum of 2 out of 8 for that source, because you have just copied sources. There is no synthesis of information. You did not show that you understood anything from that particular historical event. So what you need to do, you need to quote evidence from the sources based on what you have extracted, and only relevant information to the question, not everything. You'll end up writing half a page because you are copying everything, which is irrelevant. That is why the question is saying using information relevant from the relevant sources. Extract only what is relevant, which is answering the question. Then you go to the last statement here. You link your paragraph. Linking your paragraph, you are referring back to the question. Referring back to the question. And if you don't have the answer to the question, it means you won't have a link. That is the danger of not having an answer to the question. If you don't start by answering the question, at the end, you will fail to conclude your paragraph by a linking statement, because there is no line of argument in that paragraph. That is the danger of you not adopting a line of argument in the beginning of all your paragraph. So let me give you as an example here, just in passing. Right. How we can start that paragraph? The question is saying, explaining the challenges faced by East Berliners. That is the focus of the question. It wants you to explain the challenges. So in your opening statement, you should prove that the East Berliners were faced with a number of challenges, or it was very difficult for the East Berliners to escape to the West, or it was a life-threatening attempt by the East Berliners to escape to the West. Because without that, whatever you're going to explain here should be linked to the first statement. If you say East Berliners, it was easy for East Berliners to escape to the West. Yes, it's your line of argument. It was very easy for the East Berliners to escape to the West. Then you explain how easy it was. And you go to the sources and find evidence, if it is there, to show that it was very easy for them to escape to the West. But in this instance, we have seen through source evidence that it was not an easy event for one to escape from East going to the West. So in your line of argument, in the answer to the question, you can start by saying the East Berliners were faced with very serious and life-threatening challenges whilst trying to escape to West Berlin. That is an answer to the question. You have answered the question, or you have taken a line of argument. You have proved that they were faced with very serious challenges. It was a very serious challenge for them to escape. Or you can say it was life-threatening. Or it was very dangerous for the East Berliners to try to escape to the West. Then you explain how dangerous it was, or how life-threatening it was, or how serious, challenging it was, using your own knowledge. It was very difficult for the East Berliners to escape the West because the wall was a solid concrete wall which would not be tampered with. And the wall was manned by armed police officers and army 24 hours, 24/7 throughout. You are giving evidence of your own. Or if you want to extract information from the sources, try to explain it in your own words so that it's not plagiarism. Like, for example, you have known about the tunnels. The East Berliners tried to find an escape way through digging tunnels beneath the wall so that they would find a way of escaping to the West. You are trying to, you are explaining in your own words. You're not quoting anything from the source. That is the part of your own words. Then you now go to the sources. That is the evidence part. You go to the source, find a relevant source with relevant information, and use it and quote the source. Like, for example, if you want to refer to source 1b, you can say, Konrad Skuman, an East German soldier, escaped to the West for freedom, is source 1b. Or if you want to use source 1d, East Berliners forged passports and driving licenses from the West. This is source 1d. It's evidence. Or you can say many people jumped into West from high windows. You also got it from source 1b. It is showing the dangers, or it's showing that it was difficult for the people to escape. Or you can quote, they used tunnels to escape to the West. It's also given in source 1d. They had to dig tunnels to escape to the West. It's evidence from source 1d. So you are now substantiating your argument by giving relevant evidence extracted from the different sources. That is how now you give the evidence and you quote your sources. Then at the end of the paragraph, you link back to the line of argument. You have said it was very life-threatening for them to escape to the West, or it was a very serious challenge for the East Berliners to go to the West. Now you have to link to support that whatever you have said in the source, whatever you have explained, and whatever evidence you've gathered is supporting that it was a life-threatening event for one to try to escape from the East going to the West. So you can conclude by saying, by your link, this is clear, or this clearly shows that the escape by an East Berliner into the West Berlin was a life-threatening attempt. You are linking your paragraph. You are supporting your line of argument. Or the above evidence clearly shows that it was a dangerous attempt for one to try to escape from the East going to the West. That is your link of the paragraph. And your paragraph will be complete and will qualify you for a level 3, which is 6 to 8 marks. Without that, you can only get maximum of a level 2. That is, you have not used synthesis in the source. You did not show understanding of the Berlin Wall. You have just copied sources. Some start by even quoting sources. Conrad Schoolman jumped the barbed wire, source 1D. People used forged documents, source 1D. The East Berliners dug tunnels, source 1D. That is very wrong, and that can only give you a maximum of level 1, which is mere copying of sources. Very little understanding. You have not shown any understanding of the historical event, and we wonder what you were learning throughout the year. If you were learning, you would be wasting your resources. We don't need to do that. We should get maximum marks based on our understanding. Right, we move on to the next question, question number 2, which is the extension of Cold War. Right, we talked about the Cold War, or the origins of Cold War in Europe. It extended and ended up in Africa. And typical example of the extension of Cold War is the Angolan War, which was a proxy war between capitalism and communism. Right, we don't need to waste time there. Angola got its independence from Portugal, and upon the Portuguese giving independence to Angola, there was a dispute between the 3 political liberation movements for Angola, which was UNITA, the FNLA, and the MPLA. Those were the 3 movements which were competing to rule over Angola after independence. So, because of the extent of Cold War, the capitalistic world ended up supporting some of the movements, and also the communist world ended up supporting some of the movements and fueled the dispute in Angola. So it was a proxy war, like it was a war which was fought in Angola on behalf of the superpowers. That is why we call it a proxy war. I don't need to waste time on that. Let's go to the questions. I hope you have the information about Angola. You have studied Angola, and we have the basic information on the Cold War extension, the case study for Angola. Right. Using the source, list the 3 main liberation organizations present at the time of the Angola independence. Right, we go to our source. It's an extraction question. We don't need to waste time on that one. We just have to extract information from the relevant source. This is extraction level 1 question. Right, we go to the source. This is source 2A. The context of the source is saying, the source discusses the reasons for the involvement of the Cold War superpowers, the USA and the USSR, in the Angola Civil War in the 1970s. Right. Our answer to the question, we got here. There were 3 main liberation organizations, MPLA, FNLA, and UNITA. Those are our responses to the first question. It's an extraction question. Move on to the next question, question number 2.1.2. Why, according to the source, was control of Luanda critical? Remember, Luanda was the capital city of Angola. So those 3 liberation movements were fighting for the control of the capital city. Why was it important to control the capital city of Luanda? Right. We can also try to check from the source here. It says control of Luanda was critical. Many Angolans believed that whoever held power in Luanda on November 11 would gain legitimacy as the leader of the new government. That is the evidence that we have in the source. So that is the answer to question number 2.1.2. It says control of Luanda was critical. Why? Many Angolans believed that whoever held power in Luanda on November 11 would gain legitimacy as the leader of the new government. So the 3 liberation movements were fighting to get control of the capital city of Luanda so as to become recognized as the legitimate government of Angola upon the 11th of November. Right, so that is what is relevant to that particular question. That's the response to that particular question. We move on to the next question, question number 2.1.3. 2.1.3. Right, 2.1.3 saying, define the concept civil war in your own words. Right, when you're talking of a civil war, we have to explain it in your own understanding. Right, a civil war, we know that when we're talking of a civil war, we're talking of a dispute amongst people of the same country. So we can define it as civil war, we can define it as, the question is here. We can define a civil war as an armed struggle. Armed struggle or conflict which is between two or more groups within the same country. Within the same country. That is a civil war. Civil, we are looking at civilians from the same country, groups or organizations from the same country fighting against each other. Like what we are seeing in Angola, we have those three liberation movements. They are disputing against each other for the sake of being legitimate government after independence. They wanted to be recognized as the legitimate government. So in that effort, they were fighting against each other. But if we check those people, they were only Angolan people involved in that dispute. It's not a group from coming from another country, but it's basically a group from the same country. So a civil war, it's that dispute which is contained within the same country. People group themselves, but within the same country, people of the same origin, people of the same country, they fight against each other or they conflict against each other in the same very own country. That is a civil war. Right. So you can define it in your own understanding, but the basis should be the same. You should address the fact that it's a dispute by who? By groups of the same country. That's the basis of the civil war. Right. We go on to number 2.1.4. Right. It says, using the information in the source and your own knowledge, explain why the USSR supported the MPLA. Right. Why did the USSR chose to support the MPLA? Right. Number one, the MPLA, this group here, this organization here, this movement, it was, if we check the history and the leaders, it was a Marxist organization. Was a communist. The leaders of this group here, of the MPLA, had acquired their education in the communist world, and they were pro-communist. Their ideology was that of a communist economic system or political system. They wanted to implement communism in Angola because that was their ideology. So being Marxist, their ideology was also the same ideology as USSR. That was why they chose to support them, because they were adopting the same economic or political ideology of communism. Right. And also, the other reason, the USSR wanted to ultimately expand their communist influence. Remember, the ideology of communism was supposed to be spread to the world. And it was a way of them having a way of spreading communism to the world. They wanted to get a way of spreading the communist ideology to the world. And also, you can look at natural resources. It was also an argument. Natural resources. Angola was very rich in natural resources, mainly gas and oil. Oil and minerals. Right. Because of those resources, oil and diamonds, Russia was interested in those resources. So they chose to support one liberation movement so that in case the liberation movement gets into power, they will also get access to the natural resources of Angola and be able to exploit them. So it was another hidden agenda so that they would exploit the resources of Angola. Right. And also, the geographical location. It's also the argument. The geographical location of Angola, it was strategic for trade purposes. They wanted to access trade routes. So Russia being interested in trade with African countries, it was also be able to access African subcontinent through Angola. So they wanted to take control of Angola through influencing MPLA. so that in case the MPLA becomes the legit government, they will also be given access to control trade routes into Africa. So you are supposed to find out two justified historical reasons as to why the USSR chose to support the MPLA in that context. Right. Then we go to number 125. Using the source and your own knowledge, explain why the experience of the USSR in the Vietnam made most Americans reluctant to get involved in Angola. Right, we are all aware of the America's involvement in Vietnam. America versus the Viet Cong. America was humiliated in the Vietnam War. It lost the battle to a small nation of peasants and farmers. So we are saying Americans now, given that in the during the Vietnam War, the 1960s, America was defeated in the Vietnam War, and now we are in the 1970s. We are seeing America again getting involved in the politics of other countries. Americans were no longer willing. They were reluctant. They were very unwilling to get involved in Angola. Why were they such? Because they had that history. They had been defeated and they had been humiliated by a small country. Now America again is still getting involved in the politics of other countries. The citizens were no longer interested in their country's involvement in politics of other countries. Why were they not interested? Why had they lost interest after even the Vietnam event? Right. So that explanation is a reason. We can say America had been defeated in Vietnam. We know that America lost to the Viet Cong, and Americans did not want to risk a repeat. They did not want to risk a repeat. You fight with a smaller nation, you get defeated, and you become so humiliated. Again, there's another political crisis. You want to go and intervene and get defeated for the second time, risking your another humiliation. They were not interested because they did not want, they knew that they were defeated in Vietnam, and now they were no longer interested in risking another defeat, which was a humiliating defeat. And also talk of the cost of the war. Cost of the war in terms of resources or money, which was spent, and also lives. The war in Vietnam had costed Americans so much, billions of US dollars, financing a war which was non-beneficial. And at the end, they lost the war. So it was a cost to the government and a cost to the economy of America, sponsoring such a war. And also, Americans, you know that they were undermining the Viet Cong. They sent young and inexperienced soldiers. Those soldiers were massacred. So many lives were lost. And so many people lost their loved ones in that particular war. So they were fearing, like, if the very same thing happens again, we're going to risk losing other lives after losing all those lives in Vietnam. So that was another reason why they were not interested in getting involved in a similar event. And also, you can talk of the reputation. America had lost its reputation. Remember, America was using inhuman strategies in the war. For example, the usage of chemical warfare. It made America very unpopular. So the image had been harmed. It was no longer having its original image. Its image was tainted bad through its tactics that it was using in the Vietnam War. For example, you can talk of the My Lai massacre. They killed innocent people. A lot of innocent people in the pretext that they wanted to attack the guerrillas, but they ended up killing innocent people. The usage of chemical warfare, they ended up killing so many innocent civilians. So their image was already bad. So they did not want again to get involved and get their image getting further damaged by involving themselves in Angola. So basically, you can use those ones as the arguments as to why Americans were not willing or were not interested in involving themselves in the fight in Angola. Right, we move on to the next question. The next question is on source 2B. Source 2B is a source that we need to analyze before we attempt the questions, right? We have to check source 2B. Source 2B is the context of the source is saying, the following extract is from an intelligence report prepared in 1975 by the Center for National Security Studies in Washington, D.C. it discusses the involvement of the USA in Angola civil war at that particular time. Right, that is the context of the source. We cannot go through the source. We just want to check on the questions and try to answer the questions. Right. We go to the question. First question is saying, who, according to the source, ran the secret war in Angola? This is an extraction question. We just come here and get our response. It says a secret war run by the CIA. So our response is the CIA, which is the Central Intelligence Agency. Right. We go to the next question. Using the source, list 2 commodities provided by the USA to groups in Angola. Again, that is an extraction question. We just have to go to the source and find the 2. The CIA to provide secret money and weapons. These are the 2. They are provided with money and with weapons. It's an extraction. Don't need to spend more time on that. We go to the next question. Right. Explain the concept proxy in the context of the Angolan civil war. I think I've explained the concept of a proxy war, where we said it's a war which is fought on behalf of the superpowers. The Angolan war was a proxy war. It was fought by Angolans, but on behalf of the superpowers. They were not fighting against each other for themselves, but for the benefit of the capitalistic and the communist giants. So what is a proxy? If we are to define a proxy in this instance here, we are supposed to define it as people or groups representing someone. You are a representative. You are a group of people, or you are just one person who is representing someone. Or we can say it's an intermediary, a proxy. You can argue it as an intermediary. Or can say, besides calling an intermediary, we can say it's the third party. So in the context of this one here, who were the proxy? We are looking at the 3 liberation movements in Angola. The MPLA was a proxy for communism. He was fighting on behalf of communism or on behalf of the USSR and its allies. So it was a proxy fighting for the USSR. And if you look at the other 2, the UNITA and the FNLA. Right. We can also argue that the FNLA and UNITA, they were proxies for the USA or for capitalism. They were agencies or intermediaries of capitalism. MPLA was a third party for communism. So it was a proxy for communism. It was fighting on behalf of communism, and these ones were fighting on behalf of capitalism. That is a proxy. Right, we move on to the next question. Right, using your own knowledge, explain why the USA would not allow MPLA to control Angola. Right, we are seeing that the USA was funding UNITA and FNLA, but they denied MPLA to control Angola. Why would they disallow the taking over of Angola by the MPLA? The first and definite reason is that the MPLA was representing USSR. It was in proxy for the USSR, which meant that if it would take control of Angola, it meant that the sphere of influence would fall under communism. So they were against communism. They wouldn't allow that to happen for the sake that they did not want communism to be spread into Angola. And also, if you can check, the MPLA, it opposed capitalism. So they would not allow anyone who was opposing capitalism because they wanted capitalism to be spread into Africa. And you can say they did not want communism because this one was a Marxist organization. So they did not want anything to do with communism to be spread in Africa. They did not want communism in Africa. Can be a justified reason. Or you can argue that America wanted access to Angola resources. So by allowing an opposing force, it meant that they would not get that access. So they wanted access to Angolan resources. That is why they were trying to further their interests through those other two liberation movements of UNITA and FNLA, and would not support and would not let MPLA take control of Angola because their interests would be would not finish because of the MPLA taking control of Angola. So they will make all effort to try and disallow the MPLA to take control of Angola for those reasons. Right. We move on to the next question. We are done with source 2B. We need to move on to question 2.3, which is based on the next source, which is source 2C. Right. Quickly moving on to the next question. Right, let's check the next question. Refer to source 2C. Let's check the context of the source. Right, source 2C. Let's go to the source and look at what's the context of the source. Right, it says, source 2C, the following visual source is a cartoon by American cartoonist Ital, established on 9 January 1976 in the Fort Worth Star Telegram newspaper. The cartoon depicts two chefs selling an Angolan sandwich, which with most of the ingredients are redacted or made secret. Right, we are seeing here those two chefs who are representing or who are in the form of the President of America, who is Gerald Ford, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Henry Kissinger. They are selling this Angolan sandwich to the Americans, and they are not disclosing the ingredients of their Angolan sandwich, right? Which is a cartoon which we should interpret using our cartoon interpretation skills, right? Moving on to the question number 231. Let's go to the question 231. It says, explain what message the cartoon conveys about the nature of America's role in the Angolan Civil War. Use visual clues from the source to support your answer. But when you are answering this question here, when you're answering this particular question, you should not answer like you are reading what is on the cartoon. Using visual clues, you are saying what you are seeing, what's the hidden meaning of what you are seeing on the cartoon. That's what you should, how you should interpret the cartoon. Not like explaining what you are seeing. Like you explain that you are seeing a sandwich. You are seeing Henry Kissinger holding a sandwich. What does that mean? What's the deeper meaning of that? That is using visual clues. Use that as a clue. Angola is being presented as a sandwich. What does that mean? That's how you should interpret using visual clues. Find the hidden meaning or find the deeper meaning of what is shown on the cartoon. That is using visual clues. So most of the learners, what they do is when they're interpreting cartoons or any other visual source, they explain what they are seeing on the cartoon, which is wrong. We want the deeper meaning of what you are seeing. Use what you are seeing to interpret the meaning of it in deeper understanding, because you have learned about these historical aspects. You know about these historical aspects. What is the meaning or what is the intended meaning from what is portrayed on the image? That is the question. So what message is portrayed on that cartoon? Let's go to our cartoon here and see the message being portrayed. We are seeing President Gerald Ford and Henry Kissinger. They are having their sandwich there, which is Angola, and you are seeing the sandwich. It has got lots of money, which is a sandwich in between. And we are seeing the general USA people are looking over there, and they are advertising their sandwich there. Try our Angolan sandwich to all. The patties, the sauce are on a bun, but the other ingredients are not shown. By Henry and Jerry, they are the sellers of that particular, the two chefs selling the sandwich. Right. So what is the meaning of that? The first meaning is that Henry Kissinger and President Ford are responsible for providing money to American proxies in Angola. The money that you are seeing here, these two guys, they are selling this language. This language has got money. And we are seeing the meaning of that is that those two guys are providing money to Angola. That is the deeper meaning of that. They are responsible for providing their proxies, providing UNITA and FINLA with money. Because there is money in that language there, if you can see here. These are notes, the dollars that you can see here. That's the deeper meaning of that. Then again, the ingredients, if we check here, they are not all shown. They've just shown that there's patties, there's sauce, and those ones are on a bun. But what is this one? Which is hidden? This one is hidden because it says the ingredients are redacted or they're made secret. What is the deeper meaning of the ingredients being hidden? They are selling their language, but the ingredients are not disclosed. What's the meaning of that? It means the American public were not aware of exactly what was happening in Angola. The general public in America, they just overheard that America is involving itself in Angola, but they did not have details of what was happening there. That is what the meaning of the hidden ingredients imply. They hid the information to general citizens of America. They did not know exactly what was happening in America, which is portrayed by the hidden ingredients of the sandwich. And it says here, no fair picking. But if you insist, we can give you a list of the ingredients that are definitely not included. What's the meaning of this? They did not want people picking into their sandwich. Or if people insisted that they wanted to know what is happening, they were going to fool them by giving them what is not involved or what is not included in their sandwich. What's the meaning of that? It means Kissinger and Ford did not want or did not wish for the Americans to know what was happening in Angola by this statement here. People were not knowing because they hid the instructions. And again, they are saying, if you insist, we can give you the list of the ingredients that are definitely not included. So the meaning of that is they did not want any American to know exactly what was happening in America. That's the meaning of that. And the statement ends with a list of ingredients that are definitely not included. What is the meaning of that? If they know of ingredients not included, it means they have got details. They are fully detailed of the Angolan situation, but they would fool the people by telling them what is not the exact thing that the people wanted to know, which means those two guys, they were hiding the details of their involvement in Angola. They were hiding the details of their involvement in Angola by this statement here, where they say, a list of ingredients that are definitely not included. We can give you a list of ingredients that are definitely not included. By giving someone that is not there, it means you know a lot. And they were hiding their details. They did not want the Americans to know the details of Angola, of our US's involvement in Angola. So when you're interpreting a cartoon, be able to figure out what is presented there and find a deeper meaning. The same goes with money. It's a meaning. This statement, no fair picking, is a statement on its own. We can give you a list of ingredients that are not definitely included. It's a clue. The hidden ingredients is a clue. So find a deeper meaning, find a deeper meaning, find a meaning here and find a meaning there. You get your responses. That is basically how you interpret the cartoon. Right, let's move on to the next question. Move on to question 2.3.2. Comment on the fact that Angola language is filled with money. Like what you can see there. What comment, give a statement on Angola language is filled with money. What does that imply? It means Kissinger and Ford were funding the conflict in Angola. They were using money to fund. If the language is filled with money, what does the implication of that? It means they were funding the dispute in Angola. They were sponsoring money to their proxies in Angola. So the American government and the CIA were providing money to their proxies in Angola. And also the other implication you can say, the involvement of Angola in the involvement of the USA in Angola was costly to the government. Because if you check the amount of money which is stashed between those two in that language. It's a lot of money, which resembles that it was a cost to the government of America to be involved in Angola. So it was costing the government of America to be involved in Angola. Now to move on to the next question, which is a comparison question. Compare source 2C to source 2B to source 2C. Explain how the information in source 2B supports source 2C regarding the involvement of the USA in Angolan civil war. Right? Without wasting time, we just have to find similarities of those two. And remember the format that we use. Source 2B says this, which is supported by source 2C, which shows this. Right. Right. We can start by saying that source 2B explains that America's involvement was secret as far as the public and most of the Congress was concerned. America's involvement was secret. Is portrayed in source 2B. And how is it supported in source 2C, which is supported by source 2C, where we see the Americans not knowing the ingredients of the sandwich. That is a comparison, a support. This source 2B saying Americans were unaware of the involvement of America in Angola, and is supported by source 2B, source 2C, which says Americans did not know the ingredients, the sandwich, the Angolan sandwich. And in source 2B, it explains that the president was making key decisions. I think we talked about that. The president, we saw it in the source, where the president is mentioned and being involved in the politics in Angola. From here, says President Gerald Ford personally authorized the CIA. It means he is actually involved. He's actively involved, the president. How is it supported here? It is supported that the president is there. Gerald Ford is there. We are seeing him on the cartoon. So, source 2A explains that the president personally authorized the CIA to fund, which is supported by source 2B, which portrays the president's involvement in Angola. It's another one. And again, we're told about money here. Was authorized, the CIA was authorized to provide secret money or covert money. Is evidence in this source. Source 2B says that the CIA was authorized by the president to provide secret money, which is supported by source 2C, which shows money on the sandwich. That is support. It's money there and money here. Kissinger there in source 2B, Kissinger there in source 2C. Gerald Ford there in source 2B, Gerald there in source 2C. Right. And also we are told about the covert here. If we check here, the CIA was authorized to provide covert or secret money. This aspect of secret, which means it was not disclosed. How is it supported there? The aid which was supposed to be provided there was supposed to be covert or secret, which is supported by here. The ingredients are unknown. That is a support. They did not disclose what they were doing or how they were involving themselves in Angola. It was secret aid or covert aid. So the two are supporting each other. So basically, if you can check, there is so much evidence that you can use to support your two sources. And the other mistake that you should avoid is that of bunching evidence. Pick out one piece of evidence and figure out how it is appearing in the other source. Avoid bunching a lot of evidence. Like, for example, you say President Gerald Ford personally authorized the CIA to provide covert money and weapons to the groups in Angola. You have bunched a lot of evidence there which can be supported. Because at the end, you get 2 marks. If you say that statement from here, President Ford generally, source 2A, source 2B, explains that President Gerald Ford personally authorized the CIA to provide covert money and weapons to the groups in Angola, which is supported by source 2C, which shows President Gerald Ford providing a sandwich with money to the Americans. That one, you have bunched evidence. You can only get 2 marks for that, but you have disadvantaged yourself by not splitting the different evidence which is there. Which evidence have you bunched? The president as a figure on himself. President Gerald Ford was actively involved in Angola, which is supported in source 2B, which shows President Gerald Ford being involved. Foreign Affairs Minister Henry Kissinger is explained about, there's somewhere where is explained about, yes, the president and Kissinger were both aware. This is evidence. Kissinger, which is also portrayed here. We have him here. It's another evidence. You get your 4 marks. You come back again here, another evidence that would have bunched. The CIA to provide covert or secret, which is also supported here, where the ingredients are hidden. Here, hidden ingredients. Are you seeing how you lose marks? So, and also, it shows about provision of money. The CIA was authorized to provide money, which is also supported by money, which is shown in the language here. Those are different pieces of evidence that you can use to get maximum 4 marks. But if you bunch them, you end up giving yourself an injustice, giving yourself a disadvantage where you can only get maximum of 2 marks for all that evidence, because you have bunched the evidence and not be able to figure out and split the different forms of historical evidence to provide different arguments distinct on their own. Move on to the next question. We go to question source 2D. Identify from the source the reason that FNLA and UNITA were regarded by the Soviet Union as splitists. Why were they regarded as splitists? That is number 521. Right? If you go to the source, we have to check the context of the source. The following source drawn from information in the Soviet newspaper is verse T, describes the USSR's perspective on the conflict in Angola. Right. We go here and try to extract the evidence. Why were they regarded as splitists? The first statement will give us the answer. The FNLA and UNITA were regarded by the Soviet Union as splitists because they had betrayed the anti-colonial struggle and split from the revolution, aligning themselves to the Cold War, to the Western Cold War powers. That was the reason. They were regarding them as splitists. We are saying they had split from the core idea. They were regarded as having split themselves or having developed a faction from the main idea to adopt the Western ideology of capitalism. That was why they were regarding them as splitists, because they were believing that Angola was supposed to adopt a communist ideology, a Marxist ideology. But these ones now were differing in ideology. So they were saying they are splitists, or they were factions from the core idea in Angola, because they had opted to split from the revolution and aligning themselves with the capitalistic world. Right, move on to the next question. According to the source, why was UNITA condemned as a puppet for international monopoly capitalism? Right, that is number 2.5.3. Sorry, for 5.2, 5.3, 2.5.2. Right. Why was it UNITA was condemned as a puppet for international monopoly capitalism? Right, if we check here, the evidence that we have from the source, right, imperialist tactics, let's go here, support Phoenix organizations, regularly condemned, right. It says here, the FNLA particularly fitted this description. It was regularly condemned because of its receiving funding from America and following UNITA's alliance with the FNLA and its acceptance of support from South Africa and America. So the reason there is that it accepted the support from South Africa and America. So South Africa, because South Africa was under the apartheid rule, which was also a capitalistic political ideology, and also America, they accepted to be supported by those two. They were regarded as such because of their acceptance. And also, UNITA's alliance with FNLA, because remember, these two, they got to unite to have a united front to fight against the MPLA. So it was also regarded. So those two reasons, its acceptance of support from South Africa and America, and also its UNITA's alliance with the FNLA. Those are the two reasons as to why they were regarded as such. Right. We move on to the next question, which is question number 5.2.3. Right. 5.2.3 is move on to the question 523. Using the source and your own knowledge, comment on the statement that FNLA and UNITA were more than an instrument in the hands of an American intelligence. What is the implication of that statement when you are saying they were more than instruments in the hands of an American intelligence, which is the CIA? We are saying they were tools used by America because they were receiving funding from them. Whatever they were doing it in favor of the CIA because they were the ones who were funding or who were sponsoring their movements. So they were instruments in the hands of the CIA because they were tools which were used by America because they were receiving funding. So they were controlled by America. That's the meaning of that statement. When something is an instrument, not more than an instrument in the hands of an American intelligence, we're saying if you're an instrument, you are being used. So those two were being controlled by American intelligence because they were receiving funding from them. Whatever they were doing it for the benefit of the CIA and America because they were the ones who were funding their operations. Right. Let's go to the next question. The next question is saying, why do you think international 254, why do you think international monopolies wanted access to Angola's resources? Why were international wanted control or access to Angola's resources? Why do you think international monopolies wanted control of Angola's resources? Right. Here, they did not want the Marxists or the MPLA to have access to the resources of Angola. The international monopolies, they were saying, they were regarding the capitalists as international monopolies. They were monopolizing resources of the world. And why were they wanting to this access? Because they wanted to deny USSR and the MPLA access to the resources so that they would get access to them. They wanted to control those resources by themselves. So they did not want the USSR or the MPLA or those who were following the Marxist ideology to get control of those resources. And also they wished to maintain their power in Angola. They wanted to maintain their power in Angola. And also they did not want the general people to benefit from their own resources. Because we're talking of monopolizing the resources here, we are looking at particular individuals controlling all the resources. So if those resources were going to fall under communism, they were going to be shared. So they did not want to lose their grip of Angolan resources, and they did not want again to let Angolan people have a share of their own resources. They wanted to keep a grip of the resources and keep controlling those resources for their own benefit and disallow ordinary Angolan people to have a share of their own very resources. Right, we'll move on to the next question, which is question number 2.55. What are the limitations of this source for a historian researching the civil war in Angola? The limitations. We are saying this source is limited, does not give a clear picture, or does not give the rightful information about what happened in Angola. What justification can we give that this source is limited? Right. If you go to one of the things that you should note if you are looking at limitation of a source, check the context of the source. Check the context of the source. Why is the source? What's the source saying? It's saying the following source drawn from information in the Soviet newspaper. This is a Russian newspaper. It describes the USSR's perspective on the conflict in Angola. From that heading or that context of the source, we have received a limitation. We have got a limitation from that. This is a Russian newspaper. which is explaining events happening in Angola. And we know well that in Angola, there were communists and capitalists fighting for the influence of Angola, for the control of Angola. They wanted to spread communism on the side of the East. They wanted to spread capitalism on the side of the West. They were disputing each other, sponsoring the proxies in Angola. So definitely, we are going to have bias there. We are going to have bias in the sense that they are going to talk good of themselves and not talk anything good about the other side. Because remember, this was a conflicting ground. So the first limitation is the source will show only the perspective of the Soviet. It's biased. It's a limitation. The source is biased. Definitely from that, we can trace bias. It's showing USSR side of the story. Because it's a newspaper, which is a Soviet newspaper, they are going to talk good of the USSR and talk bad of the other side. And the information, if you analyze the information there, the information that we find, what about the information that we find there? We can also use it as limitation of the source, right? There's strong negative language. The source is has got strongly a negative language. Is labeling the FNLA and the UNITA as splitists. That is a strong negative language. It's limited. It's portraying the capitalistic side as strongly negative by using languages like splitists, labeling them very bad, which shows that it's limited. It's not giving a fair view of what was happening in Angola. It's limited. It's not giving us a clear picture of what was happening by using that hatred language. And also, we can say it's only supporting the MPLA. Whatever they are saying there, they are saying the MPLA is justified. So if we can check that one, we can argue that the source is limited for those reasons. Because of those reasons, the newspaper is a Russian newspaper, is giving the view side of USSR's involvement and is talking bad about the West. And also it's using a strong negative language, labeling the proxies on the side of capitalistic as very bad, as splitists. And also it's supporting MPLA only and not giving a view of the other proxies, which is UNITA and FNLA. It's not giving an equal attention to other liberation movements. So it's limited because of those reasons which we have highlighted there. Right. Number 2.6, which is the last question. The last question is a paragraph question. Again, we use the same tactics of answering a paragraph question. We use the peel approach, whereby we adopt a point, and from that point, we have to explain the points, and we have to give evidence from the sources, and we have to link our point at the end. We still use the peel approach, right? The question is saying, a paragraph of 8 lines in your own words, write a paragraph of 8 words explaining how the Cold War superpowers contributed to the civil war in Angola. Explaining how the Cold War superpowers contributed to the civil war in Angola. That is the question. So you should answer the question. Are you saying the superpowers contributed towards the civil war in Angola, or they did nothing? That should be your line of argument. You should show us that there is an impact of the Cold War superpowers in regard to the civil war in Angola. Were they the ones to be blamed for the civil war? Did they play a part? Did they contribute towards the civil war in Angola? That is your line of argument. That is your answer to the question before you attempt your paragraph. So you can start it by saying the Cold War superpowers contributed significantly towards the civil war in Angola, or the Cold War superpowers were the basis for the civil war in Angola, or significantly played a part towards the civil war in Angola. Then you explain they contributed. They contributed greatly towards Angola civil war. That is your line of argument. The Cold War superpowers contributed greatly towards the civil war in Angola. Then why are you saying so? You explain in your own words. USA was funding the liberation movements of UNITA and FNLA. How were they funding them? They were sponsoring them with secret money and weapons so that they would strengthen their side in the effort to fight against the communist MPLA. You have given the side of capitalism. You go on to Russia. The USSR on the other side sponsored the MPLA, which was a Marxist organization, with military advisors, with money, with whatever. You are explaining in your own words. Cuba, on the other hand, which was also a communist side, decided to also support with weapons and troops on the side of MPLA. And therefore, this worsened the rivalry between the two extreme ends of the revolutions of UNITA combined with FINLA and MPLA. You are explaining in your own words. You are using your own words to explain the Angolan situation, how these superpowers contributed towards the civil war in Angola. Then you give evidence. You go to the sources. America gave secret money and weapons through the CIA to UNITA and FINLA. That is source, whatever source you quote. Or if you took it from the picture, source 2C shows America giving this. You go on to explain how the USSR also contributed. What did the USSR do? The USSR did this in source 2D. If you are to figure out maybe Cuba, if it is involved also, Cuba did this, gave this airline what, source 2D. This is your evidence. Then you go now to the end of your paragraph. You are supposed to link, because you have said the superpowers contributed greatly. Refer back to that when you are ending your paragraph. Refer to the idea that the superpowers contributed greatly towards the civil war in Angola. You can link by saying the involvement of America and the USSR by sponsoring with money and other resources, including weapons, clearly fueled the civil war in Angola. You are supporting that they were the ones responsible for the contribution towards the civil war in Angola. Or you can say America's involvement through CIA was a clear fuel which led or which strengthened UNITA and FINLA to fight against MPLA. It's a linking statement to end your paragraph, because you have said the superpowers contributed and you have explained how they contributed and you gave evidence of what they did to contribute to the civil war. Then at the end, you are supporting what you have been explaining in the paragraph. You end your paragraph like that. That is a level 3 paragraph. That can give you even 8 out of 8, because you have followed the right structure of attempting a paragraph question by following the Peel method. Peel method by answering the question, clear point answering the question, explaining in your own words, giving historical evidence from the sources, and linking back to your question and your line of argument. That is a clear paragraph. Right. Not wasting time, we are not going to look at question number 3. We are going to go to the essay questions. We are going to do 2 essay questions. We are going to look at question number 4, which is the Vietnam War, and we're going to look at question number 5, which is independent Africa, the case study of the situation in Congo. Right. On these ones here, we don't want to waste time. We'll just explain how you answer the essay question. The points, I know you have them, and you know how to express those points in pure method. What I'm going to explain here is how you are going to answer the question so that you are able to construct an essay with a proper line of argument which is supported throughout and which is going to give you a high level on presentation. That is the risk that we have of learners failing to score a good presentation grade because they won't know how to sustain a line of argument. Right, let's go to question number 4. Question number 4 is saying, the tactics and methods used by the Viet Cong posed a great challenge to American soldiers. The tactics and methods used by Viet Cong posed a great challenge to American soldiers during the Vietnam War between 1963 to 1975. Critically discuss this statement and use relevant evidence to support your line of argument. This is a critical discussion question. You should pay attention to this. Critically discuss. And maybe let's just look at the other question, how it is set. This one is saying, do you agree with the above statement? And let's go to the last question. It says, explain to what extent. Those are the 3 types of questions that we are going to have for the essay questions. In every paper, you will see that those are the 3 settings of the questions that we will have. Right. So if you have those questions, you should know how to tactfully attack those questions using the techniques of history of answering essay questions. Right. What you need to do when you get a critical discussion question, let me just bunch them and explain how you're supposed to answer the questions. Then you apply the knowledge to answering those questions. If the question says critically discuss, what do you need to do there? What you need to do is you need to approve. You need to approve or disapprove the statement. That is the answer to the question. When the question says critically discuss, when you're answering, you have to approve the statement or you have to disapprove the statement. And when a question says, do you agree? You have to agree or you have to disagree. And on agreement or disagreement, it depends with the extent. It can be partial disagreement or partial agreement, or it can be full agreement or disagreement, depending on how your argument is going to be presented. And what you need to be aware of here, avoid using personal pronoun. Do not use personal pronoun. I is not supposed to be used in your presentation. Not use personal pronoun I. For example, you say, I agree to the statement that the political and economic cultural policies of Mobutu were unsuccessful. Do not use this. You can say, this essay fully agrees with the statement that, or in agreement, the political and economic cultural policies did this. And avoid using this one here. That is how you answer that question. Then you go to the last question, which is to what extent? Explain to what extent. What you need to do here, show the extent, either a greater extent or a lesser extent, depending on your argument. So you should show the answer. So whenever you're getting a question, before you write anything in the introduction, if this is the one, your answer to the question should show that you are approving or you are disapproving the statement. If the question says, do you agree? Before you do anything in your introduction, show that you are agreeing or disagreeing. If to what extent, show the extent before you explain anything in your introduction. That is the answer to the question or your line of argument. Then you will go on to do other things after you've answered the question. So the opening statement of your essay in the introduction should make a clear statement which is answering the question, and nothing else should happen in the opening statement. There should be an answer to the question. There should be a line of argument. There should be a stance to the question. Before you write anything, don't start with background information. Background comes after you've answered the question. then you can include background. And remember, there are no marks for the background information. You'll be wasting your resources, wasting your energy, wasting your mind, wasting your space and your paper. That is wastage of resources. Do not add the background explaining about the split of Vietnam into North Vietnam and South Vietnam. The Geneva Conference declared that this and this, Ho Chi Minh and Ngo Diem, what. Those things, they are background information, not answering the question. Go to the answer to the question. Go to the tactics and answer the question. That is the answer to the question. After adopting a line of argument, let's go to our question and try to define what a line of argument for this question is and figure out how you can answer the question. So, the tactics and method used by the Viet Cong posed a great challenge to American soldiers during the Vietnam War between 1963 to 1975. Right. So what you need to do there, you need to critically discuss. And before you critically discuss, you should answer the question. If you are approving the statement, you are saying the tactics that were used by Viet Cong, they posed a challenge to American soldiers during the war. You are approving. If you are disapproving, you are saying the tactics and the method used by the Viet Cong did not pose any great challenge or did not pose any or posed minimal challenge to American soldiers. You are disapproving the statement. But be mindful that the side that you take, you must be able to support it. We know the result of this war, that the Viet Cong were the winners of this war. They were the victors in this war. So if you are supporting America, I am not very sure what you're going to say in the essay. Because we know that American strategies, though they were conventional, but they failed to defeat the Viet Cong strategies. So whatever you are supposed to adopt there, adopt a line of argument which you will be able to support throughout your discussion. Otherwise, you end up opposing yourself in the discussion, wandering around, and your essay loses sense. At the end of the day, you fail to contextualize your essay. You will be wandering around either side. You are supporting America, you are supporting Viet Cong at the same time, which means your essay is meaningless and you won't be able to score any good score for that particular essay because you don't have a stance and you don't have a clear line of argument which you can support in the presentation. So, in this essay, based on the results of the war, the tactics and method used by the Viet Cong, they indeed posed a great challenge to American soldiers during the war. That is your answer to the question. Because you will be able to support it. Then, given that this is a critically discussed question, what are you supposed to do? Show that it's a critical discussion question when you are giving your reason. Because remember, for the introduction, we want number one, a line of argument or the answer to the question. Number two, give a reason why you are answering the question in that direction. Then number three, give orientation to the reader or elaboration of the historical evidence that you are going to explain in the essay or that you're going to use in the presentation. That is how you're going to answer your question, and that is how you're going to portray your introduction. It should have those three basics. One, it should have an answer to the question. Number two, it should have a reason or because. Why are you answering the question in that direction? And number three, it should have historical evidence, orientation to the reader, or elaboration of what you're going to discuss in the essay. Then your introduction is complete. So here we are saying the answer to the question is there. The tactics and methods used by the Viet Cong posed a great challenge, or indeed proved to be a very serious challenge, or proved to be an immense challenge to American soldiers. You are not supposed to copy the statement. You are doing English as a language. You are communicating in English. Use your English skills to change the statement, to make it appealing, but it should not lose its sense. That is number one. Number two, you go to the reason. And this is a critical discussion question. When you are giving a reason, you should give reasons which show critique by looking at the two sides of the story, because it's a critical discussion question. And given that it's a war situation, we cannot talk of a war and talk of one side. The advantages of one side will make one win the war, and the disadvantages of the other side will make the other side lose the war. So we can never talk of a war in one side's perspective. What makes you win and what makes the other one lose? We have to discuss both of them because it's a two-sided frontier which is a war. Right. So in this instance here, we are supposed to give a reason on the side of the tactics of Viet Cong, and again give a reason on the side of America. So we can say the Viet Cong, though they used non-conventional methods in the war, their methods proved to be very effective, and they were able to become victors in the war. We are giving a reason why we are saying the methods were posing a great challenge. They were non-conventional, we know, but those non-conventional methods, they confused the American soldiers and made the Viet Cong win the war. You go to the American side. America, though they were using conventional methods, their methods, they were ineffective, and they made them very unpopular, leading to them withdrawing from Vietnam and losing the war. Although America had got superior weapons, they failed dismally in the war and ended up conceding a defeat, and a humiliating defeat, from a small nation. We are answering on the side of America. We have given our reasons. Remember, we are supposed to give two reasons here because we are answering a critical discussion. We look at the side of the Viet Cong, what made them win the war, and we look at the side of America, what made them lose the war. Viet Cong, on the critique, they were using inferior methods, but those methods were effective enough to guarantee their win in the war. America were using superior weapons and conventional methods, but even though those methods were implemented, they failed to realize a win on the side of America. It's a critique. We have done the critique, we have shown that it's a critical discussion. Then we elaborate on the evidence that we're going to use in the essay, or we orient the reader. This presentation is going to further elaborate on the tactics that were used by the Viet Cong and the conventional strategies that America employed in the war in Vietnam. That is what the essay is going to prove. Or this essay is going to prove that the tactics that were used by the Viet Cong greatly posed a challenge on the strategies that America employed in the war. We have done justice to our introduction. The reader has got an answer to the question and has the evidence to why you are answering the question in that direction, and has got orientation of what they are expecting in the essay. Then you now go to the answers of your essay. When you're answering the essay, this is a critical discussion question. You answer it critically, showing a critique. A critique, we are saying you are giving the other side of the story directly there or in some other way. For example, you can look at America using safe village policy. We know the strategies. I'm not going to waste time there on the strategies. I'm just going to highlight on a few. You are looking at America's strategies. Maybe you want to criticize the safe village. The USA used the safe village policy, or used the hamlet, the strategic hamlet policy. You explain what kind of policy was it. The Americans wanted to split the guerrillas from the ordinary civilians. They implemented villages where the settlers were supposed to be in, such that whoever was outside the village was deemed to be a guerrilla. Then you critique it. Did it work? In that same paragraph, you show the ineffectiveness of the methods. However, this method did not work on the side of Americans because the same guerrillas were already in the villages when they tried to split the civilians from the guerrillas. It's a critique. You have shown that Viet Cong had implemented a counter strategy to what the Americans were thinking, and therefore the strategy failed. Then you can also talk of maybe America employing chemical warfare. America tried to use chemical warfare. You can talk of napalm. You explain how it worked as a chemical used in the war. Right. That strategy became ineffective. Why? It made other countries condemn America because it caused a lot of damage to the environment. The environmentalists were arguing on the favor of the environment. They were damaging the environment. And also, what did the Viet Cong do? Seeing this strategy, they ambushed the cities that were controlled by America. While they were trying to attack the forests, they were trying to target the forests, thinking that that was where the Viet Cong guerrillas were. They were already hiding close to their cities and they were attacking the cities at the same time. You are showing a critique. America is thinking that it's effective to use chemical warfare, to use burning substances, destroying the forest and whatever. But at the same time, the guerrillas are not there in the forest. They are just close to the cities. They are attacking the cities. So you are showing a critique. You go to other methods. There are a lot of methods to explain there. America sending young and inexperienced soldiers is just an advantage for the Viet Cong. The Viet Cong were able to crush them and destroy them because they were inexperienced. So you are explaining and you are giving the side of the story, trying to show a critique as you go. So there are so many strategies that you can talk about. You can talk about America using Operation Rolling Thunder as another strategy, which was a bombing strategy. It was also ineffective because America was mainly, they were targeting the industrial to destroy the capacity of the Viet Cong to produce food. So the Viet Cong were relying on subsistence farming. It was ineffective. Or you can talk of guerrilla warfare, how it worked. Them are operating in smaller groups, the Viet Cong. It confused the American soldiers, and at the end of the day, they became so scared because they didn't know where their enemy was coming from. So you are explaining on either side, showing that American strategies were weaker. At the same time, the Viet Cong strategies were effective, and they made America lose in that particular war. Then you go on to explain those events, giving evidence, giving explanations and historical evidence, linking back to the line of argument. Linking back at the end of the paragraph, you go back to the question. But the risk here is for you repeating the same line of argument. Your essay should not be a song. We are not singing when you're writing an essay. You should not have a chorus essay. That is not wanted. If you happen to conclude your every paragraph with the same statement, that now becomes a chorus. You're no longer writing, you're now singing. So we don't want essays that you've got the same linking statement. Like you end up by saying, this clearly shows that the Viet Cong posed a great challenge to American soldiers. This is first paragraph. You go the next paragraph, you say, the Viet Cong indeed posed a great challenge to American soldiers. You go the third paragraph, Viet Cong were a great challenge. Viet Cong strategies were a great challenge to American soldiers. That is repetition. You are singing, you are no longer writing. Find varied methods of linking to your line of argument as long as your link is referring back to the question. Or what you can also do, you refer to the next paragraph. What are we saying here? For example, you are explaining about the villagization or the strategic hamlets by America. You explain that the Americans employed the safe village police. They were trying to split guerrillas from the civilians. They put civilians in strategic hamlets so that whoever was outside was declared a guerrilla and would be attacked. You are explaining. However, the strategy failed because the guerrillas were farmers during the day and were fighters during the night. And you explain that. Then you link to show that by this, it proved very difficult for Americans to separate the guerrillas from the civilians. You have linked by saying that because by it being difficult for Americans to separate guerrillas, it means the guerrillas were posing a challenge. You haven't repeated the question, but you have linked to the question. Then the other way of linking to the next paragraph, you can say, seeing that the strategic hamlet strategy had failed for the Americans, they decided to employ a new strategy which was named Operation Rolling Thunder. It's also a linking statement. You have not gone back to the question, but you have shown that Americans were having a challenge and they decided to change their strategy in the war by introducing another method of fight or by introducing another tactic. Then in the very next paragraph, go and explain the very same strategy that you have introduced in the previous passage. You start by explaining what the Operation Rolling Thunder was. Operation Rolling Thunder was a mass bombing strategy which was employed by the Americans. The Americans, they were using this kind of jets or this kind of planes which were firing shells and firing whatever. You are explaining and you are giving evidence. Then you go on to explain and you go on and until you link to your line of argument. That is how varied you should. That is how you should vary your line of arguments as you discuss. And that is how your essay should look appealing. And that is how you are going to sustain your line of argument throughout the description or throughout the argument. And when you get to the conclusion, you should tie up your argument. And your conclusion should be reached based on evidence. What are we saying here? There should be convincing evidence in the presentation for you to reach a conclusion. We cannot conclude or cannot safely conclude by giving two reasons. You explain two strategies by America and one strategy by the Viet Cong. Then you have said you have reached a conclusion. That conclusion is not convincing because it's not reached based on evidence. For us to reach a conclusion, we should be very sure and we should be very convinced that whatever was explained in the presentation was posing a great challenge to America. That is the strategies by the Viet Cong. And also what America was doing, it should show that the Americans were facing a very serious challenge in the war. Then we become convinced and you can safely conclude. In your conclusion, you are tying up your points. And you are referring back to the question. And you should not repeat what you said in the presentation, in the conclusion. Never repeat what you did not say or repeat it directly as you said it in the essay. You should tie up your points in a particular way where you do not repeat exactly how you said the things in the essay, and you don't need to introduce anything new in the conclusion. Like you can conclude by saying, conclusively, the above historical evidence clearly shows that the strategies by the Viet Cong immensely created a great challenge to the American soldiers. If you want to reaffirm a point, you can reaffirm maybe a strategy by the Viet Cong. The use of guerrilla warfare greatly confused the young, inexperienced American soldiers, and they ended up becoming very scared in the war. They lost their confidence. They lost their faith in the war. And apparently, America Vietnamized. They withdrew from Vietnam. That is a conclusion. Or whatever way you want to reaffirm, you can reaffirm on the American side. The usage of chemical warfare by America greatly tarnished America's image on a global scale based on the environmental damage and the atrocities. This led to America running out of strategies and ultimately conceding a humiliating defeat from a small nation of peasants. You have concluded your essay. So basically, those are the tactics that you should employ. The strategies, you have them. The knowledge of the strategies, you have them. But the only challenge is how you should present them in the proper historical format of essay writing. So basically, that is how you were supposed to answer that particular question. Then question number 5, we follow the same strategies, but the only difference here on question number 5 is a do you agree question. Show that you are agree or you are disagreeing. And based on what we know of the Congo after independence, we know the rise of Mobutu after independence. The question is saying the political, economic, and cultural policies of Mobutu Sese Seko were ultimately unsuccessful at developing Congo in the years following independence. We know what happened in Congo. The politics of Congo were transformed into a one-party state. People lacked democracy. People lacked political freedom. People were denied the right to practice their right of political choice. So that is bad on the side of politics. We go to the economy. The economy performed very poorly. He nationalized the state. He nationalized industries. He was exploiting the resources for his own benefit. He implemented kleptocracy. He introduced the Syrianization, where he took all the resources. There was nepotism. There was extreme corruption. There was all those economic bad. Inflation went high. He adopted the capitalistic society where he was over-exploiting resources, whatever. He sent out investors. So it was not good again. Then we go to the social part, because the question is on cultural policies. We look at education, what he did to education, or also look at his implementation of the dress code to the people of Congo. All those things were not good. So we should agree to this statement that whatever he did politically, economically, and culturally was unsuccessful in developing Congo. Because if you say you disagree with this statement, it's going to pose you a challenge in sustaining a line of argument, because you won't have sufficient arguments to support your line of argument. So it is much advisable on my side, if I were the one writing the essay, I would advise you to take Mobutu as a failure in whatever essay. If it's saying to what extent did Mobutu succeed, you will say he succeeded to a lesser extent, because we know that most of the things that he did were unsuccessful. If the person is saying, do you agree that Mobutu succeeded? You should not agree to that, because we know what he did was more of a failure than good to the economy, to the politics, and to the social and cultural aspect of the people of Congo. So that is your line of argument. You should agree with this statement. So you can start your essay by answering the question. This essay fully agrees to the statement that the political, economic, and cultural policies of Mobutu were unsuccessful at developing Congo after independence. That is your line of argument. Or in agreement with the statement, the political, economic, and cultural policies of Mobutu were ultimately unsuccessful at developing Congo. You have answered the question. Then why are you answering the question in that direction? You give historical evidence. You are just highlighting general reasons as to why you are saying so. Mobutu, after attaining independence, ruined the economy of Congo. The GDP drastically fell after post-Belgium rule. It's economic. You are giving a reason as to why you're saying you were unsuccessful. You are giving general reasons. Or you can argue by saying the resources of Congo were mismanaged greatly, and only a few people benefited from the state resources. It's a reason why you are saying it was unsuccessful based on what was happening on the economy. Or you can argue using the politics. People of Congo were denied of their political right completely. Congo was transformed into a one-party state. It shows that the politics were no longer successful or were no longer good for the people. You are arguing using a political reason. Or you can argue using a social reason. The people of Congo were forced to follow a dress code which was anti-Western. You are giving reasons as to why you are saying it was unsuccessful. So if you want, you can argue or give reasons based on the economy, cultural, or political, or whichever, but there should be a reason in your introduction while you're answering that question in that direction. Then, or you can address political reason why you're saying such. Maybe you can argue by people being denied a political right or the right to vote or to choose political leaders, or you can argue on the economy the economy went down, or performance of the economy went down because of poor management of state resources. Or you can argue on the cultural basis. Maybe you can use education as a cultural policy, where you can say the culture or the policies of Congo under the Mobutu policies in Congo after independence, he let down the educational system. He did not promote local languages. He continued with the French language. That is the argument. Then you orient the reader. What is the essay going to prove? In this essay, the discussion will be based on the failures of Mobutu Sese Seko's rule on the political, economic, and cultural frontier. We have oriented the reader. You have shown the reader what evidence is going to be proved in the presentation. Or this essay is going to prove that Mobutu Sese Seko greatly failed the politics and the economy and the cultural of the culture of the people of Congo. Then you go to the essay. You have to explain the politics of Congo, and you have to explain the economy of Congo, and you have to also refer back to the line of argument to show that it was a failure or it was unsuccessful. There are so many policies there that you can talk of: economic policies, social policies, cultural policies, or political policies. We cannot exhaust all of them. I'll just list them. Under political policies, you can talk of the Congo being transformed from being changed into a one-party state. Or you can talk of Mobutu creating a kleptocracy. You can talk of a one-party state. You can talk of kleptocracy. Kleptocracy, which was basically an idea by Mobutu to enrich himself and his immediate family members who abused state resources. And we also can talk of nepotism on the political side. He gave positions to people who were close to him. Those were the ones who were managing the state resources. Or you can also talk of him enjoying extravagant life, overspending state resources for himself. Or you can talk of him silencing opposition. You explain how bad it was for the politics of Congo, or him becoming a life president. It's politics, which was bad because he denied other people an opportunity to be elected into the presidency of Congo. Then you go to the economy. What happened to the economy of Congo? You can talk of how the economy was ruined by Mobutu, elitism. There was this particular group of people who were very rich, who got to acquire education and became very rich. And those people were exploiting others, which was bad for the economy of Congo. And also you can talk of what he did on the foreign aid. Ended up relying on foreign aid. Reliance on foreign aid, which was also bad. You cannot rely on support from other countries while you have resources. And also you can talk of dependent on foreign investment. On foreign investment, was relying on foreign investments. You can also talk of personal enrichment. You can also talk of aspects like things like nationalization. You can talk aspects like Zaireanization. Nationalization, he took all privately owned businesses and made them public so that he can benefit and exploit the resources from them. And this failed because these people who were manning these businesses, they were inexperienced. And also Zaireanization, he wanted all positions to be occupied by the Congolese people. He chased out foreign people and imposed his own people on those positions. Those people were inexperienced and they ended up ruining those businesses. They failed to manage them. At the end, the economy went on a downturn because of such policies. You explain those things and you link them to the line of argument to show that it was an unsuccessful measure which was taken by him in an attempt to resuscitate the economy after independence. Then you can also go to the social policies. You can also talk under social policies, talk of the dress code. Where he introduced the dress code of the abacus, which was down with the suit, which was against the dress code of the formal suits. Was it good for the people to impose dressing on the people? It was not good. And also you can talk of the names, discouraging Christian names and English names. He changed and led by example. He was called Desire Mobutu. And he changed his name as an example. And also, he was threatening the missionaries not to baptize people and giving them Christian names. You explain how bad it was and how it impacted on the people of Congo. Talk of education, where he withdrew state funding on primary education, and it led to decreased attendance in primary, and that affected the education levels. And also, you can talk of non-payment to staff of education and health, non-payment. The teachers and nurses and doctors, they went for months unpaid, which was bad for the economy of Congo, which means he affected negatively the social life of people in Congo. So there are lots of things to explain, but what you should mind is when you're explaining, link back to a line of argument, or you can link back to the next paragraph in your discussion. Right, then you go to the conclusion. You conclude by tying up your argument by showing that whatever you were explaining there on the political front, on the economic front, or on the social front, proved that Mobutu was a failure for the Congo economy or for the Congo society, or he failed the Congo politics. That is how you answer that particular question. And that brings us to the end of our discussion. I hope the discussion was productive enough. you have learned some tips or you have learned some aspects. What is most important in history is for you to keep the techniques at your fingertips. It's advisable that every time you attempt a history question, keep in mind the strategies that you should employ and the tactics that you should employ in answering the different questions. Because remember, history is unique on its own. The way you answer essays in other subjects might not be the same way you answer essays in history. So you should always be guided by the principles of answering questions in history and do not employ principles of other subjects because they might not apply. For example, when you're writing essays, in other subjects, you put subheadings and whatever way you write, or you can put bullets when you're writing. In history, we don't do that. You write continuously. There is no heading, there's no subheading, there's no highlighting, there's no underlining. You cannot emphasize a point by highlighting in the essay. You just write continuously. The marker is going to see the point. Do not try to convince the marker that the point is here by highlighting it or by underlining it or by boldening it. It's not allowed. You should write continuously. And your paragraphs should follow a specific format. If there's no format for paragraphs in other subjects, do not adopt that strategy in history, because in history, we follow a specific peel method where we are supposed to find each unique paragraph having its own clear point, the point being explained, and historical evidence being given to support, and a line of argument being maintained. You should link back to the line of argument and you should sustain your argument. And that is how unique history essays are. The introduction should have 3 basics: an answer to the question, and the reason why you are answering the question in that direction, and an elaboration or orientation of what your historical evidence you are going to present in the essay. You go, if you want to add background information, that is at your own discretion, at your own expense, at your own time. Because there are no marks for the background information, you go to answer the question in the prescribed manner of the peel method for every paragraph. Do not infuse different points in one paragraph. Each paragraph should have a clear point, one clear point that is going to be explained and developed into a full paragraph. Pleasant afternoon, learners. Welcome to the presentation for History Paper 1, the May-June 2024 examinations. We are going to go through the June paper and try to come out with possible solutions to the questions indicated thereof. And as usual, you know our paper is made up of the section 4 source-based questions and the section 4 essay questions. Right, going through the setup of the paper, just to remind each other, we understand that our paper 1 is basically based on the origins of Cold War. That is the first question. And question number 2 is independent Africa, which is a case study for Angola. Then the last question is civil protest from the 1950s to the 1970s, which is the US civil rights movements. Then the section B, which is an essay section. The section has got also 3 questions from question number 4 to question number 6. And the first question is the extension of Cold War, which is a case study based on Vietnam, where we look at the war between the US and the Viet Cong in South Vietnam. Right, and question number 5 is independent Africa, which is a case study for the Congo, where we look at the successes and failures of Mobutu Sese Seko as the leader of the independent Congo. Right, then question number 6 is civil rights protest from the 1950s, which is the Black Power movement. So basically that's the setup, the questions for paper 1, and that remains with the same setting for the phase of this exam phase. Right, so what we need to do here I'm going to lead you through the discussion of question number 1, which is the origins of Cold War, and question number 2, which is the case study for Angola. Then we'll skip civil rights protests and we'll go to question number 4, which is the extension of Cold War, and I will conclude by looking at question number 5 for the main discussion. Time allows, then we are going to look at the other 2 questions, which is question number 3 and question number 6. Right, as usual, your presenter, your host Conrad Mupinguri, taking you through the discussion. Right, let me quickly go through the questions, lead you to the questions. Right, the questions that you have here, we are looking at referral questions to source 1A. Our source 1A, find that we have source 1A here. The guide to the question is, how did the Marshall Plan contribute to Cold War tensions between the Soviet Union and the United States of America, USA, in 1974? Right, I think we might not need to go back to the history of the Marshall Plan, how it was implemented and why it was implemented. We need to go straight to the questions, because I understand maybe the history of the tensions of Cold War. I think the origins of Cold War, I think you might be having the history of what was transpiring between the capitalistic world and the communist world, and the resultant plans that were put in place to forward the ideologies, to make one ideology appealing to the people and to attract more people following the ideology. There were several measures that were done. We talk of the Berlin blockade, we talk of the Berlin Wall, we talk of such instances as the Marshall Plan, we talk of all those measures that were tried to put in place by the different extreme sides of capitalism and communism to try and make the economic ideology the one appealing to the world and the one that gains more support on a global scale. Right, so what we need to do here, we have a source which is based on an extract from a book titled The Marshall Plan, Drawn of the Cold War by B. Stale. It highlights the political and economic conditions in Europe after the Second World War of 1945. So given this background here, we are saying we want to attempt to answer the questions, and we'll be referring to the source to check where we get the questions and how we answer the questions. Right, maybe before we answer the questions, we need also to be very alert, and we need to be very familiar with how to interpret market allocation and to be able to determine the nature of the response that is required by the different questions. Right, like for example, if we go and try to check on our questions here, the first question is, consult source 1A, quote opposing views held by the following countries regarding their ideas about post-war Europe, about what post-war Europe would become. This is a one-by-one question and a one-by-one question, which means these are low order questions. The simplest order of questions, the level 1, whereby you just need to go and extract the information that helps you answer those questions from the sources. The information is available in the source. You just have to go to the source and extract the relevant information answering the question. Then when we go to question number 1.12, it's a 1 by 2. That question, it implies that you need to answer it with a statement. You need to give an explanation of the concept of communism. It's one concept but with 2 marks, which means you should give details to that particular question. Because the mark allocation 1 by 2, it means it's one response with 2 marks. The first one is one response with 1 mark each. So it implies that there is a difference between this type of question and this type of question, and also it means the response that you are going to give here will be a different response from what you are going to give here. And also if you check, also have a 2 by 1. 2 by 1 is not the same as 1 by 2. 1 by 2 is one response with 2 marks. Then this one is 2 responses with 1 mark each to give a total of 2.
which will imply that here you need to give two different responses, and each response will be worth a single mark. You get a total of 2 marks. Then if again you go to like this one here, which is a 3 by 1, the implication is the same. You need to give 3 responses, and each response is worth 1 mark. Then a 2 by 2, it means you need to give 2 responses, and each response will be having 2 marks, which means you are giving a detailed response for this question here, and you are giving 2 different detailed responses to that particular question for you to get 4 marks. So we should pay attention to the mark allocation when we are doing source-based questions, when we are answering the questions, such that we won't get surprised at the end when we get the result. You get a result which you were not expecting. Is because maybe you were not giving full responses, or you were not responding to the fullest of the demands of the question. You were maybe ending your response, like for example, you are answering a 2 by 2 question. You give 1 response and you expect to get 4 marks for that 1 response. You can only get maximum of 2 marks for giving 1 response. You need to give 2 different responses answering the question, and not again repeating the same response in other words. There are instances whereby learners tend to repeat the same response, but they present it differently. The same idea is presented differently, then they want to get 4 marks, hoping that they have given 2 responses. That will be a repetition. It means you will only get maximum 2 marks because you have repeated the same fact. Right. That is part of the skills that you should have when you're answering source-based questions. Right, let's go to our question. The question is saying, quote opposing views held by the following countries regarding their ideas about what post-war Europe would become. We are looking at A, the United States, and B, the Soviet Union. What was their perception of post-war Europe? How did they perceive Europe after the war? Right, if we go to our source, the responses we are going just to extract them. We will extract our responses from the source. They are there. Right, if we check here, it says, if we come here to try and check the response of the United States, it reads, for the United States, here, the goal was to promote free trade and open markets. This is the response to question number A. For the US, the United States was having a goal to promote free trade and open markets. That is the response to item number A on America. Then we move on to the Soviet Union. The response is also given here. We also extract the response here. What was the view of the Soviet Union? The Soviet Union tend to find that it's indicated that the goal was to export or spread communism wherever they could. That was their goal for the post-war Europe. They wanted to make sure that each and every country was exposed to the idea of communism. Wherever they could reach, they wanted to spread that, or they wanted to export the communist ideology. So those are the 2 responses. For America, we have found that the goal was to promote free trade and open markets. For Russia, the goal was to export or spread communism wherever they could. Right, we have fully answered that question. And ensure when you are answering that question, you give the correct response to the correct question. For America, you highlight what America was thinking, and for Russia, you also indicate. Right, we move on to the next question. Explain the concept of communism in the context of Europe after the Second World War. What is the concept of communism in the context of Europe after Second World War? Right, if we are to define communism in its general definition or as a concept, we can define communism as an economic ideology that aims to eliminate social classes. With communism, it's an ideology which is based on elimination of social classes. Social classes, we are saying people in society are stratified. They are grouped according to some different mechanisms that exist in the society. For example, on economic grounds, we have a group of the elite and a group of ordinary citizens and a group of the poor in the same community. So that has to be eliminated when we are following communism ideology. Or the communism ideology is an ideology that believes in collective ownership as opposed to private ownership. Collective ownership, we are saying all the resources, they should be owned collectively, and the government should be in charge of controlling how those resources are allocated amongst the citizens of the country, and not to have private ownership of property and the means of production like what happens under a capitalistic ideology. So in this instance, we are saying communism, when you're explaining it, we're explaining it as a concept. You explain it as an economic ideology whereby the target is to do away with social classes, and also to do away with collective ownership, to enhance collective ownership, and also to do away with exploitation of classes. It also targets to solve the problem of exploitation. We should not have one class dominating and exploiting others like what happens under capitalism. We don't want exploitation. We want fair treatment of everyone in the economy, and we want everyone to benefit equally from the available resources. We do not want other people to take advantage of others. That is the idea behind the concept of communism. If we are to relate it now to how this concept was supposed to apply in Europe after the Second World War, it was now being furthered by Russia. What was Russia targeting to achieve by furthering the ideology of communism among its European nations after the Second World War? Right, you tend to find that Russia wanted to unite people of the world across the national boundaries, was targeting to unite people. After the divisions that were caused by Second World War, Russia, by implementing communist ideology, they wanted to do away with those divisions, and they wanted people to get united across national borders, and they wanted people to get back to working together after the destructive effects of the Second World War. So basically, if you are taking it from the concept from the context of Europe, it means that Russia was aiming to unite Europeans after the disastrous effects of the Second World War, or after the further tension that were there between different nations after the Second World War. That is basically the idea of communism. Right. We move on to the next question. The next question says, give two political obstacles according to the source that were faced by George Marshall regarding the development of a European recovery plan in 1947. Right. If we check our source, we try to figure out where we get the obstacles. Right, we want two obstacles that were faced by Marshall as he wanted to implement his plan to help countries of Europe recover from the implications of the Second World War. Right, if we try to check here, we tend to find that he's talking about we come here, the goal was to promote open markets. We did that. This process pronounced noticeable Europe needed to improve our country's participation in the program of strongly post ideologies. Right. It talks about the votes here. Right. What was happening here? It talks about votes were needed to approve their country's participation. And those were strongly opposed to the prospect of choosing between the ideologies. Right. What it means here is those countries that were supposed to participate in the Marshall Plan, they were supposed to have a number of votes from the people. approving that the countries should participate in the plan. So it was a challenge because remember, different countries were aligned to different ideologies. There was risk that some countries which were prone or which were having a very serious economic problems were not going to get approval from the votes for them to accept or for them to follow the prescriptions of the Marshall Plan. So it was one challenge, the issue of the votes that were needed, which were supposed in instances they would go against or oppose the prospect of choosing between the ideologies. It meant if people were inclined towards communism, they would vote against the country adopting the Marshall Plan. So that was a challenge for the implementation of the Marshall Plan according to what is indicated there. Then we can also look at the other reason, right? The second obstacle was the issue of domestic approval. Domestic approval was also an issue which was a problem towards the implementation of the Marshall Plan. By domestic approval, we are saying the authorities were supposed to agree with each other on whether they were supposed to adopt the Marshall Plan or they were supposed to apply for the aid from the Marshall Plan, which will imply that within the same government we might be having differences or people might be having different views of how the economy should be run. So it was also a challenging effect that in some other countries there was not going to be approval by the domestic leaders in the very own country, and that was going to pose a challenge towards effective implementation of the Marshall Plan. Right, that is how we answer that question. We move on to the next question, which is question number 1.1.4. Right. Comment on the implication of the statement. The US Congress was reaching its limits on the appropriation of foreign aid to Europe. The US Congress was reaching its limits on the appropriation of foreign aid to Europe. What does that statement imply? What's the implication? Right, the implication is that when we are saying a country has reached its limit on giving aid to foreign countries, it has reached its maximum point of giving aid, or it has reached its last extent of giving foreign aid to other countries. Remember, America was trying to assist or to aid ailing countries which were failing economically. But now, given the Marshall Plan, they were saying it has reached its limit. We are worried about this fact of it being the limit. So what's the implication of that? If we were to look at this statement, what does it imply? Right, we might say it implies that the US was getting through its last options to assist or to give aid to Europe. It was getting through its last options. All its options were now exhausted. That was its only hope. This was its last option that was available to assist struggling Europe. In that instance, through the Marshall Plan. Given that it had tried to assist those ailing countries for some time, and in some instances, its aid was failing to prove positive results or to prove intended results. But now it had reached its last attempt to try again and help. Or we can say the US was hoping to see a positive improvement in the economies of Europe through its aid after the damages that were caused by the First World War. From the Marshall Plan, they were expecting to see Europe working again. They were expecting to see the economies getting back to work. They were having hopes over European countries which were going to receive the aid. And they were optimistic that those economies were going to get to recover from the impacts of the Second World War, and were going back to get to work. That might be the implication of that particular statement. Right, we move on to question number 1.2. Read source 1b. We are now referring to our source 1b. Right, our source 1b is a source which is based on an extract from a speech delivered by George Marshall, the Secretary of State for the US at Harvard University on 5 June 1974. It provides preconditions that European countries had to satisfy before they could get American economic assistance. Right, the Marshall Plan had got its own prescriptions that were supposed to be abided by for countries to be eligible to get the funding. So the source, as you go through the source, you understand what the source is talking about. But basically that is the idea behind the heading of the source. So we go to our questions. Identify 2 intentions that the USA government wanted to achieve through its efforts to assist Europe. What was the main intention of the government of the US as they were assisting Europe? Right, if we try to go to our sources, source 1b, you tend to find that it talks about a critical situation which is indicated here. It talks about this issue of alleviating the situation or improving the situation. That is the first response that you get here. To alleviate the situation which was there. Like if we check here, efforts to alleviate or improve the situation. The situation was bad for most of the European countries. They had gone through the damages of Second World War. Now that they wanted to improve, and there was no definite way for them to improve except accepting the aid from America, which came in the form of the Marshall Plan. So it was to alleviate or improve the situation and also help start the European world on its way to recovery. It was also meant to help start the European world on its way to recovery. Those are the 2 intentions that were put, or that way, in USA's mind as they introduced the Marshall Plan. They wanted to try and attain those 2. Right? Move on to the next question. Quote 3 reasons why George Marshall believed the USA government should not unilaterally draw up a program to help Europe economically. Right, we were saying should not unilaterally. It's a key concept that you should understand as you attempt to answer the question. We are saying George Marshall was believing that America should not do it alone to come out with a plan of helping European countries, or to come out with a plan of recovering the economies of Europe. Why did Marshall believe that it was not only the duty of America alone? It was the one which was offering the funding. But however, it was not supposed to be the sole duty of America to do the planning or to draw up the whole program on its own without considering the input of other countries. Why was it like that? That is the question. So we want to quote 3 reasons why George Marshall believed in that perspective, that it was not only America which was supposed to come out with the recovery plan or to draw up the plan for bailing out struggling European economies. Right, if we go to our source, we will check from our sources. Right, if we check, it says Europe, yes, it starts from there must be some agreement among some of the countries of Europe as to the requirements of the situation, and the part of those countries themselves will take in order to give a proper effect to whatever action might be undertaken by this government. It would be neither fitting or efficacious or effective for this government to undertake to draw up unilaterally or individually or alone a program designed to place Europe on its feet economically. This is the business of Europeans. So if we check from here, and we come back to here, you find that there is this issue of why George Marshall believed that it was supposed to be not only the duty of the American government, but rather a combined effort between the American government and other stakeholders towards the implementation of the Marshall Plan. So if we are to quote we will find our evidence from the given text here. There was supposed to be some agreement among some European countries as to the requirements of the situation. Here, the requirements of the situation, they were supposed to note the requirements of the situation. What did each and every different country wanted based on their perspective of their economy. So it was not the duty of America to decide or to determine how to assist each and every country or how much to offer to each and every country, because the requirements of the situation were known by the very own country, which was supposed also to be consulted in that event. And also, it says here, part of those countries themselves will take in order to give proper effect to whatever action might be undertaken. They were also supposed to take in order to give proper effect to whatever action might be taken by the government of the USA. And if we also note here, it says it would be neither fitting or efficacious or effective for this government to undertake this. It was very difficult. Was not going to be an easy task or an effective task, or it was not fitting to see America assisting other countries without their inputs. So basically, if we were to quote, we will get our three responses from those responses given here. The first one, the requirements of the situation, and the second one, we look at the proper effects. The third one, we said it was neither fitting or efficacious or effective for this government to undertake or draw up a unilateral program designed to place Europe on its feet again. Right. We move on to the next question, which is question number 1.2.3. Right. Question number 1.2.3. It says, explain the implication of the statement. Political passion and prejudice, which is bias, should have no part regarding aid to Europe. Political passion and prejudice should have no part regarding aid to Europe. That statement is quoted from the text. And what is the implication, or what is the meaning of such when they said political passion and prejudice should not be part regarding to the aid to Europe? Right. What that statement means, from the historical perspective, it means aid was supposed to be directed to wherever it was needed. The aid was supposed to be directed to where it was needed, or to be specific, where it was needed most. We're not supposed to be worried about political passion. We're not supposed to be having bias or prejudice. We're supposed to just assist whoever was in need of assistance. That was the original plan of the Marshall. That was the original direction of the Marshall Plan. They implemented the Marshall Plan as a way of resustaining the economies of Europe, which had been affected by the Second World War. So it means that they were supposed to direct the help to whoever wanted the help. And also, if we were to look at it from the other perspective, we would say there was no room to select beneficiaries. Of the funding based on political ideology. The battle that was there was the battle of political ideology or economic ideology, either capitalism or communism. But with the Marshall Plan, we are saying there was no room to select beneficiaries, to select countries that were going to benefit from the fund based on their affiliation to either capitalism or communism. We were just supposed to assist whoever was supposed to be assisted, whether they were coming from the capitalistic world or the communist world. As long as they have applied for the funding, they were supposed to get the benefits of the funding. So basically we are saying that is the intent, that is the meaning of that statement. That is the basic meaning of that historical statement. Right, we move on to the next question. Right, the next question is question number 1.31, which is based on source 1C. We need to analyze source 1C and check what the source is providing for us as the source providing information to the question that we have in hand. Right, refer to source 1C. If you check source 1C, is there. Source 1C is a source which is a cartoon titled New Light in the West by a Canadian cartoonist, J. Collins, was published in the Canadian newspaper The Gazette in 1948. It depicts the Marshall Plan as economic assistance to Europe. So if we try to analyze, you are seeing that there is a hand which is lifting the light, and that light is deemed to be the new light in the West. And if you check on the other side, it's written Europe in the new dark continent. Europe is in the dark and it needs a light which comes through the Marshall Plan. And if we check the light here, is indicating a symbol of the dollar, which implies that the light is coming from the US in the form of the United States of American dollar. Right, that is basically what is implied by that cartoon from what we can deduce from what is shown on the cartoon. Right, let's go to the questions. Using the source and your own knowledge, explain why Europe is depicted as the new dark continent. New dark continent. We had the old dark continent. We know Europeans used to refer to Africa as the dark continent, and they used to regard Africa as uncivilized. But now in this instance, we are saying we had a new dark continent. It is now Europe which is now the dark continent, and it's a new continent which is dark. No longer talk of the old dark continent, now talking of the new dark continent. Why is Europe depicted as such? Right, the implication here is why Europe is regarded as a dark continent is European economies were devastated by the Second World War. Because of the impact of the Second World War, Europe was no longer performing the way it used to do. So now it was regarded as a dark continent because of the crisis that it was now going through. Life was no longer rosy, life was no longer lit. It was now dark because people were now having very serious economic complications in their economies because of the devastating effects that were brought by the Second World War. Or we can complement that Europe no longer had its old economic status. It no longer had its old economic status. It was now America which was shining. America was doing well after the Second World War, after reaping the benefits of the Second World War. Now Europe was in a very serious economic challenge, and now America was the one which was shining, which was performing above the norm. And Europe was now performing at very low and unexpected levels. So that is why it is termed the new dark continent. Things were not going well in Europe after the Second World War. And then there was need for a light which was supposed to come from America, which was doing well. Right, we move on to the next question. Why do you think the Marshall Plan was introduced to European countries after the Second World War? Why do you think that the Marshall Plan was introduced? Definitely the Marshall Plan was introduced to revive the economies that were damaged by the Second World War. That can be a definite answer. It was introduced to revive the economies that were damaged by the Second World War. And also we can say it was introduced to improve the general living conditions of people in Europe. The living standards of people in Europe had gone way far below expected. So there was need for an intervention strategy to uplift the living standards of people in Europe. So the Marshall Plan was there also to improve the general conditions of life of people in Europe, in those countries that had suffered the negative implications of Second World War. Or we can also argue that the Marshall Plan was introduced as a way by America to lure countries to follow its capitalistic ideology. We can argue that it was a way of buying support from European countries, giving them aid, giving them help to recover. And then what after the help? Remember, there was this battle of capitalism and communism. So we might also argue that America used it as a way of luring support or getting support from European countries to further their ideology of capitalism. Right. Move on to the next question. Number 1.3. Comment on the significance of the US dollar sign that is depicted as a flame of the Marshall Plan. What is the importance of the US dollar sign as a flame, as the flame of the Marshall Plan? It's the one that is giving light to the new dark continent. Right, the significance, we can say the American dollar was the new light. It was the new light, given that Europe was the new dark continent. The new light would only come with the US dollar. So the US dollar was the only hope for the damaged economies. So it resembles the hope for the damaged economies. And also, if we check it being a US dollar, it also shows that the USA had a significant super economic power. It's significant because it shows that it was only Europe which still had super economic power to assist all the struggling countries of Europe. So by using their dollar, they are trying to show off their superiority to the world, that it's only us who are still having economic strength to bail out countries that are struggling because of the impact of the Second World War. And also we can argue that it was only through the USA that Europe was going to recover. So by using their dollar, they are signifying that it's only through us that you can get light, or it's only through Europe, through America, that Europe can get light. And they can only get that light through the US dollar after their economies were devastated by the Second World War. Right, we'll move on to the next question, number 1.4.1. Number 1.41, it says, we're using source 1D. Source 1D, right, check, source 1D is an extract from an article titled Moscow and the Marshall Plan, Politics, Ideology, and the Onset of the Cold War by G. Roberts. It focuses on Molotov, the Soviet foreign minister who rejected the Marshall Plan. Remember, because of the dispute between capitalism and communism, the communist people rejected the Marshall Plan. They blamed the Marshall Plan for different reasons, and they were not happy with the introduction of the Marshall Plan as a recovery plan for ailing European economies. So this is an extract from the foreign minister of the USSR, who also rejected the Marshall Plan. Right. We check here. The question is saying, what according to the source was Molotov's final statement to the conference regarding the Marshall Plan? What was his final statement? Right. If you can check here, the question of American economic aid has served as a pretext for the excuse of British and France government to insist on the creation of a new organization standing above European countries, and to intervene. That was his last statement. He was clearly showing a rejection of the Marshall Plan and accusing the Marshall Plan for it being a move that was meant to create an organization that was going to dominate Europe and that was going to interfere into affairs of different countries. And at the end of the day, that organization was going to destroy Europe and split it into two worlds. So that was his last statement. We get it from there. Then we'll move on to the next statement, next question, number 1.4.2. Using the source and your own knowledge, explain why the Marshall Plan was a threat to the Soviet Union. Using the source and your own knowledge, why were the Russians threatened by the Marshall Plan? Right, the first reason there, if you are tracing the background, we know that the Marshall Plan was introduced by the capitalistic world, whilst the USSR was also trying to further their interest of communism. So, why was it a threat to the USSR that the US had introduced a plan to assist other countries? The first and most definite reason is that the Soviet Union was fearing to lose its spheres of influence